evening, folks. It is Friday, May 27th, 2022, and we are less than a week from the expo. I
How
know.
dare you
True
say
story. True story.
You'll
And
be in
that,
the fourth court this time.
yes. Well, I'll be somewhere for
beer
sure.
garden, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure we'll be somewhere in there. What I got to see though is that I was talking. Is it was funny because we were chatting a little bit before before I hit the button to get things started, and Yannick mentioned my buddy Steve Angel, and it's funny because he was pinging me. I know it's getting close to Expo when I'm getting a bunch of extra text messages. Hey, what are you doing with this? What's going on with that? Blah blah blah. And one of the things he said is like, hey, I might be setting up with so and so, or I might be setting up myself. You're more than welcome to come by. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, no, sure, appreciate the invitation. It's like, if they're not there, I may need someone to watch the table. And I go, I see.
Aha.
You're asking for some help, are you? You're asking for another set of hands.
You have a place, however.
Yeah. It's like I have a place. Yeah. No, I have the luxury to be able to move around, but it just made me laugh. I just chuckled. I was like, yep, no, it sounds like expo time. Go. And that's fine. I have no problem doing that. What I may do is I may shoehorn it. I was looking through some stuff, and I go, I wonder if I could shoehorn in a couple of my own cards in there. With
I think you could. Just don't
yeah.
sell his cheap with the numbers on the back.
Well, the thing is, unlike idiots, you ask what the policy is as it pertains to, and he's got stickers on his stuff. He always puts stickers on his stuff. No inventory control
There were
numbers, like
stickers
actual
on
prices.
some other things.
Yeah. No, but he puts prices. Prices.
Prices.
You make,
Yeah,
you make
prices.
sure what the toilet policy is when you sell it.
Yeah. But what I would have to do for mine is I'd have to figure out if I did want to do that, what prices I would want to put on my stuff. Because I have some stuff that actually could do okay if I wanted to. I got to think about it. We'll see. I may finagle some space in that
Why
showcase.
not? Well, yeah. There's some good juice.
That's what Bobby
stuff
does.
going on.
He's the biggest finagler of space I've ever seen.
Hey, listen, it works. It works.
People like my stuff on their table. You know that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The thing
I
is,
think that's
it's
the
funny.
best stuff.
I was checking it out because Steve has been doing a very good job leading into the expo, showcasing stuff on Instagram. And he's got a variety of stuff. He as soon as he shows some football cards, I go, you literally have all kinds of crap to stuff because he doesn't do football. And like it's decent stuff. Like it's actually he tends to have good quality stuff
It's
anyway.
got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it literally is. And I know, speaking of, funny enough, he's a Marvel guy. So he does like, non-sports kind of stuff too. And then hockey, and then, a little baseball. Football is a little unusual for him. That's the first time I think I've ever seen any football on his table. But okay, that's kind of interesting. That's a
I
new one.
picked up baseball today.
Look at you. Mets and Cardinals there?
No, not at all.
Did
Actually,
you do it on purpose?
it's the Toronto Blue Jays,
Okay.
Florida, 77.
Oh, okay.
Spring
Yeah.
training.
On the bat. Yeah, so 77. This is their very first game ever.
Okay. So yeah,
And
inaugural
it's
year.
signed. And it's signed. And
Nice.
a ticket. 2 tickets,
Cool.
actually. There's another ticket in here.
Yep.
It's just amazing what you pick up out there. It's just, I won't even tell you what I paid because
Yep.
it's embarrassing.
There you go. So good evening, Paul. Good evening, Josh. Good evening, Jeff. Anthony. Good evening. Bob here. The weekly card show's favorite people in the hobby. And Eric. Nice, Bob.
And Eric.
Bob.
Nice.
Hashtag suck it, Bob.
Big Scott. Good evening. Thanks for popping in. No, sounds
Eric
good.
became an addendum.
Hey, at least you get specific recognition. It's
Yeah.
not positive, but you get
No.
specific recognition. You
No.
get acknowledged.
That's
Yeah.
hey, it's better to be acknowledged
Yeah,
than
Nick,
not
me and
acknowledged
you
at
are
all.
just dirt.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
It changes over. And,
Yep. That's right. Waiting for Eric's mom to comment now. Facts. Fair story. Fair point.
Go ahead, Mom.
There you
tell
go.
him. Tell him
Yep.
how wonderful your baby is. Go ahead.
Yeah. So before we get into it, we'll talk about basically whatever you guys want to chat about. So feel free. You can throw things in the chat, and I'll keep an eye on it as we go along. We'll hang out and we'll chat about different things. Quick random side note. I was doing one of my safe searches, and I got to have words with our buddy Billy Cilio here. I got questions. I got serious issues. The new stature product came out, and usually when it comes to Medana will get in a lot of those checklists, so I double checked the checklist. I hadn't gotten around to it. I hadn't, but I was scanning eBay, and all of a sudden I saw something that completely threw me off. I was looking at it, and I saw one of the insert parallels of last year's stature or the previous year's stature, and I have all of them. And I have almost all of the, except for one, I think that's a 2 out of 2. So it'll come across it, I'm sure, eventually. With the other one, I have all of them, including the 1 of 1. So I figure, okay, I got the rainbow, I got everything covered, great. I was able to come to a deal with it. But then I see this thing, and it's an autograph, and it's numbered, and I'm like,
oh,
what the hell is that? And I go looking at it, and I stare at it, and I'm like, no, that's the exact same. It's not the same insert with a new design. It's the exact same insert. And I'm looking at it, And then I finally go and check the checklist, and it's like apparently they did like a retro from the previous year, but they redid the insert with an autograph variant that are numbered to these different things. I'm like, oh, you worthless, useless.
Oh,
And I'm like, come on, that's lazy.
that's like
That
a buy forward, not a buyback.
it's not even a buyback because I'm sure they reissued it because I think the back
It's a buy
recognizes
forward,
the
that's what I
yeah,
said, yeah.
they I think the back actually adjusts accordingly because they had to redo the back. It's a legitimate autograph product, so it's not the same back. It's the same design on the front, but the back has to be redesigned for the new year. And I'm like, oh, that's trash. At
They
least
got
change the
lazy
design.
with
Do
Medano.
something.
They got lazy with Medano.
They got lazy with a whole bunch of people. There's Waugh, there's Iserman, they reused a bunch of guys in the insert, but they're autograph variants that didn't exist the first time. So I was like, oh, come on,
Billy, we know you're listening. Come on in.
not good, not good. There you go. He's a good boy. There you go.
Thank you, mommy.
There
Love you.
go. Yes, the retro. Yep. You would never use reused designs. Yeah. Is it retro? Is it retro from the year before? That was my problem. I can live with you reusing an old design, but it was last year's design.
Yeah.
Could you wait 3 or 4 years, 5 years, something?
At least with the other stuff, they waited like 8 decades.
Yeah, like at least wait a little while. Like, hey,
30s.
it's like, hey guys,
Jack.
I know this looks exactly like last year's design. It literally is last year's design.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, it should be like, say, like 25 years from
Sure.
whatever it is.
I
they
think
can
tw-
have-
I think
35.
I mean, they can have an ongoing thing that every retro is 25 years ago.
And
I mean,
the thing is, that's
all going
Topps
to be
did that.
different.
Topps did that with Heritage. They went further back, but Topps was doing that with Heritage. But you went back decades, so you were able to. So and then year by year, you get closer and closer. But at the same time, it's like no, at least you keep some space between you and now. It's like literally, it's like as soon as I saw it, I was like, is that this year's? Is that last year's? I had to go check the checklist before I could figure out what the heck is going on. I was confused. I was
Bobby
like, okay.
and Carlos, you may know this. Yannick, you may. I'm not sure, but there was a hockey brand, in the last handful of years that basically mimicked the
It looks nice, by the way.
the 71, 72, which is one of the most
93, the 93 Canada 72 thing?
Maybe.
95, 92?
I'm not sure exactly, but I know that there's modern day cards that have mimicked that as a retro set. And it looked good with modern day players in it.
I think you can get away. I think you can get away with that. My issue, actually, I'll quickly put it back up just so I can point the specific thing that I had an issue with out. The problem is, you use the same design, the same picture, the same literally everything on the front,
Oh, no.
and the only thing you did was slap on a new serial number and have it signed.
Well,
Because
that's it. I can't wait for Fanatics.
yeah, so and here. And on the back of it, you have to change the back because it says here, trading card personally autographed by Medano in the presence of et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, okay, great. It clearly is a new card. If you didn't know, you wouldn't have known. Like, you could have looked at it and go like, I have one of those in my box and it's not autographed. Wait a minute, this one's numbered to 99. Why is it different?
You're going to be at the show going, got him. And little do you know, it's like,
Well, that was basically the issue that I had, because whenever I go to the show, I don't keep a checklist anymore. I really don't, because at this stage, I generally, here and now and then, I will occasionally buy one again. I'll occasionally buy it again.
it's usually cheap, though, anyway.
Yeah, usually it's not the end of the world. Or if I buy something, I might do it intentionally because maybe it's a patch upgrade or something, or maybe the autograph is less smeared if for whatever reason the one I had was smeared. Then it's an upgrade. Then that's fine. But no, that would literally throw you off if I hadn't caught it and seen it and been like, what the heck is going on? Did I completely? I checked the checklist last year. I was after those early, and why did I completely whiff on this? It turns out I didn't.
Discount Medano's coming up.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And it says it's a 1920 card. The thing is, it's not. It's the newer product. It's in this year's stature, the one that people are just opening. So I was like, okay. Good evening. Yep. Was to put this year's product because Medano didn't return the autos in time. There were no autograph versions, no redemptions, no anything. And they also did it for some other players. And that was the thing. It was like, okay, well, look, I have no issue you did it, but like, cool, okay. And like I said, it's a nice looking card, but it's like a dirty trick. It's a dirty trick, is what it is.
And of course, if the player doesn't return the autos in time, there's only one way to deal with that.
Lawsuits.
Sue them.
Oh,
It worked.
Well, look, I would pay money to watch Brian Gray try to box CD Lamb.
Yeah.
Be amazing. He'd be out of breath in like 3 seconds getting to the ring.
As some of the antics of Brian and have been over the years go, oh my goodness. I got to tell you, I thought this was great for the hobby. I supported it myself, and it had instant reaction, and the guy signed them all and returned them.
It did, but my point at the time was, and I actually made the point that for some folks it's going to elicit that reaction. But I said it's not going to change the hobby at all. All it's going to be is like, okay, so we just don't deal with Leaf. And if the other companies try to follow suit, okay, so then we'll redo the contract. What do you want to do? So you wanted me to sign 1,000? I'll sign 100. That's it.
that's it.
Yeah. I'm not doing any more. That's it.
I definitely see both sides of the coin, but when it comes down to it, and in life, you have to be a person of your word, and if you sign a contract, you have to uphold the contract. And these athletes are not doing that. And there have been multiple cases in the last, say, 10 years, because this stuff really didn't go on before that too much, where these athletes are not upholding their contract, and collectors are paying the price. They get the cut, they get the redemption card. They're like, oh, this is so great. I'm so excited. I got a Luka redemption. I'm going to get his autograph. This is great.
Mom, sign this, please.
And then he has his mother sign it. So, I mean, it never comes. Well, that's almost like a breach of contract in two ways. Because if I buy the product, have it, say, Upper Deck, I leave, it doesn't matter. The card says you have just earned one of these. So now I have a contract with the card company. So that is in breach. And the card company has a contract with the player, and that's in breach. And it's all because this player. So not only should the card companies be allowed to sue these guys, the collector who's holding that redemption card should be allowed to sue these guys.
Well, the thing is, so real quick, the second one of those, there are folks who have been trying to do that. And I think Panini currently has a lawsuit, or they did have a lawsuit in relation to that, where they're working on that. And Panini's point was that it's not a contract. As for the companies suing the players, they've always been able to. A contract is a contract. We sign a contract. You say you're going to sign X number of whatever within a certain period of time. If you fail to do so, that is a breach of contract. Technically, all the card companies could have done this at all times. Brian is one of the few who would probably be willing to live with the scorched earth result of it, because he signs so many contracts anyway, and he's always, his lawyer is constantly on retainer in a revolving door,
my God,
walking in and out of the room. So.
I would love to be his lawyer.
Yeah, it's like free money at that point. It's like, so who do you want to sue today, Brian? Man, the Starbucks barista totally screwed up my order. Sue this man.
I love litigation.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't surprise me he would be the one to do it. I think in the short term, like if it's one of those things, he is within his rights to do it. That's why I said I have no issue with it. My only question would be, and that's why I made mention of Carvin talking about redemptions and the frustration of collectors, because we talked about this exact thing 2 years ago, but we talked about this exact issue, and he said the line has always been that you can push to a certain point, but we're working that fine line between we want you to sign the thing, but we also want you to work with us in the future. So yes, we want you to sign with it, but then if we strain the relationship, you will fulfill the terms of your contract exactly, and as soon as that contract runs out, we're not getting another one. So that's kind of like I said, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically the balance. Brian obviously is willing to go scorched earth on anything. At the end of the day, CD Lamb is not going to make or break his business. But if he pulls that stunt with certain athletes who also have buddies, who may be people that also are in the athletic realm, or entertainers, or you piss off the wrong actor or actress, and all of a sudden your little pop culture product goes boom. You do have to work that line very carefully. It should be the last resort. In this case, he decided to use it. It worked out. He got his signed stuff back. But also, imagine if he had done it, and if you go look at the autographs he got, it was like a circle. It was like the laziest version.
Oh, yeah.
Laziest possible version. Now imagine if I was CD Lamb at that point, then it'd be like, okay, fine, I fulfilled it. Panini is like, okay, can you sign these? Intricate.
Yeah,
down to the last detail. The Panini gets the beautiful, full name, and Brian Gray gets circle.
Do you ever see? I'm sure you have. It's a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
Wayne Gretzky's signature for Upper Deck products is gorgeous.
Right. By the way, thanks guys for the thing. Apparently it's an update. I didn't know that, and I guess they put it into stature. But fair enough. But either way, my issue's still the same. Like it should have been in last year's product if you're going to bother with it. But fair enough. I get it. Thank you. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, you catch him coming out of a hotel or a restaurant or whatever. It looks very different than what he gives to Upper Deck. So if you're sitting there with a puck waiting for him to come out of a hotel, you're not getting that really nice Wayne Gretzky signature. You're getting the quick one, and they are night and day. So these athletes have the ability to do them in different ways depending on the situation.
100%. Absolutely. So here, Mike. Good evening, Mike. So he's just saying, how's the hip healing up? How's it doing this week?
Oh, thanks for asking. I'm doing much, much better. I'm no longer using a crutch or a cane. I'm starting to use the leg to go upstairs. Instead of taking, one step at a time with the good leg, I'm actually trying to walk upstairs correctly and use the muscles in the hip. And it's
it'd probably be easier if you'd stop carrying all those BGS slabs on your way up.
Maybe.
I can't help it. I'm addicted. I'm addicted. Yeah,
I can't. Leave them in the bed. You're fine.
I can't get enough of that BGS, man. It's the best.
So later on, I'll show a card that I bought in a BVG. Just
okay, wonderful.
Oh. But it's buy the card, not the holder, man. You got to buy the card, not the holder. And the card is actually fine. The card is actually pretty good.
And
I was happy with it.
I would love for you to show that Bobby Dorr auto card I sent you.
I'll see if I can pull it up. You have to remind me a little bit later when we get to it.
Okay. So anyways, I'm doing much better. I got to start going to PT like next week and really amping up the
potty training. What?
Yeah, potty training. Well, I've just been peeing the bed for the last month, so I got to relearn.
Bedpans are for
a month, meaning last 35 years.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Every month, 35 years, same diff.
Like
whatever.
I'm lazy. So yeah, I'm doing much better. Thank you for asking.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mike. Bigger issue for rookie auto is going to be the NIL money. Getting legit paid in college means these guys don't need car payment money for free scribbles. Yeah, and that could very well impact the long term of the first contract when they go pro and they're signing these deals. Because initially you can get a lot of these guys early because for them it's the first big check they actually get the cash. Yes, they've got maybe some bonus money and stuff, but this is early in their career, so there's an opportunity to make a little extra money. But then as they start making more and more money, it's like, oh, this is a pittance now. Comparatively, so it's like, yeah, I'll get around to it when I get around to it. Yeah, sure, sign the contract. I'll sign some stuff later. Exactly. That's why I say, but that's the reason why I use the example. Like, Carvin is thinking about it from the old Upper Deck perspective and even the Panini perspective because he worked with both. And it's like you got to think sometimes long term with some of these athletes. They don't really have to sign a contract to sign anything for you. They can, and it's kind of managing that relationship. That's always been kind of a thing.
Well, it would have to be a contract if they're getting paid. I would assume.
Sorry?
They're getting paid for the autographs.
No, that's the point. The lawsuit is because they signed a contract and he's saying you're not fulfilling the terms of this contract. You said you would sign X number of autographs for us.
Yeah.
We're waiting. Can you sign them? So he, like I said, he's well within his rights. But for athletes going forward, like so for example, CD Lamb, he meets the terms of his contract, the contract expires. He can be like, okay, so we'd like to sign you this new deal. No thanks, I pass.
Yeah, definitely go pound sand.
But will they not, with going forward with Fanatics, are they not going to be saying, hey, you better, this is all about us making more money. You better start signing.
So the Players Association can be talking to their members going, this helps us all.
It does,
They can put pressure from the outside saying like, no, this is for all of us now. So it may encourage more athletes to participate in that sense. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's right.
And because they are getting something out of it, but it's going to be less of a one-on-one individual contract kind of deal and more like, okay, you're dealing with the whole here. We're all getting a piece of this pie. Do your part, so to speak.
So do you think you could see less athlete who wants to sign or actually more exclusive contracts with companies?
I would see less exclusive contract with companies depending on what they can actually get out of it. Because the fact that the Players Association has a stake in it means the players could get, like your average player could get a better cut. Your superstar might still be inclined to do the exclusive because for them, the money is much bigger on that side. It's like, well, so what can you offer me exactly? This? Well, actually, if I do it exclusive, I get that. Much better. So like, But for your rank and file player, then I'm sure those guys will be like, yes. How many can I sign for you? Be happy to. No problem. Good evening, 357. Do you think the athletes are getting baited into a bad contract? Some of the younger ones initially are probably not getting as much as they could per autograph. No doubt. Absolutely. And then as they become aware of that, they become less inclined to sign, potentially in future years if it's a multi-year contract. So that definitely could be a thing with some of these folks.
Well, isn't there managers for the players that are experienced and know these laws and whatever for this, or the minimums at least?
Sorry?
Wouldn't you think that the players,
The agents, you mean?
Agents, sorry, yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah, they would know the ins and outs of I'm sure they talk to other agents and say, hey, listen, we're getting this. You guys, you pay a little less. You should get this, but these are what you do. I'm sure
I would think the bigger player agencies would have good coordination amongst their agents, their player reps, to be like, hey, this is kind of the going rate right now for this.
Yeah.
If your guy's on this tier, make sure he gets like this. And they could definitely talk amongst themselves and talk shop that way.
I'm sure it always goes on. Yeah.
Yeah. So Josh here says, no, I haven't thought about it for that, but no, we definitely could. Like, I know Lesko's definitely interested in stuff like this. It's similar to what happens though when we talk to Jay as well. There's certain areas that are of expertise. They're both lawyers, and they both have certain areas. When we had Jay talk about certain things, he had actually had some background in copyright and patent and intellectual property, so it really worked well. I'm not sure what Paul Lesko's legal specific specialty is though. I know in general he's very interested in this stuff, but I would welcome it. It's one of those things. I'll reach out. I'll see if I can reach out. I wouldn't mind talking to him about some of the stuff. Is the contract with the player or the players currently with a lot of these? So if we're talking the Leaf does their contracts with the players individually because of the nature of their product. For a bigger company, it could be either or. Maybe that's more of a Carvin question, though, of what his relationship was at that time. Mind you, it changes over time, but I know Leaf would be more of a one-on-one. They do kind of direct deals with a lot of these guys.
Players Association is in cahoots with the owners as well, so it's a double contract.
Yeah, and Fanatics definitely would be more Players Association, kind of an overall. Yeah, especially now. Litigation is America's favorite pastime, no doubt. Eric, you have 15 minutes to make it to the garden.
Honestly, if there was no traffic, which is impossible around here, and no speed limits, I can get there in 20.
I heard Larry Bird's coming out of retirement, so you better get there.
I'll make it there in 15 if that was the case.
Exactly. See,
it's like he's teleported. It's like the hip has a jetpack. It does now. I got the deluxe package. Crosby Auto is different in person as well. Sounds fair. Canadian Sports Car Collector. Thank you. Luongo's early autographs were nice until he decided to go RL. Yep. That's fair. Yeah. Remember when Crosby printed his name on his signature? Yep.
That's ridiculous. Honestly, that's. I mean,
he was a young and he probably didn't have an autograph.
Now listen. Understand how I'm saying this, please. He was very much like Gretzky in the terms of he was a star as a young kid. And he came into the league at like 18. They were watching him, and he was well known in hockey circles in Canada since, he was a little kid. This kid's been signing autographs probably since he was like 12.
Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Eric, you know so many people.
I know you.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. I drop your name 7 times a day at least.
Probably.
Yep.
On the floor, stepping on it. I got it.
Well, but mostly to his family, and they're like, "Okay, who is this Burrell guy? Like, what are you talking about? Like, we don't read hockey memorabilia books, Eric. We have no idea who you're talking about.
We don't know what they are.
My mother tells me to do stuff, and I go, "Well, Bobby said."
Oh, Bobby said.
Even better, Bobby.
Yep.
It's like depending on the context, it's like I need credibility. Or.
Yeah. That's it.
I don't wait to see Top Gun tonight. I like the nature of this question. It's a fun one. As a collector, you're more Maverick, Iceman, or Goose? Well, Goose dies, so which one of you wants to be Goose? I got Iceman. Good luck to the rest of you.
I'm not a Goose guy.
I was going to say Iceman.
Eric's probably the Goose because he flies on his bike and takes risks.
That's probably about right.
I'm definitely Iceman. I'm not the Maverick.
Yeah. I enjoy. It's funny because it's part of the recurring theme of the show. It's like I enjoy my stuff, but I don't get freaked out about it. It's not like life or death. No, it's fun. Like for me, it's an enjoyable thing. Like today, I had the mail day, and for me, taking the picture for the Instagram was cool because I hadn't seen one of these in person, and it's that little folder. the booklet. And
Very cool.
on card autograph like that, the North Star thing like it. This is a game use piece of memorabilia, so that's good, awesome, and it looks nice. They did a good job with it, and it came with the top loader that allows it to be like this, which is a better format. Like you can actually fold it if you want. You can do the booklet thing, but it's like, well, then it defeats the whole
that's
point. You don't
true.
actually see the the thing. It's neat. I wouldn't
like-
want 100
you
of
like
these.
those?
It'd be inconvenient
Yeah.
to house, but a couple is cool. It's neat.
It's a nice standout little piece. but
Yeah.
yeah,
Do you
whole
still
collection.
have? Do you still have the picture I sent you in like December or January of one of those in a Beckett?
Well,
slab?
it's probably somewhere in the
Yeah.
probably somewhere in the Instagram.
If
but
you
I-
guys remember, I mean, I kid you not, folks who didn't see it. The slab is about the size of
Yeah.
this, and of course they just put the card like right here, and it's the most ridiculous thing you will ever see in the hobby.
Is it green too?
Oh, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? That's stupid.
Okay, hold on. I got two comments that back to back are excellent. First, Bob, you don't know the Burrell? He has ability to see from space. I appreciate the capitalization in the appropriate places, Bob. Thank you for that.
A house maybe.
Very, very important. His mother tells him to do stuff and he screws it up. Turkey breasts.
Oh God. Yeah. All right, mother. Thank you. You can go to bed now.
Wow.
I screwed up.
Wow.
And I caused
Roasted turkey breast.
I screwed up and caused
Everybody
a
knows these sous
scene
vide.
and caused a scene at the local supermarket.
You causing a scene? That never
Well,
happens.
I went and I requested the wrong thing, even though she told me 3 or 4 times.
How
I
can
said,
you get
okay,
turkey
okay,
breast wrong.
and well, I
You
asked
brought
for turkey.
chicken breast.
I went to.
There's a
no,
thing called paper and pen. You can
I
notes.
should have.
Notes.
So she said like 4 times, go. I ordered 4 turkey breasts. Go pick them up. And I'm okay. And I get there and I'm like, can I have 4 turkey legs? They're on order. And these people had no idea, and they
Legs?
panicked. And there was like 5 people plus the manager who was running around crazy, trying to figure out where these things came from and how we're going to get them and who said what, and who's in trouble. And then so I called her and I'm like, there seems to be some issues here. They don't have the turkey legs. And she's like, hey, moron. I said,
This could. I didn't
Hey,
think that
moron.
when I initially read this comment that we'd end up here, but I'm actually very pleased where we ended up.
so so she was like, yeah, hey, dipshit. I said 4 times turkey breasts, and I then told the manager and I apologized profusely. But that didn't stop the fact that I had 5 different people running around like turkeys with their head cut off, panicking that these weren't already ordered, yelling at each other.
I appreciate that normally it's chicken with his head cut off, but we kept it turkey to stay on brand.
Yeah, this one older woman clearly is a racist and doesn't like working with people that speak different languages. And she's
Whoa,
like,
whoa.
yeah.
We accelerated real fast on this story.
Oh, she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was tough. It was like, she was blaming these people that work there and were doing their job correctly, and blaming them because they don't speak English. And I'm just like, oh wow, okay.
But you gotta say the right words first before they can understand. If you're
Well,
going for breasts and you get legs and
I apologized to everyone I could and took full responsibility for the entire mess.
You should have gone on the loudspeaker and apologized to the entire supermarket.
And, yeah,
It's the least you can do.
attention shoppers.
I would like to have everyone in the store's attention, please. I'm a moron, and I am the one that held up the deli line for 20 minutes.
And a big
I
bellowing
apologize.
going, we know.
We
Yeah.
know. Look,
they got your mother's
you would have
phone
heard it from
number,
Southern
they call her?
Ontario. Yeah, no kidding.
Could have
So,
heard that from space.
So I really appreciate my mother coming on the show and bringing that up. So
We do all appreciate that. We
Yeah.
appreciate that greatly, Kathy. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Your son's a moron. Now the whole world knows. We kept it a secret until now. Now everyone knows.
Yannick, we're gonna have to redact the entirety of every time Eric's been on the show, so he can keep up this narrative that now the world knows. Now,
I have markers.
exactly. All right, so Dr. A more heartwarming story. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to Eric's idiocy shortly.
Oh yeah.
Dr. Added the biggest card I ever bought for my daughter's Hall of Fame autograph card collection. Our first Mia Hamm autograph card. Felt like guys
very
man bidding
nice.
at 0.303 seconds left. Excellent work, Dr.
Very
Congratulations.
nice. I would love to have that.
It's like
Yep. Kathy, did you need that in details of the story? Just fact checking Eric's story. They don't believe you. Wow. Wow.
That I'm a moron and I screwed.
No, that part
everything
we
up?
all agree. That part we're
We
all
part
100%.
that,
We're all,
we believe that.
that's unanimous.
I'm
That's on
taking
all
back
party
Actually,
lines.
we
Everybody
witnessed
agrees.
it. We've seen it.
Yeah.
The story goes deeper.
It always goes deeper.
We don't need to talk about the fire, and people running for their
Turkey
lives.
breast you lit on fire and you're supposed to cook. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Here we go. Next time, pin a note to his shirt so the work at the store can read it. Yep. Sounds about right.
Yep.
Shut up, Bob.
Enough said. Enough
Yep.
said.
Yep.
Move on.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
I kind of wish he did. It would have saved me 20 minutes,
Yes, it would have. You're 100% right.
and I wouldn't have put these poor people through everything.
Okay, so we'll come. Like I said, we'll come back to Eric City in a minute. But
These people are poor now.
obviously, just
That's
terrible,
racist,
terrible,
too.
just terrible. So anyway, I'm going to combine two things because it was kind of funny. I noticed it after, and then I was like, oh, this is even better. It's even more perfect. So this right here is the last 53 Bowman color that I won. So the Eddie Matthews. I like that it's actually got some border. That's nice. It actually is fairly clean for the grade. I'm actually quite pleased with it. It was actually a good price. I was very happy with the price I got. But not only is it a BVG, purchase it from Probstein.
Oh no. You
Eric. Would you care to say? Would you care to add anything?
did- I think Eric shielded it.
Probably. Exactly. Ha ha. Feels better. Nope, that's it. Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate your sharing. Yep, Eric's minutes have string connected them. They do. Glad to hear Eric is moving out of the world, causing trouble. Sounds like his healing is going really strong. Excellent. Y'all people know. Y'all get it.
This is awesome.
Shut up,
Yep.
Yannick. You're supposed to be my friend. Shut up.
I
That's
am
like-
friend.
That's like hitting for the cycle. Thank you, Josh. Got the probe scene, got the BVG. Yes.
Oh,
Done.
What are
God.
friends if you can't make fun of them, Eric?
Yeah, right.
That's literally the first condition I have of my friendship. Is like you will accept my mockery. It is consistent and constant.
Yeah.
If you were to be at the expo, we would have continued it there.
Absolutely. Yes. And now I have more material. Dear God, I have more material.
Just keep track of it all. By November, you'll have a book full.
Yep. Eric has old idiot mins. Yep.
Well, they finally posted the for the expo. They finally posted the schedule of when you can show up and
Okay.
there's early movement and stuff like that. And
Now,
there's
I've been
floor
seeing-
plans.
Bobby, I've been seeing some posts where people have been showing the floor plan.
Yes,
I couldn't
Yeah.
find it. Is it on the site?
It's really funny. My friend, he says, when can we move in? I said it's on the website, and he goes, well, I'm on the app, and he goes, oh, here's the floor plan on the app. I'm going, I didn't see that floor plan.
Oh, so it's on the app? Oh, that's stupid. Guys, you got to put it on the damn
I don't
site.
know. But so he's showing
I
me
saw
that.
a floor
I'm
plan,
going,
but I can't remember where. But it was really brief.
The thing is, I saw the map they have of the building, the halls, and all that. Showed it last week, but I'm talking about the floor
No,
plan
the
of the
inner
actual
floor
booths.
plan,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, that's what I'm talking about.
it's kind of it's interesting. It's a lot of things are centrally located in the middle, which is different. It's usually on the outer edge or something, but it's a different. When you come in, it's sort of on an angle. On a little bit.
It's like more like a central floor now, basically a little more like rectangle-ish, but no back corner. Definitely, that's
Yeah,
that's
which
how the equation-
honestly is good. Which honestly is a good
Yeah.
thing. I'm good. Okay, so Brad here has done us a favor. By the way, I think Brad will be joining us a little later tonight. He let me know it'll be a little later, but I think he emailed me the floor plan, so I might be able to share it. Give me a minute here. I'll take a look.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. Because I wanted to see it as well, and I was like, "Well, can I see
It's
it?"
funny because my friend that I was talking to, he says, well, I had that great spot because he was right as soon as you came off the end and that other part went around the corner. He's right at the corner,
Yeah.
right there. And I said, you got the best spot in the place, really, because everybody has to come around you, basically. And then he goes, now I'm in a back corner or something. I went, c'est la vie.
Okay, so it's a little small. I can zoom in on it here. It'll give us a general overview, but I'll zoom in on a little bit as we go along here. So you can see, so it is more of a grid formation, which is better, honestly, for us. A little bit easier to navigate and work around. So there you go.
Wait, where's the beer garden?
Oh, this is critically important. Absolutely.
I
So
think
permanent food area. I assume
right
it's in
there.
permanent food area. We got that going here.
So that's where the X goes.
Yeah, exactly. No, here's the funny thing. I think the
X,
way this,
Labatt's, you know, whatever.
I think what's going to end up happening is, and this is just my opinion ahead of time, because I'm probably going to be helping Steve out a little bit by kind of being there as a second set of eyes and everything. Depending on what's going on with that, I'll probably be at that booth a little bit more. Obviously, we were able to consistently camp because there were a couple of us sitting at a time and kind of rotating around. I do in the first day or so want to navigate a little bit more. Now that it's in a more grid-like formation, actually makes more sense to kind of walk around a little bit, get a lay of the land. I believe, speaking of Billy and the Upper Deck folks, I believe Billy and those guys are actually going to come up for this one, so they'll be around. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to go by, chat, say hello. So I'll probably drop in, at least say hey to some folks that are coming up this time around. But it looks straightforward. It's nice that we can, once you kind of figure your way around, you can pretty much figure it out. We definitely still have some areas over to the side, which is fine. That makes sense.
So where's the corporate? Is that in the middle there?
Well, you got Upper Deck here, and you got Universal
Okay.
Distribution. So
So they're sort of,
they're kind of in the center of things. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I kind of saw with the plan.
Bottom
you got-
left, that's where all the autographs are going to be.
Where is
Yeah.
it?
The
The bottom
autographs.
left corner.
The autographs. I don't think so. Let me take a look. Hold on.
Yeah, it probably because
Yeah,
that's where the
bottom left
entrance-
there.
It's
the
down
back
here.
entrance is.
It's down here.
Back entrance is right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
they
and
always
it
have
makes
a
sense.
private
It-
entrance.
Yeah, and it makes sense.
They're
And you got a
putting
couple.
Bobby over there on the loading dock.
Yeah, sure.
That's where Bobby's going to be living.
I
They,
don't-
they,
no,
they put Eric over here in the dark void of space.
That's yes, Massachusetts, dark
That's
void
the-
of space.
That's the GO train.
Yep, on a good day. But basically, yeah. And here we go. And it looks like, yeah. Well, that seems to say PSA. So I wonder if this is Brad's booth. We'll have to double
Oh,
check that.
Hey, Brad, there you are.
Yeah. So we'll double check that. That's
Is
what
there
it's.
any other names?
Yeah.
is
So you
there
got
a list?
PSA there. You got Universal Distribution and Upper Deck. So you got those two.
Yep.
You got the Autograph Pavilion, Permanent Food Area. This thing called merch. Literally just called merch. I assume it's for the autographs. I assume it's something related to that. I
Yeah.
think, just because it's beside it. Nothing else seems to be marked off. There are some booths that are like squares here, circles. Yeah, squares here that are probably for very specific vendors. Usually, if it's configured like that, it's for certain specific ones that have booked it ahead of time.
Yeah,
like
so
that you
the
got a couple
entrance
ones.
is on an angle there. So
Yeah. Okay. Not too bad. Not
What's
too bad.
what's the mask policy going to be next week?
So as far as I know, like it's been
No.
quiet as far as that. They're really, yeah. It's
It's
kind of
over.
like if you want to wear it. You don't have to.
no mask.
Nobody's checking.
No.
I was
Yeah.
just wondering what Canada was a little more strict than the United States, and
We have no masks,
So
That
that's
masks
good.
are gone.
but you have to have a shot before you come in or leave the country. So
yeah.
that's a big deterrent at that point. So maybe we'll get that rectified very soon. I hope so. Because otherwise it's silly.
Now, Yannick, no, you're not planning on going next week, right? Are you going in November?
Oh yeah,
I wish I could.
you come and
Man,
don't
I'm
worry.
trying to always can I squeeze maybe a 48 hours or something, but it would be a terrible idea. So I'll be there in November.
Yeah, it would be
Alright,
exceedingly difficult. I think it's one of those things. If you can plan it out with ease, it's better. It's better in the long run. I wouldn't try to force it. I'm only at this stage. I'm only doing like the multiple days because honestly, I know enough people. I'm around. I can do some things here and there. For me, it's kind of fun. I basically treat it as a vacation for me. So it's like whatever. And it's to me, it's in my backyard. So like it's simple enough for me. But
Yeah,
if you
it's
got to
a
travel a
8-hour
little bit, you got to
drive
think
for me.
about it. Yeah. So
Carlos has people.
that's true. I do have people. Yeah, I feel better. I also couldn't find the photo. Yeah, it should have been in a more accessible place. It should honestly be on the website. That's silly. That's something they need to rectify.
Well, Steve was on the hockey time machine last night, and
Okay.
he was talking about the expo, and I think he said there's 400 and something tables. I think it was on the 4.25 or something like that.
Mhm.
And he said there's 220 something unique dealers. I went, wow, that's kind of a less
Mhm.
than I'm used to.
Yeah,
Brad,
well,
better
I think
watch out what we bet.
yeah, it plays into what you said though. I think what's going to be interesting though is it could also mean that some of those dealers are going to have the opportunity to have a little bit bigger setup for the ones that want to have it. So I can see that.
Yeah,
being a thing.
and prices went up.
Yep.
For the booths,
Oh, did the prices actually go up to the booths as well? Okay, gotcha.
without being informed.
Mm.
Here's your bill.
Oh,
That could be an issue. that
It
could
is
be a
the
thing.
issue. That's the
Yeah,
first
some
thing my
people
friend
off.
said. He says, "Oh yeah, the prices went up. Now it's 3,000 something for my 4 boots or whatever, 3 boots." I don't know. 4 boots.
That's a little expensive. Has UD Series 2 been pushed back? I don't know. I know they've had some trouble with it. So there's a couple of products that I'm keeping an eye on. I'll tell you one that I don't think we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see it, but technically we could have, but we shouldn't. Technically, the WWE product, the Panini one for Revolution, is supposed to be released on June the 3rd.
Oh man.
Yeah, but here's the thing: I guarantee you, some of those dealers have it a couple of days ahead of time if they wanted to. If assuming it arrives, I don't know if it would. But if it did arrive, if it arrived a couple of days early, they could theoretically put it on the tables at the show.
Yep.
No idea.
Starting the 3rd, right?
See, that's what they're supposed to do. It wouldn't shock me if it was there on the if they happen to have it. I can almost guarantee some will have it on the table on the 2nd, if they have it.
There's no police there for that.
Yeah, nobody's going to be there to check. Absolutely. So, and especially if you're trying to make money, you should probably do. You want to take whatever you can get. Especially if you can be first in front of everybody and get the product sold. May as well. I'll double check on that UD Series 2. I haven't heard anything about it. Canadian Sports Car Collector, I agree with this. So McKinnon versus McDavid. Well, McDavid scoring the game winner in overtime to advance. That's a big deal for him. Now, here's the question.
All night. I mean, I got the same time zone as you guys. I mean, I was up all freaking night watching that game.
Here's my question. Here's my question for you, though. Let me pose this question to the panel and to anybody in the chat who wants to opine. So this is a situation where you got our best player in the sport, did a big thing, specifically actually helped directly to lead to the victory, scored the game-winning goal in overtime, was great throughout the series, tons of points, multi-point games, performed exceedingly well, helped them go. Do we see an immediate turnaround then by next week? And then, some people try to bump up this up because they'll still be in the playoffs. They'll get a chance to move forward. So they got a chance. They're still in the tournament.
I don't see where there's room for his cards to go up. They're already,
there's always room for it to go up. In relative terms,
Needs
there's lots
to
of
win it all, maybe. Needs to really
They're already very, very expensive, and I stick by my whole. People don't have the money right now, so you can ask for
They
$10,000.
have the money right now, just not July 1st.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's like Connor McDavid, $14.7 million. What?
Yeah, I mean, I just think
July 2nd, $14.
There.
Hey, listen, as long as you got the first 14 and not the second 14, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
Besides, I've been told,
Yeah.
if you don't sell it, the price didn't go down.
That's right.
They're like, if you didn't sell it, the price did not go down.
That is genius.
Like, that's how you do it. You don't sell. If you sell, then you have to acknowledge the loss.
I know.
Yep.
So you can
Foolishness.
lie.
It's
Or
called
disclose.
collecting when you
It's
don't
called
sell.
disclosure. Sorry.
Yeah, just make it up. It's fine. Don't worry about it. CNC Collectivists, have I come to the right place to pump Star Wars? You can do it in the chat. Amuse us.
We only pump one specific Star Wars card here, and that would be the C-3PO. So other than that, we don't discuss it.
I like that he went straight to pumping that specific card and used that
Yeah.
nomenclature, that verbiage.
pumping.
You like that? That's right.
We know where your mind is, sir.
Good. Is my mother still here?
Yes.
All right, never
She
mind.
probably is, and the disappointment is palpable.
I didn't say that.
We moved on to Aussie Rules Football Card, as we should. Flames got hosed. Yeah, I know that. So here, talking about the non-kicking motion. Here's the
Have
thing.
to put A on the end.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Hosed,
As a unbiased third observer, I don't give a crap one way or the other. I was for me either team winning, great, no problem for me. It makes no difference on my end. The reason I posed the question a second ago is for the folks that want to see a big time player maybe get that huge boost. Connor McDavid is seen as the guy. Having a big playoff run would be huge for him. Like it would be that's the one missing piece to his puzzle right now. So the question is, does that then this wave of momentum carry him now?
It has to.
Yeah.
Because anything for the potential thereof, if
Yeah.
he gets a Stanley Cup, that officially kind of gets him into another arena.
Exactly. It pushes him up another tier. We look at him a little higher in the pantheon. As a young guy, we would elevate him quite a bit. It's a good start. Like
Some of the
it's
greatest
huge.
players never even won a Stanley Cup.
Correct.
So, having a Stanley Cup behind you, that's everything. He'll have a ring. And
They still have 2 rounds to go. Sorry, I'm not following. They're going to
So they're going to the
Conference
conference.
finals?
I think conference finals now.
conference finals.
Yeah.
I think the Expos are in it too.
I think so. So I'm surprised you haven't been paying attention.
Nordics, right? Too, right?
And them too,
Yeah.
All of them. They're all
I'll
in
tell
there.
you this:
You know,
if
Alouettes, they're in there.
if I was an investor, which
Hashtag invest.
all
Go
right,
on.
and I was to give out investing advice, which I do not,
Wink, wink.
I would not right this moment try to snatch up McDavid cards. I'd go after Draisaitl. He has the exact same number of points. You could, that's fine. That's right. Want the whole world on me. So go out and get those Draisaitl cards. He's got the exact same number of points. He's having an unbelievable playoff. And I think if you were going to invest, that is where you want to put your money.
What's that? You're muted, Carlos.
What?
I said Paul likes your comment. And fairly so. Fairly so.
That was the first. That was good.
I enjoy. Listen, I seize the moment. I see the moment. We ride with the moment. It was there. But thank you, Eric. Thank you for your hashtag advice corner.
I believe
I missed
that,
it all, but it was good.
Yeah, I believe that would be good advice for investing purposes, because I don't think David's going to go up much more because there's a ceiling. Draisaitl, I think, can go up more.
So here's a question though. Like, this will be kind of a side question. I want you to think about this for a minute. I want to read a couple of these comments, but I want you to percolate on this for a moment, and then we'll have briefly this discussion. So you think he has a ceiling? Of course, everybody has a ceiling, but you think he has a certain ceiling. Is part of the problem with the ceiling though is that we're talking about hockey, because in hockey we're always very moderated. I'll use an analogy here because I love analogies for a lot of this stuff. It's like living all the way over in the West Coast. It can get hot, but it can't get super hot. It can get cold, but it won't get super cold. There's a moderating that keeps it within a certain range, a certain band, as opposed to other areas of the country where we can go extremes. We can go all the way to one end or the other. When we look at, I don't subscribe to a lot of the hockey pumper guys who want to promote hockey at the expense of everything else. But comparatively to the other sports, the top tier guys don't carry the same kind of value. Now we've got Gretzky, who's done exceedingly well for some of his higher end stuff, no doubt. There is room though shy of that. There is potential room, and people like the guy who has potential. A guy like a McDavid, if he breaks through and goes to that next tier, we don't know what the room is. We know what the absolute ceiling is. He's not going to surpass Gretzky. I don't think that's going to happen. But shy of that, there's still a lot of room between where he is and where he could go. So where he settles in there is the question. I want you to think about that for a minute. I'm going to read a couple of these comments, but I want you to think about where that ceiling is and where you actually think it is versus maybe where it could go, and see if everybody agrees with you on where you think that ceiling is, because I'd be curious about that. So the supply of most of his rookies will still outpace demand. I would agree to a certain point, but inside the show, people are going to bring X amount. I think the room can absorb it, because there are going to be some people that are going to buy multiples trying to ride that wave. That's traditionally what happens. Folks trim in. That's why I thought it was an interesting one, given normally you expect the Oilers to be eliminated by now. Well, they're not. We're actually going to roll into the Expo, and he's technically still alive with the possibility of advancing another round. And heaven forbid they win. Who knows? Now anything can happen. It's fair game now. McDavid finals would be huge. It's pretty much the only hockey name American influencers know of. Yes, I agree. It's called Mark to Make Believe instead of Mark to Market. Yep. Absolutely. Just got an order back from CSG today. About 80% of the cases were scuffed. So I like the cases. I think they're extremely clear. I think they are very attractive. But I have seen that I think whatever they use on the outside coating it can be prone to scuffing. So I would say reach out to CSG and see what they can do for you. But it has been an issue. I have seen a few returns where I've seen that. A lot of others where I haven't. But it's a little bit your mileage. I think the nature of the case is that some of them can scuff. It's not across the board, but some of them can. I've had good luck with them so far. But I have definitely seen returns where there's been scuffing. So
Well,
you're not alone.
if that's the case, I'm going to put this in a bag.
I would put it, yeah, you can get like the
I don't-
little superior fit sleeve. Yeah, just get one of those
I
things.
don't usually put slabs in sleeves. I've never done that. So I think may have to do that if that's the case with these.
Make sure
because
you put it upside down, Eric, in the back.
True. That's
Okay.
that's 100% true.
they go in like this, right?
Yes, 100%.
With the
100%.
flat where the skates are.
Okay.
Hold on, I got some good
So
questions for
skates
Eric.
up.
Hold on, we're
Skates up.
coming.
All right.
Hold on. I don't think the Oilers get past the Blues or Avalanche. No, that's fine. But I'm saying at the moment they're still alive. Potential is still open. The hope is still lives. So I could see that having an impact on that market, especially. He's not as collectible as Drysdale. Yeah, he's not as collectible as Drysdale, though popular. I'm not sure exactly how you were phrasing that one, Josh. Maybe read it. But I like this one. So, Eric, do you watch hockey?
Shut up, Brad.
Leon is not a top 15 player without McDavid. I like the hot takes. I like the spicy takes. I'm appreciating it. Thank you, Eric.
Brad, if Brad thinks for a minute I have forgiven him, he is unbelievably wrong.
I'm sure he's devastated.
Shut
Crush.
up, Brad.
Crush.
Stupid. Big stupid.
Do hockey YouTuber pumpers even exist? They do. Their heads are disembodied from their bodies, but they do exist. Moving on.
I think I just did, right?
Yeah, well, that too. Yeah, also here. McDavid could reach Mario levels, or just a bit higher, and that would put him behind Gretzky and Orr for hobby relevance. And the thing is, that'd be a good place to be. That's not a bad place. So like I said, we'll talk about that in a second. I'd be curious where people's senses.
Mario's tough. I think he's already at like Yzerman level.
Sure.
And Mario's a big jump. Remember, Mario won 2 cups back to back. Now, of course, he had probably, every single member of the team ended up being a Hall of Famer, I think. But two cups back to back. His whole retiring because of his back and cancer, and coming back and still dominating the league after not playing for years.
No, I agree. Look, if the pitches
that's a tough jump.
If you're asking me between Lemieux and Gretzky, I'm a Lemieux guy. I believe Lemieux's raw talent, the ability he had where he could literally go get his own shot. He could push people out of the way and go get his own shot, in addition to having the skill. To me, he's the better player. For me. But the question isn't that. When you've got the younger guy here, people look at the rosiest possible circumstance. This happened in football with Patrick Mahomes. They compared him like, oh, well, could he be the next Brady? Again, you all know how I enjoy pointing out the Tom Brady thing. But let's forget that for a second. Let's just take it at face value. The only reason they did that is because so young, he was demonstrating so much promise. And then they automatically project. They say, well, if he does this for 20 years, there's no guarantee he's going to do that for 20 years. But if he did, in theory, then he would obliterate all the numbers of so-and-so. McDavid has started off so well and been so exceedingly good at this stage and at his current age, they project forward. Because Gretzky, after about his late 20s, early 30s, fell off huge compared to what he was doing prior to that. Part of that was the 1980s, high octane, like the conditions were perfect for him. And part of that is he started having back problems and his own personal injuries. If McDavid stays healthier, automatically he's going to have an opportunity not to match his numbers, but in the current era, you don't have to match his numbers. We did that with the Ovechkin argument. The fact he's even close to being able to match the goals thing is amazing. Nobody's touching the points thing. That video game era doesn't exist. We can't replicate that. So it's an unfair advantage to those guys. They got to play in a different era, a different format. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's the potential. People are banking on potential more than the reality. When he's later in his career, it'll actually hurt his value. It may bring it back. But in the shorter term, the possibilities are where people are losing their mind over.
But can we compare maybe across, let's say, Ovechkin, McDavid, Lemieux, Gretzky, like, in a way, like their points value compared to their cards, right? How many cups, how many how many goals, points, and all that stuff, and then you could probably come up to like if Gretzky goes this way high, and Ovechkin, Young Guns goes for being the guy next to him on the list for like the goals, I guess. So,
well, the thing is, one of the problems historically has been, and hockey has this issue as much as any other sport. It's not so much about the accomplishment as it is what people have decided is the narrative. They can see a guy who's performing extremely well, and like on paper, it's like, no, this doesn't make any sense. They're actually doing the thing. They're doing the thing that we want to see. I'll give you an analogy from baseball. Trout's the golden boy. I like having my fun with that one too. But a guy who started right around the same time age-wise, very close age-wise, Bryce Harper. He's got 2 MVPs. He is performing at an exceedingly high level, and he's playing well again.
Right now.
Yeah, he's playing well again. But look at the price discrepancy. It's huge. I'm like, the other guy's got 1 more MVP, and he's injury-prone. So, yes, he's got 1 more MVP. So fair enough. Let's count that. But the other guy, if he wins another MVP or 2, if Bryce Harper wins 3 or 4 MVPs, that's going to put him right up there. and he's still young, so he can put up great numbers. So it's like, is the discrepancy warranted to be should the gap be that huge? You can still have a gap, but people don't like Bryce Harper. They don't like his attitude. They don't like his style. They don't like his swagger. That hurts him. It's not the performance. It's how you feel about the guy.
It's like Kessel.
Yeah.
I know. It's just like saying that comparing like the numbers, like their prices. Like obviously, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
We live in a world too that a new basketball guy goes for over what a Babe Ruth card does. So,
But that was my point. So in basketball, you get a different thing. So we do this comparison thing. You say like, okay, so if the basketball guy at like this mid tier is worth this, why is McDavid worth this? I don't like playing that game, but you can make that argument. Like he, in relative terms, he is far ahead.
Doing it like hockey guys, just hockey guys compared to hockey guys, right? So
I really see it this way. I think that more people invest in basketball and more people collect hockey. And because it's more affordable, I believe that's just my theory. It's obtainable. Some basketball card at 15,000 even, which is nothing really for some of these new guys coming in with the RPAs or whatever. They're so out of reach for anybody who 90% of us collectors. So that's that upper tier of investors getting into it. And with us, McDavid, you can buy a McDavid. It's not that out of reach. Ovechkin's not that out of reach.
No, they're still, but that was kind of the point though, is that in relative terms, these guys are, you can get it for a couple of thousand. It's not 10, 15, 20, 30,000 unless you go to the higher end and then forget it.
All the Orrs and the Gretzkys, we get it. But, McDavid, he's had a good point. I think coming in, getting him, because I think he's going to go further. He's a fastest skater. He's such a good kid. He's the moves he pulls are just phenomenal.
Yeah. And he's showing it in the playoffs. I've gotten a chance to see some highlights that he's been doing in the playoffs against playoff competition, playoff hockey, which we all acknowledge is excellent.
Yeah.
And he's showing like video game moves. So it's like, oh man, and he's doing it against opponents who are trying to stop him. They're actually getting in his way, and it's like it's not working.
Yeah, it's not like Matthews didn't show up, right?
Yep, fair enough. So Eric, you need some slaps to use Slapstrong. There you go.
Yeah, we don't. Slapstrong doesn't have CSG yet, I don't believe.
And yet they were getting close to having HGA. For shame.
It was really close.
So
we did X-Nay on that one.
Shame. So. Yep, McDavid's ceiling can go below him. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. We can see. The only one riding coattails in the line is Kane. Not dry. Nothing close to an Oilers fan. I like when they get into the hockey debates. It's fun. All right, watching the Bruins is not watching hockey. It's more like watching bocce. Or bocce? Is it bocce?
Bocce.
Oh,
now he's just trying to be mean.
Yes. He is. That's why I read it. I wanted to make sure we got bocce correct. We got to make sure to get it correct.
It's like Tarjay. Bocce.
Tarjay, correct.
Yeah.
Mario was overshadowed by Gretzky, but it's all about Tarjay.
You didn't even get it French. Oh my gosh, because Tarjay is French and Target is, I don't know, Newfoundland? I don't know.
Maybe. But nobody's close to McDavid right now. Right now, he's definitely at the top of his game. So Francisco here talking about the DAPS one. We'll come back to that in a minute. Remind me in a minute and we'll come back to it. I'll have a little fun with it, but remind me in a minute. I want to read a couple more of these here. Where am I here? I love how the CSG case looks with the new label. Really disappointed with the scuffing. No, totally understandable. Totally get it. Ziggy gets excited whenever somebody brings up something he talked about. So there you go. Have his moment. Yep. So Harper's bad boy with bad rep with some fans. Agreed. Bryce Harper has a ton more rookie cards than Trout. He does. But Harper's actually a good baseball player. Moving on.
I love the smile. The pause.
Must be sad the Flames lost.
It was the pause, anyways.
It's all about the timing. Griffey Jr. never won a World Series, but everybody loves him. Griffey Jr. was a superstar in his era.
But doesn't show up at the Expo. Come on.
Yep. Trout was crowned early in his career by pundits. That's very true. Yep. Trout was the top 5 MVP voting this year. Yeah, but MVP is voted by the writers. The writers vote for the Hall of Fame. They're idiots.
They are.
Number 6 in MVP voting was a dead guy. 6 years running. Has anybody told him he's dead? He's dead. Number 7 was Eric. Eric has a replaced hip. He doesn't even play baseball.
I have a shot, though. They just put in, David Ortiz, a known steroid abuser. It's like, I don't get it.
User or abuser? Come on, you said one and you meant the other, or what?
Mm-hmm.
He uses
and abuses.
Yep. McKinnon.
And now he's a Hall of Famer.
Yep. Very few kids grew up watching basketball cards in the 70s. Very few kids grew up collecting basketball cards in the 70s, 80s like they did for hockey. That's fair. Getting Victor. Yep, no, that's fair. McDavid, McKinnon, Crosby. None other the Ovechkin is the GOAT. I do enjoy Ovechkin. Again, I like the goal scorers, but like McDavid is tremendously skilled. I give him his props. Like I said, I watched the highlights. Extremely impressive. Extremely impressive. It would not shock me if there is a boost. If some folks who have been pricing their stuff for Expo, as they watch that, as soon as he scored that goal, they're like, and we're just gonna bump that up a little bit.
If there's an afternoon game, they're going to have to leave an open.
I know, right? They're gonna be like, question mark? I'll let you know. Depends on what's going on when you ask me. Yeah.
1,700.
Yeah, exactly. It would not I guarantee you there'll be somebody there with like,
By the
are you
second.
watching the game? No, I'm definitely not. I'm checking comps.
And very naturally, Ovechkin can't play the way he used to play. He used to rush the whole ice. He used to go 100 miles an hour. He used to go to the net. He was incredible. Now he just stands to the the right of the goalie in his spot and waits for someone to pass him the puck. And that's what happens when you get older. McDavid right now is playing both ends of the ice.
Yep.
He's hitting everything that moves. He's got to be the fastest guy in the league. And he's got the best hands in the league. I mean, it is amazing to watch him. Just what a pleasure it was to stay up late last night and watch that guy do his craft. It was incredible.
Now, fair points, but also kind of your point from the Ovechkin thing, Eric. Ovechkin hasn't even ascended to his final form.
I know.
Death?
Brett Hull.
Brett
Hull literally stood in one spot and probably scored his last 250 goals from one spot. You don't understand. If he ascends to his final form, he will score 1,200 goals. You'd be like, wait a minute, I don't even have to skate.
Right.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Just roll me into the spot, guys. Roll me into the spot.
Matthews does it great.
Yeah. And listen, that's efficiency, my friends. That is efficiency.
Sure.
It worked very well for Brett Hull. In his career, he had a spot. You pass him the puck in that spot, he will score the goal. That's all he needs to do.
It matters not how you win the game, as long as you win the game.
That is correct. McDavid's greatest player I've ever seen. Second Lemieux, talking pure skill and talent. That's fair. That's fair. This year, according to the tracker thing, there's someone faster than him. Don't recall who they said. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, when they do the skills competition thing. Okay, so let's touch on this one.
That's semantics at that point.
Yeah. Either way, he's extremely fast. Let's just say he's extremely fast and call it a day. Okay. I think we're all comfortable with that.
I think we're all comfortable with that, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so let's do the thing, the DAPS one. So two things I want to say. I'll talk about it because you brought it up. Again, chat, if you guys want to talk about the stuff, we'll do it. Like, no problem. But I want to point something out. They literally laid out this plane 2 months ago. So what they're talking about here is that Star Wars card, that Star Wars Superfractor dealing. And the Ziggy and AIH and the other folks, they get obsessed about this stuff and they fixate on it when it happened 2 months ago. I know the sale didn't happen 2 months ago, but they were literally explaining what they were going to do forever ago. So now, to be fair, people told me, I heard that Ziggy had a video from them. I went to go watch it. Fair enough. Okay, great. I didn't know DAPS had a podcast. That was news to me. I actually didn't know. It amused me. Now, in the podcast, they were talking up Star Wars, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It was basically an infomercial for the friggin' Star Wars card. Whatever. Okay, cool. Great curator, when he got the card, he basically did a live stream right after he sold it to DAPS, before DAPS put out his video about the card, explaining basically that he sold it to DAPS in part because DAPS could help promote it. I was like, okay, seems pretty transparent what y'all are doing. And then you start a podcast talking about Star Wars. It's like, okay, what's the discussion point? The question is can it get to 100,000? Probably not. Can it get to more than 20 than what he bought it for? Probably. Sure. Yeah. My answer is sure. Yeah, probably. Am I mortified by this? No.
And the more you talk about it, it might go up a little more.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. If anything, Ziggy's helped promote it a little bit more. Now your question has helped promote it a little bit more.
There it is.
We're doing it for them. We didn't even get a cut. This sucks, bro.
Oh, we get jocularities of it.
Oh, sure. But the reason why I wasn't too... I listened to it, but I was like, I didn't hear anything that was shocking to me. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. I was actually having a conversation offline with this where I was kind of talking about the general thing. And people get, again, we've talked about it for weeks, people get fixated on the whole pumping and dumping thing. It's like, have you ever been to a card show? When a dealer tells you, oh, this card is really good because of X, Y, Z, blah, 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 yada, yada. Oh, it's the highest condition. It's got great centering, great registration. Even a vintage card, for example. This one's got tremendous registration compared to the normal. What is he doing? He's pumping up the card. Why? To get more money from you. we don't complain about it because he's literally doing it physically in front of you. He's putting on the whole performance for you, and you understand that he's trying to get more money from you. And then your job as part of the negotiation is to be like, well, actually, I see a dent in that corner. You're doing the opposite. You're trying to deflate his pump. He pumps, you deflate. That's basically the game that's happening in front of you in a negotiation. People seem to get more upset about it when it's in a content space. So it's a card that none of us are in the market for. None of us could afford, theoretically anyway, or wouldn't want to. For a market that doesn't really exist outside of certain specific folks that like it. There are folks that collect Star Wars cards, by the way. They existed because they've been releasing those cards for years. So there are folks that do collect the cards. They're not the ones paying $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 for them. They're the ones paying $50. They were the ones holding up that market prior to all of this. But the fact that they went out on a podcast and explained, like, okay, so I sold it to you because you have a bigger reach. Therefore, we'll talk about it a whole bunch. Therefore, more people will hear about it. Therefore, maybe more people will buy the stuff and it'll go up in price. Yeah, okay. Sounds about right.
Now, all of this is for the Golden Rod card? I don't understand.
No, the Golden Rod card is like will be the first $1 million one. That's
Okay.
different.
Okay.
But
all
we're only trying to get to 100,000 here, Eric.
Okay.
We're
Or
working on
20,000
levels.
plus.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
trying to get to 100,000. Can Daps and his backwards hat get to $100,000? Can he do enough podcasts to get to $100,000?
All
Well,
right.
he's young enough, maybe.
He keeps doing it with inflation. It's like by the time he gets to $100,000 will buy me a Big Mac,
Yeah.
a Big Mac with supersized fries.
Yeah. There you go.
You got 100,000. Congrats. Last year I made 14.7 million at work, but you got 100,000.
On an Otani card.
Yeah, exactly.
you.
Yeah, exactly. But look, the one part I don't object to the concept. And by the way, Chad, if any of you have any opinions on it, one way or the other, please, by all means, do it. Feel free to throw it in there. But it's like I can't be bothered to care. It's not really that egregious in comparison to that's why I use that dealer example. Literally, they are pumping to dump the card on you, and they're doing it in real time. It happens literally every single time, and we don't think about it. Well, they didn't go on a video and say it's a good investment. The dealer at the show said it's a good investment. But he does it to my face, so obviously then I can treat it appropriately and calibrate it to what's going on here in this transaction. But I guess when you're watching a YouTube video, it hits differently. I guess I guess that's the idea.
It's very similar to what Eric said, about being an addict. Every time their lips are moving. Same thing with the dealer.
Yeah, sure. But that's the thing.
Because they're just wanting to. You don't have to
they're
sell
used car
somebody on the
salesmen.
card.
Yeah, well, that's exactly the thing. So maybe the reason, like I said, I have a multitude of reasons. The problem is, I've been in this hobby too long, so a lot of this stuff it just bounces off of me and it doesn't register for me, because I'm sitting there like, oh, the pump and dump. It's like, you mean every transaction at every card show since the dawn of card shows?
No one's
Yeah.
sitting there. I don't think you should buy that.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. I have yet to hear these words from a dealer worth their salt. Like that's not the way this works. Their job is to try to talk up the thing. But again, they do it in real time. They're doing it in front of your face. Everybody more or less knows what the score is. They know what you're doing. You know what they're doing.
That's why Eric's not a dealer.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you need to wear your tinfoil hat when you watch some of that sports car content sometimes.
It's just the thing. Here's the thing. They could literally be drawing up the greatest conspiracy of all time. Someone still has to buy it. I don't have $100,000. You could be the most convincing job in the world. I don't have $100,000, so
Hey, you got
I'm not.
second mortgage, Carlos. Come on.
I thought about it, and then I was like, nah.
Yeah.
I need the money for the Trout long con. I'm
Yes.
talking down the Trout, so then I will be able to eventually buy all the Trout.
July
And
2nd,
all
Carlos,
of it shall
buying
be
all
mine.
the trouts, right?
All of it shall be mine.
The non pump and purchase.
Correct.
Yeah. I was going to buy a truck card, but I broke my pop bottles on the way to the
See, the
store.
pump and dump is for amateurs.
Yes.
Talking down the market consistently for years, that's the 4D chess play.
Bobby, your rookie cards suck. Nobody should buy them anymore.
Yeah, you have about 2 more years to do that, and you will begin on the level. You
All
may
right.
begin as a white belt.
I'm gonna see how it
Start
goes.
somewhere.
I'm gonna see how it goes.
Yeah. So I get the idea, but 2 things. Number one, I can't take it that seriously because it's blatantly obvious. like it's really obvious what to do. If they're trying to hide it, they suck at it. They're literally making a podcast that is, we're trying to pump the stupid card. It literally is in the title.
And who's watching that consistently? It's hard to believe that anybody.
Well, they just started it. My point though is it's so transparent, it's so obvious, it's so overt and blatant that I'm like, okay, so what am I supposed to get upset about here? Okay, yeah, you're just trying to pump up the card. I get it. You're trying to make more money from the damn card. I understand. Fair enough. Give it a go. See how it goes for you. Good luck.
Yeah, we all talk up stuff, you know.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. Out of all the thing, I like making fun of Dapsman. I coined Dapsman as a thing on my channel. But it's like, out of the grained ills of the hobby, he's relatively harmless. I don't really care that Dapsman does his thing. Like, okay, cool. You do your thing. Whatever. There have been plenty of people who have gotten away with murder in this hobby for decades.
Oh yeah.
No one cares. Dapsman is but a jaywalker in the grand scheme of these things. A parking ticket guy.
If that.
Yeah, not a big deal.
Yannick, how many people have you murdered?
Today? Could you be more
They're not
specific?
there to tell you, man.
You
All
can't
right.
disclose that being a
He'd tell you he'd have to kill you.
man.
Oh, add me to the list. Uh-oh.
Mm.
Oh yeah. First,
Gubber Connection
number
says late June for Series 2. Oh, okay. So it was originally June 2nd
Oh.
or 3rd. That's a shame. We missed it again. That sucks for the expo.
one. Twice now.
That's a
Yeah.
shame. Yeah. Who the hell is Daps and why should we care? That's kind of the point. That's kind of the point.
Exactly.
Yep.
Who's that man? Yeah.
Turn those hats. Yep. The funny thing is, post game, McDavid said he didn't have his best game of the night. OT goal was his only point. Yeah, it's true. That is true. Is the Golden Rod some parallel to the C3PO era? I collect Star Wars, but that card will be bought by someone to show their wallet size. And that's the other thing. They could achieve their aim by someone who's doing it for no other reason than to flex that they can.
That's it.
Not a collector per se, but just somebody's like, yeah, okay, I'll give you 100 grand just to say we did. Just to say we pulled it off. Congrats. I don't think you're going to find a buyer after that. Good luck, but I'm sure maybe they could. Maybe they'll succeed with that. Obviously, no one has been on eBay. That's pumping. Yep. What people think of the fact that it seems like they're trying to spread false perception. It just rubs people the wrong way. I get what you're saying, but it literally is talking up. It literally is talking up a market. As individuals in it, you have to choose whether that makes sense to you or not. So let's use an example. Let's actually use a legitimate example.
It's not false though. You know, because everybody has an opinion. I guess that they're giving you an opinion opposed to a factual, actual graft of past sales or future supply, whatever.
Yeah, sure. But I think the thing maybe where I kind of I understand Francisco's point here, but maybe where I kind of differ on this is we know who has the card. The guys talking about the card are the ones who have the card. So it's like it's a one of one. It's literally right there. It's on the table in the video on the shot. So it's like when they're talking up the card, yes. So if you purchase the card, you will be buying it from them who are talking up said card. You can choose whether to believe them or not. That's your business. Or you can let them keep the card.
It was public what they said, what he paid for the card, correct?
Yeah, it was in one of the videos, yeah. It was like 20 grand or something. Or
Yeah,
17 or
20
15 or whatever. Yeah.
So, you know, people just have to go back and look at that video and go, why is this worth 80 grand now?
That's what I mean. The bottom line here is that out of all the attempts at this kind of a pump and number, whatever,
What's the
this
bad
one is
attempt?
so transparent. Like it literally, we have video. We can cite video of the transaction. We can cite video of the discussion that led to the transaction. You can decide if it's staged or not. I don't care. That's your business. You can do that. But whatever. They cited a number that they claimed they paid for it, and you can follow the last couple of transactions right from video.
See, that's one thing I would have never said. I would have never told them the price or where I got it from.
Correct.
I would just go
That's
forward.
exactly it.
You know, that makes no sense to me. It's just like you never put your cards on the table. That makes, I don't know. Like, what'd you pay for that? Like, actually, guys ask you that. It's kind of funny. What'd you pay for that? It's like, I don't know. I found it on the front line.
Yeah, and
That's
the
my
other
comment.
thing is when it comes to a lot of that stuff, unless you have like a really good paper trail, you can make up almost anything you want. Like a transaction is not that difficult. One of the cards I've actually got, like I had that Medano card here, but I grabbed a couple of the cards that I had from this past week's mail, so I got them all in today. A bunch of these. This is a 1996 Fleer Zone Griffey card. Not super expensive, very nice. They were one in a couple boxes. It's a neat looking card.
Cool looking card.
Yeah,
actually.
exactly.
That's cool.
I paid about $20 for it. Not a big deal, nothing crazy. I thought it was a neat looking card. I liked it.
I
these
think
were...
it's worth $1,000.
Exactly. That's the point I'm getting. That's the point I'm about to get at.
How
It's a
could it
super
not?
shiny card. I sold
Got
it
the
to.
circle for the baseball.
So just so y'all know, I sold this to Yannick for $125,000 in unmarked bills.
Unmarked.
Yeah, I sold it to Eric for 500,000 he didn't know.
Correct. And Eric sold it to Bobby for 5 million Doge.
Sorry, Trout. Oh, Doge. Oh, yeah.
Doge. No, Doge is more fun. The point is that you can say it. We can even show a transaction. I can go to the expo and put this card down on the table and show a stack of cash beside it. It's a $20 card. I paid $20 for it. You can go look up comps. It's it's available. Like it's cool. Like I said, it's a cool card. I put it in a one touch because I think it's a neat card. I like it. I like Griffey. He was one of my favorite players in that era, at that time period. If you're a '90s baseball guy, Griffey's one of your dudes.
So with that card, what would that card be in a 10? Or
Could probably be a couple $100 because these do tend to chip. This one actually has some chipping on the back, and I do talk about that in the video for the pickups because I mentioned it does have a propensity to chip. So getting it in decent condition is really difficult. It's actually tricky.
Yeah.
So if you're going to pay a premium for it, fair enough. If you got one that's unchipped, I could understand that. But otherwise, you can go buy a raw copy on eBay for like $20. You should not pay more than that. It's unreasonable. Like that's, I think, the going rate approximately. That's good enough. And it's a fun card. It's a neat one. You can have it in your collection and enjoy it. Not a big deal.
I don't want that in my collection. I wouldn't enjoy it.
It's true.
I think,
It's true.
I think it'd look nice.
It's like
You could
you-
flicker it around.
you could even put it upside down. Like you have an idea how like the shine doubles if you put it in the one touch upside down.
You could turn one of your lights off in the back, save some money, buy some more turkey breasts. I don't know.
Exactly. Love it. Love it.
They're yummy.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing about it is that the transactions. Now, here's the thing: the counter argument. Let's put together the counter argument briefly here. The counter argument would be like, oh well, that one is available enough times that you could see other comps and see that obviously you're lying about that transaction to Yannick. Very true. If it's a one of one, it becomes trickier, right? Because there's only one. So who's to know if that transaction actually took place for whatever the dollar amount is? It becomes more complex. When the card is readily available and can transact multiple times, then you can probably establish a value. Why did you pay 50 times more than anyone else has ever paid for this card? And the next one sold for the regular price. That doesn't make any sense. The anomalies become more obvious. But like I said, in this case, it is pretty transparent. It is a one of one. We know who has it. So if the next sale is kind of wonky, you know what the deal is. Like we don't have to work that hard. I think you'll be able to figure it out. That's the reason why I don't spend too much time like, okay, look, man, if you want to freak out about it, go ahead. But literally they mentioned, they did a live stream where they talked about that exact thing prior to that podcast, and then they made a podcast about it. How much more documentation do you need about what their plans were? So I got it here. $24.95 US, exactly. That was the sale price of that card. That was free shipping on that one.
Ooh.
Oh yes, very fancy.
That's the money maker right there. The free shipping.
Huge.
Honestly.
Yeah, but
I
regardless,
will change my mind when there's free shipping.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sold. Free shipping. It's
Free
like
shipping?
that's
agreed.
$30.
Agreed.
I always do free shipping if I'm selling something, and I sell very rarely. When I sell in the United States, it's always free. I'll pay the $3 and something cents.
You don't even
I can't-
charge. You don't even charge in shipping for the precious C3PO golden rod card.
Well, first of all, I would
You
never
need
sell
insurance, an
I would
armored
never sell-
truck.
that. I have a whole
Tracking.
closet full of them, and I would never sell any of them.
Funny that they would be in the closet. Go on.
Mhm.
Anything else in the closet there, Eric?
No, it's all
Nothing
out of the
else
closet
going
now.
to come out tonight.
All right.
We went down a dark path. Moving on.
too follow.
Yep, it was too obvious. It was too easy. I talked about Trout going down. How'd you get him in the con? Never question the long con. I have people. Moving on. Ever wonder if the 18G sale was actually 18G when they were already working on getting a podcast? That's my point, though. If you want to put your tinfoil hat on, they could totally have pre-planned it, staged the sale. Like, I'm with you. Regardless, though, why do you care?
It could have been a 10 grand
Sure,
deal.
but
And they could have said 20.
I guess my question though is it's a one of one. Literally, only one person can own it. Why do you care? Like it would take an inordinate amount of work to actually do because if everybody else sits there and go, yeah, I wouldn't pay that. That's the end of that. Like it's done.
Close, yeah.
You're stuck with it. Like you can't do anything else. Like
And the caliber of people watching his show, like really,
yeah,
talking about speaking to deaf ears. It's just
it's like
Well, just remember, he's a friend of a friend of the show.
sure, but the
Oh.
thing here's the thing.
sorry, Tim.
the discussion we had earlier about McDavid could very easily be misconstrued as a discussion about, like, oh, well, they pump up the price or whatever. I'm simply pointing out that it's like, well, he's still in the playoffs. Logically, I will expect some of those sticker prices to get bumped. I'm sorry, that's a prediction.
We gave
That is my
scenarios.
statement.
We
Yeah,
gave
like,
scenarios.
but it's also a realistic scenario.
Real world.
I don't
Yeah.
own any Connor McDavid cards. I wish I did right now. Right now, I wish I did. Going into the expo, it would be very nice to have some of that. I'm sure it'd be liquid. If you're willing to make a good deal, it'd be very liquid. Love to have them right now,
Perfect
especially
timing.
right now. Yeah, but I don't. So it is what it is. But
we have a. I haven't done a ton of research, but I've seen a lot of McDavid around the store lately, and no one's coming in asking for it.
Because you're in
You know.
Boston.
Yeah,
How many
they
Bobby Orrs
come
in there?
They want
How
their
many Sandersons
Marchands
in there? Like, come on.
They want their Marchands and they want their Bergerons.
It's Marchand.
Bergerons.
That's
Not
Marchand.
down here. So, but very rarely
That's why
is
you're not
anyone
selling
coming
them.
in
That's-
asking.
Hey,
for,
you mispronounced the name and they don't know who you're talking about.
I
got a junior Griffey
I was looking
today
for
as well.
Marchand, and
Yeah.
he's got Martians there. I don't know what.
Yeah. Junior Griffey did as well. Good stuff, Bob. Rock Latex here. Is it a BJ Ryan one? No. This one's no name, no number on this one. I do have a couple with names and stuff, but very
It's
few.
the Roger Clemens.
No, I just leave this one blank. I actually like the black jerseys. I kind of wish they would have an alternate. I don't want it to be the regular. I would love to have an alternate. I actually like the black jerseys. I like this when Dallas had the black jersey, when they had
Like
that one.
the
I was a big fan of that.
the Mets black jersey is nice too.
Yeah, I think it can be done well. It shouldn't be your everyday jersey, but if you've got an alternate to that, it's actually very cool. I like it. I always appreciated this one. I know some people didn't like this one. I understand. I liked it. This is one of my ones that I decided to pull this one out of the closet for the
Everybody
jersey.
likes wearing black, so there you go, right?
It's
What do
slimming.
you guys
It's
think
slimming.
of Colorado's new blue tone kind of like on their jersey? I like it. Is it new from this year?
I
Yeah,
hadn't caught it.
orange,
I hadn't been
blue.
paying too close attention to it. I hadn't seen it.
Okay,
Is
the
it,
blue
is
on
it
their
just a
shirt.
tweak on the regular?
Yeah, I guess like it almost kind of goes towards the Nordic blue tinge kind of
Okay.
on their shirt.
That's why you like it.
Yeah, I don't know. It caught my eye. I was like, I
Hey,
haven't
listen,
seen it
whatever
so
works,
long.
man.
It's like-
Whatever works, man. We know. How do we know Daps actually paid? Yeah. No, I'm with you. So come on now, people in this hobby would never lie. Correct, Bob. That is correct. The shine would distract Eric as he walks by it. That's true. The real reason he doesn't want it is the shine is too much for him. Look at it, Eric. Look at it.
Shiny.
It's beautiful.
Daps man could be doing the long con on that too.
Absolutely, 100%.
If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Shut up, Bob.
Great curator is a sly talker. His 9-to-5 profession is a divorce mediator. I didn't actually know what it was, but that doesn't shock me. He knows how to word stuff to make it seem greater than it is. He literally calls himself the great curator. Yes. Yes. The superlatives are key. Market manipulators are a useful part of the card ecosystem as they help establish floors for some cards. Yeah. Sure. You can make that. You could. Okay. Can I? I want to actually get everybody's thought on this. So this is maybe this warrants a video. Maybe I have to make it. Okay. My contention has always been there's always the contingent that is like we want regulation. I'm of the opinion I can live with whatever. You want to do it, fine. You don't want to do it, fine. But my opinion has always been, when it comes to the hobby, is that the Wild West nature of it has always been a feature for people that know what they're doing. It is what creates the arbitrage. Oh, but the card graded by this company is selling for 60% of what this other one does. That makes no sense. The card in this holder is better. Good. That's an opportunity. That's arbitrage. Oh, but it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't matter. That's a feature. That's a good thing. If you know what you're doing.
And, with cards, they are predictable.
They
That's
are.
one thing I don't sort of like, With the stuff that I deal with, it's total arbitrage. How many have you seen? How many are out there? Have you ever even seen this team before? What do you want for it? And then it's just like you can ask 500 or 200 or $50.
Yeah.
And if you know what you know, it's the arbitrage is so large.
Yeah, but the thing is, the way I know that sports cards have always had this opening is if you can go to a show, walk to the table on the left, go and walk up to the thing, look and see something that's priced at X, grab it, buy it for the dealer's price, walk to the other side of the room, hand that over, that dealer offers you 1.5 times or 2 times what that other one did because they have a better sense of what it is. In the same room. Why? Because that is the market. It's an inefficient market. That's the definition. Inefficient market. We have tons of them. How did you get it for that price? Oh, I bought it on ComC. Why would it be that price? They didn't know what they had.
There's a buy it now. It was.
I bought it instantaneously at that price. What did you do? I got it back in. I went, sent it to PSA. It came back at 10. Boom. Sold it for 10 times what I bought it for. How is that possible? Inefficient markets.
That's why this marketplace stays alive so well.
Correct. So they're sitting there like what they're wanting to do is they're wanting to put us
Gambling
all
in
in
a
a
way.
box. They're wanting to put everybody in a box.
Yeah.
The problem is there's a lot of us who operate really well in that open environment, and it's like, look, I'll live with it. If you eventually get it, congratulations. I can live with it. I can make it work. It doesn't matter. But I'm sorry, man. In the Wild West, I got piles of gold behind me that I pull out at times when I need them, and I got 6 shooters up the wazoo. I'm good to go for any situation in the Wild West.
You got it.
Yeah. It's like, sorry. So it's like, it doesn't benefit me. I'm cool with it either way, but I also have no problem with the openings, the opportunities that present themselves. Why shouldn't I be able to take advantage of having knowledge? If I have knowledge, shouldn't it have some value? In this environment, it does. If you know something the other guy doesn't, you win.
Case in point. So I purchased this Nintendo.
It's him, a Mario.
It's Mario. So this was a precursor to the comic book that was coming out. So it was a simple handout that nobody really kept. It's like 8 pages. There's not really much to it. And I picked it up at a dealer had it at a show in Hamilton for I think $500.
Mm-hmm.
So I had some tradable things. I actually traded some Hulk stuff for it. The stuff I picked up. So he's finally gone and not talking behind my back anymore, brother. Anyways, so I traded off 5 or 6 different things that I really only had like $150 into. So I got this really for $150 cash. Now he said there's a corner ding. So here's the guy. He's got a great comic. Now these raw, I could put this on eBay and get 800 US right now, just
Sure.
as it is. And well, if you convert that, it really becomes 800 Canadian. So there's really no upcharge because of the fees and what have you. So it serves me no purpose. Now it's got a corner ding. Now what do they do with comic books? They compress them. They can, they can send them into CGC and
That's
get
right.
them graded. So you get a 9.2 something like that on this because this is like a pretty perfect comic. Except once that presses out, I can get a 9.2, 9.4. We're at 3K.
Mm-hmm.
Big difference. That's the arbitrage that Carlos is talking about,
Yeah.
and this is exactly where it falls. Now, anybody could have bought this comic book. The funniest thing, he let some guy come up and he goes, "Oh, what is that? Can I see it?" And he took it out. And he goes, "Can I take it out of the folder?" And this guy's not buying it. If you look at his clothes, you kind of sit there, I wouldn't let him take it out. So he takes it out and goes, "Okay, how much you want for it? 5. Okay, thanks. Here." Just like,
Yeah.
don't let him touch my comic.
Yeah. But the thing is, the bottom line is that is available. That some people do not know that and aren't able to take advantage of it, I understand. But the thing is, that whole idea is, there's no nice way I can put this. It is simply to protect the stupid. And I'm like, I don't really feel any need to protect you. I'm sorry. If you're the stupid, sucks to be you. Live your life. Good luck.
It isn't the stupid. It's people who invest. Like I always say, I pick up things because I know more than most people about hockey, vintage stuff. And they say, well, if you know so much, I said, well, if you went to a doctor or a specialist, he's got 8, 10, 12 years of studying that he had to do. That's why you have to pay him a lot to go there. So he reaps the benefit, and that's how he makes more money. You didn't even go to grade 9. You expect what?
Yeah.
So at this point, you get rewards from putting the work and investment into time into, can that be graded? Can it be pressed out? Can you do those things? That wasn't asked by him because his mentality is get stuff in, get it out.
Yeah.
He wasn't a comic guy. He was a vintage kind of guy, and just I guess he got it somewhere and he just assumed that he eBay checked it and said, okay, sort of worth this, got a corner ding. Okay, good. Done.
Yeah.
Done for me. If I didn't buy it, somebody else would have bought it and probably done the same thing. So
Well, that's exactly it. And the opportunity was there. People
so
had
I'm
the
not that
opportunity.
smart. I just know enough.
Correct. And that has always been, to me, that has always been one of my favorite features of said market. It's an opportunity. If you were willing to put in that little extra time, a little extra effort, the rewards are there for you, if that is your desire. Like, I did that. But we've talked about it on here on these live streams. I talked about when I bought the same cards. I bought a Juan Soto rookie in a PSA 10. The market shot up. I sold it. I waited. I bought the parallel that was more limited to it, cheaper than I sold the more common version. I got to upgrade and make money.
First
just had
auction on PWCC last November, wasn't it? Last
Yeah.
December.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to Yannick's point, I got in on one of the first PWCC monthly auctions that they got in there. I got a Soto out of 25. It was in a BGS 9 holder. People didn't pay attention to it. That card is out of 25. That is his rookie. That is a rookie year card. Even Victor now considers the parallels to be rookies. So now it is a
Now-
Juan Soto rookie out of 25, y'all. And here's the thing. I bought it for $280. The cheapest one on eBay right now is $1,500. One of them is
See-
$10,000 because it's in the PSA 10. Now, are they going to get it? Probably not. But is it worth more than $280? Yes, definitively yes, without a question.
See, there's always going to be the lore behind this this story. You know, remember when PWCC, their first auction, nobody
Mhm.
was really into it. It's funny, you know, the good old days are here and now. We don't
Correct.
understand that until we can look a couple years
Yeah.
on and a couple more years on. And we were right in it. We could have all bought Gretzky cards and be sitting here, you know, with hundreds of thousands of dollars, but no. And we're in the hobby, and we know this. You don't know what's going to happen. That's the fun part about the hobby, the unpredictableness.
Yeah. But the thing is, if you go through enough of those cycles, then you no longer worry about it. Oh, I missed that opportunity. No problem. Another train will come in. There will be another opportunity. Guaranteed. All right, you missed out on the PWCC auction. Don't worry about it. There'll be another thing down the road. There will be another opportunity. What I'm doing, that one is coming with me to the show. I'm going to take a look around, see what the lay of the land is. I may crack it out and put it in PSA because even as a PSA 9, it's actually easier to move than in a BGS 9. I know Eric loves the BGS. It'll hurt him that we're going to crack it out, but we may do that. That may make more sense. It
Can I
could.
crack it out, send it to me. I'll use a hammer.
Yeah. Under the right circumstances, it could. And if it gets that bump, then it's a rookie year card out of 25 that's in a PSA 10. This is
That'd be
good.
something.
This is good.
Yeah, then the universe, you know, aligns and you're good.
On the right circumstances.
You got the PWC.
It's all coming up. It's all coming up exactly.
It's all coming up,
the short long
Carlos.
game.
But the thing is, you gotta wait. And because I bought it at a price that was already fair,
Yeah.
I can't lose. Like at that point, we're fine. We're not worried about it. Like great, and I can hang on to it too. Like all the options are available.
Just get rid of it before July 1st.
There you go. Exactly. So real quick here, I'll get caught up on these comments. Big Scott says Mets wearing black now. Thank you, Big Scott. Added new blue a couple of years ago as far as the Avalanche jersey. Paul here says if someone isn't smart enough to figure out when the pump is happening, can't really help them. Yep. Same thing in real stocks. Not everything sells for the same price to earnings ratio. Yeah, 100%. Don Bradman effect. Love the reference. Worthless card still in a high grade slab. Nicely done. Bobby is pumping comics. No doubt. Bye. Did pressing comics kill values? It depends on the comic. For
No.
some comics, it's okay. Because I think the way it's just how they put it on the label, whatever they put on the label.
You're allowed to press and clean it. It has nothing.
Yeah,
to do
exactly.
with it.
I was pretty sure. I'm not as familiar with the comic rating.
If you,
I'm pretty sure they will allow it in a lot of instances.
it's only on the label if you touch it up or
Correct.
press it.
That's
Okay.
what it is. Yeah,
So
that's
the
what it is.
pressing and cleaning.
Yeah.
I watched a video on it and I just went, "Wow! If they
Mm.
did that to cards, oh shoot! You know, PSA 10s everywhere.
Yeah.
Quick, sell your 10s."
Yeah, exactly. But and that's another point. When I got in that last PSA return, when Brad showed off those cards and then I got them back, I sent in some cards. I was thinking 9, 10 on a good day. A few more of them came up 10 than I anticipated.
It was a good day.
It was a good day. I have 9 copies of the same cards on a couple of those. I've doubled up on a bunch of them. So I actually have a 10 and a 9. So for collecting purposes, I can hang on. A 9 is fine. For my collecting, like, what do I care?
10's better in your pocket.
I'll let
9's
the
better in
market have the 10. I don't care. Makes no difference to me. So that means I have inventory. If I finagle my little corner, I can have PSA 10s of these cards. And if somebody gives me the right offer, I'll let you have it, man. It's all good. Whatever.
Sure.
Yeah, and it will be many multiples of what I paid for it, I assure you, because I didn't pay much for most of those.
Many.
Yeah. At least 10 to 15 on most of those. Terrible. They're trying to get sailor money.
It'll be
We're
cool in your
always
place
trying.
in no time there, Carlos.
What's that?
It'll be cool in your place in no time.
I'm about halfway there. I've been really slacking on putting the money aside, but I'm about halfway there.
couple Sotos and Otanis. Come on, you got it.
If here's the thing,
Soto's for an
if
AC.
I legitimately sold
And
the
they're feeling
Soto,
great too.
if I legitimately sold the Sotos, I could get the deluxe fucking version. Okay, it's
Nice.
like what happens? It's like how do you do it? I control the temperature with my mind.
How many? How
I don't
many
even need to
million
push
beats
buttons
do
like a
you
peasant.
use?
Why would I push buttons like a peasant?
Exactly.
Agreed. A lot of dealers underprice their cars, not knowing what they have. Yeah, recently got a Crosby pair of Young Guns checklist, PSA 10 at show for $60. I can assume that's good. I don't need to look up that card to assume that's quite good. Like a
You know,
PSA 10 for $60. You're solid.
There's another thing too. You know, what I do at the show when I used to set up is I would look around the room and see. You know, I pick up something for $20. It's worth $100. Everybody has the $100 at the show. There's 4 or 5 of them there, or whatever I have. You know, I'll put it at the $70 and get rid of it and be the first sold, rather than competing with the other guys at the $100 mark. I'm in there. I got it at a low value. I can get rid of it for a lesser value. You don't have to maximize. So, you know, he got that card for $60. The guy probably picked it up it was in a dollar box, and he probably pulled it out and said, "I'll take $60 right now." Great. So he's happy. You're happy because you got it for that.
Mhm.
Everybody's happy. Great.
Yeah.
I
Great
always
hobby,
sell
isn't it?
to move. I don't. I go on eBay and look at the comps, plus look at what's selling, and card A, 50 people have it, and they're all charging $100. Well, I want to move it, man. I'm starting at 75.
Not sell to move. You price to move. You sell to
Yeah.
move. Well, I sell him to move. Yeah.
Yeah, I want it gone.
Same
I
thing.
want my money.
There
Yeah.
is an
that's smart.
advantage to that. I had that recently with one of those Guerrero Juniors. I had one of the I had the Atomic Refractor Guerrero Junior. That was one of a series of them that I had bought because I had bought almost every non-numbered Guerrero Refractor they had for his rookie year. I had all of them at one point, and I've sold them off over time, one or two at a time. And that one by that point, I think when I sold it, the going rate was about 700, 725 ish. I sold mine for 650 because the guy came in with a quick offer. It was a Canadian buyer, so I could ship it quickly, get it to him, boom, done, no questions, no doubts. I took a little bit less, but I got my money right away. 650 US.
Yep.
What did I have into it? I paid $30 for it. And then I had it graded.
So you take a little less.
So in relative
less.
terms, you do a little math and go like, okay, so what was that? So I have 80 into it and I sold it for 650. That'll do.
But people like to maximize their profits, and they
Oh,
won't
for sure.
for
But like
anything
for an
else.
extra $50, am I going to hold it for another couple of weeks? Like for me,
Or a
it was
month
like
or two.
I did fine. Yeah, like for that, take the
Compete with
money.
everybody else at the same prices.
Yeah. So there are opportunities. As I say, if you're willing to, and by that point, I was well into black, comfortably many times into black. I'm like, okay, what's the point of squeezing another $50 out of
50
this?
makes no sense. No, just move it. Improve it.
And those are the opportunities that present themselves. My focus is going to be what's the next $30 deal that down the road I can flip and do that. That's what we're looking for.
I think that's the one big problem with the expo as well, is that too many guys sit on the things that they have, and they think it's so rare. It's like, yeah, but you've had it for 4 shows, man.
Right.
You know, I paid more for that then. So like, time to lower your price and lower your expectations. You know, whatever you sold, you can make up for the loss on that. You can't always stick there at that price because it's going to be there for another 5 years.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I 100%. I go to the same monthly show. I go to where the hockey dealers are. I go to this one hockey dealer. He's got his the box display case and
Restraining order.
his training
Training
order.
order.
And the bottom left-hand corner, same card, same price tag. I ask him how much you want for that. He tells me the number. Come back to next month. How much? It's still there every month. And I said, it's been there every month. He goes, yeah, but that's what I want for it. I'm willing to
tell him
give
you give him
this
$2
for it.
instead of 3.
How much?
Tell him you give him $2 instead of 3.
That's right. And,
Have you considered telling him about the great joys of erosion?
Yes.
Slowly biodegrading, one step at a time, until eventually it becomes dust.
Well,
And
it
that's the
isn't like
truth.
I'm taking like 75% off and I'm giving them a stupid offer. It's complete. It's the same damn card, the same damn spot, month after month after month after month, and he won't sell it.
And those are the dealers that stay around at the expo forever, and they keep the same stuff for such a long time. And they can never pick up anything else again because they never make enough money to buy other stuff again because they can't sell the stuff that they have because they all want the maximum dollar they pay for it. And I know these guys, and they probably pay 10 cents on the dollar, but they want the 90% back.
Yeah.
100% back. Yeah. And and then you just sit there with stuff. If you think of how much stuff is in dealers, oh, that's fast. how much stuff is in dealers' hands at this point in time. Like if we collectively got all the dealers together, there's a lot of stuff out there that has not have found a home yet. I'm looking to find homes. Yeah, be gone. Enjoy,
Yeah.
Carlos. Enjoy.
Well, that's the thing though, is that when your job is to sell it, like the money and that goes back to the idea of people looking at paper gains. I go, paper gains are awesome, but they don't matter. They're irrelevant. Your card could have gone up 1,000,000,000,000x, but until you actually do so. Now, if you want to hang on to it, your collect. Well, then it doesn't matter that it went up 1,000,000,000,000x. You may as well. It could have gone down 90%, and it's the same. It doesn't make any difference.
Doesn't go down until you sell it.
Correct. But if you're measuring the success, quote unquote, by how much it's gone up, well then, okay, so is your plan to sell it? Oh, well then no. So why do you care what the price is? If you're in the market to sell it, then you care what the price is. If you're not in the market to sell it, then it really doesn't make that much of a difference. Who cares? It's one of those things where it's like, but if you are trying to sell it, well, then maybe you don't need to squeeze every last dime. You don't need to get every drop of blood from the stone. Take your profit and then go make your next deal. Because if you're so smart, there are more opportunities. It will come up.
The ones that aren't smart are the ones that aren't selling.
Correct.
And
We're going to see that. We're going to see that at the show. We're going to see some folks that will stubbornly hang on to last year's price and won't be able to let it go. And good luck with that.
Well, that's going on right now, is it not? We're seeing that across the board.
On some of the shows, yeah. I've been paying attention.
Hey, listen, I paid more for that. Well, that's not my concern.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
marketplace. You have it on your table. If you think you're going to get last year's comps, forget it.
Yeah, I'm sick and tired, Bobby. You're 100% right. I'm so sick and tired of hearing I have more into it. That was great. You bought it 2 years ago during the height of hobby history. I'm not interested in what you have into it. You bring it here to sell. I have cash. Here is some cash.
You should just say next time when they say that, just say you're going to lose your shirt, man.
Yeah,
You're crazy.
Sometimes hanging on, the price keeps going down later on. I've done that to dealers at shows who stubbornly hung on to a price, and I would see it show by show. But every time my offer would keep dropping.
Oh, yeah.
And they knew what my offer was before. And it's like, but you offered this much before. Well, the market continues to, the market's getting away from you and it's getting closer and closer to me. Now, why would I hurt myself by offering you the previous rate? That was last year's Carlos's price.
How many Medano collectors you see walking around this place? Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. It's like this year's, but I did the same thing with vintage because some guys would stubbornly hang on to, the card was nice, but they would stubbornly hang on to a price that didn't make sense. And they'd be like, no, you're not getting it.
Watch out, there's more Madonna super collectors now.
I heard it. Yeah, my competition has never been stiffer. Never been stiffer than it is at this time. I was just thinking when Eric was giving a story about the dealer, when he was giving a story about the dealer, I was thinking that he was pondering the price while doing this. Just staring at it.
Maybe. If I sign this ball, how much would it be worth?
Exactly.
Or he's going to go to York.
Yep. So lately, like I said, so this is right now sitting at Ship My Cards. I just got this one in this week. So I'll be having that one sent over. I'm thinking maybe the week after the expo. I'll have them send it after.
What makes it a 2.5? Because really, if you think the centering takes it down, corners look pretty good. Is there something on the back?
So let's take a look. I'll pull up the back. I think the back.
Giant piece of bubble gum.
I actually don't think they penalize the centering as much traditionally in the stuff I've seen, but let me take a look.
No, even with I don't see rounded corners on that.
Let's take a look. Image of the back. Here we go.
Because really, it looks like a 4. The corners are nice, and there's no crease in it, right? Looks like no crease. It doesn't look handled.
Yeah, it looks decent to me.
No coloring, no. That's a nice. Why did it get 2.5? Oh, because it's BVG.
Because it's shit.
Send it into it for an 8 at PSA, please.
Yeah. So I'll take a look at it and see. It's one of those things where I'll have to take a look and like when I looked at it, that's a situation where I looked at the image and I said, that looks good. And that was available in an auction. It looks clean to me. So I'm like, okay, let me get it in hand. I'll take a closer look myself.
If it's not trimmed, that's more than a 2.5.
Yeah. As far as I can tell, it looks solid. So, well,
even if it has corner dings, it's still more than a 2.5.
Yeah. Yeah. So slowly I'm chipping away at that set. I'm getting some of the key guys. I actually got in about a stack of 5 Hall of Famers from that. That's in the mail day that'll appear tomorrow in the morning. That'll be in there. So I'm slowly chipping away at that set. I'm about 10% of the way in. And I have that one. And I actually do have the Pee Wee Reese. I'll show that one a little later. So I did get the Pee Wee Reese. Like I said, I'm tackling the big guys. I got the Mantle. I got the Reese. I think the biggest card left technically is the Yogi Berra. I think is the last of
The
the bigger
race
cards.
is really, really nice.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That's
do you
right.
stay consistent across the commons in a grade?
I'm going to try to. I'm going to try to. That's my intention.
And what is that grade?
I'm going to try to stick mid grade. I'm going to do a similar thing that I
4 to
did to
5,
the
5 to
yeah.
6?
I'm going to try to stay base. I'm going to basically try to do
It's
what I
affordable
did
at
with
that
the
point,
60
yeah.
Parker set, where like Gordy was obviously lower because he's more expensive. Some of those guys, but the commons and the semi stars stayed pretty consistently right around a 3, 4, 5, right in that range. Yeah, and it makes for a nice looking set. Pretty consistent. It was good.
4s are great. You know, when you get past that crease part, it's good.
100%. Mr. Brad, how are you?
Good, fellas. Hi,
Hey,
Eric.
brother.
You have been blessed by the light of the hobby of the content gods.
I was driving. I had to pull over when I was hearing the Draisaitl comparison to McKinnon.
I like that. It's like, have you seen hockey? What? I could almost feel like the steam coming from the text writing.
Sorry, Eric. It came across a little harsh, but I meant it. I wanted to get my point across.
Shut up,
So-
Brad.
He won't be at the show, Brad. Don't worry.
I know that's why I said it. I
He'll
was
forget by the next show. So whatever.
November, man, you better just find something else to do. You leave. You should come to the United States in November. I don't even want to be in the same country as you.
So
don't even know where
Brad,
the
so
store's
Brad,
gonna be.
now that you're here, I was thinking, I think what I got to do is I may spend a good chunk of time at Steve Angel's booth, but I'll make the rounds and I'll come around and then definitely come by. We got to check out. We'll probably chat. Maybe we'll do a live or one of those things. One of the things we talked about. We'll figure it out. Timing wise. But one of the things I got to do. I got to go get myself a stack of some. I don't know. I have this hankering for looking for some Patrice Bergerons. I was thinking of grabbing like a big old stack of them. You and I just take a nice picture of them and basically just get a big old paper shredder and just go. Maybe we'll find some cheap beat up Bobby Orr.
Hey,
That video will get 10 million clicks.
Oh yeah. No, I'm just gonna say it's like Eric. This is just for you. Just for you.
So Brad, where are you on that map?
We are right over in the corner. Like,
Where?
Okay, so hold on. I'll bring the map back up. We'll take a look here. Hold on. I've got it. I had one that was labeled PSA. I'm assuming that's one of yours.
yeah,
So we've got
You're
the
over in the right corner.
yeah. So hold on. We had the where was it? Over here. So
Yeah.
we've got over here. We got this guy right here.
That's you, Brad.
yeah,
That's actually a pretty decent sized
But
booth.
aren't you AMG? Aren't you?
yeah. So AMG is going to be 2610, and
Where's it? I can see the
So
number.
2610. Hold on. I'll find it. So we got 2610 is right here. So right across from it.
yeah, and then
Oh.
2608, and then all the maritime guys got like 2611.
man.
That's a smart spot actually.
Wow.
You're actually you can literally look across at each other. That's actually a smart move.
Yeah.
Smart
And
move.
it's good too because we've got the area. So when there's lineups that are people are waiting, we don't have.
Oh, true. Right. That
It's not going to block anybody else really because we have that whole section. Like we've got like 6 booths amongst us. So
what is behind you there? What is?
So I really don't know what this is. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
it's washrooms.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess I don't know why they subdivide.
Washrooms?
I don't know why they subdivided it. Like they literally subdivided it. That is a very specific floor plan.
Yeah,
I feel like we didn't get the floor map. We got like this is the floor plan of the building.
yeah. You know what that would be? That would be based upon obviously for your occupancy because your occupancy is based on washrooms as well and besides exit capacity. So I'm sure when they did this, they had to fill it in to label how many stalls, how many
Stalls. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
2 other washrooms at the top too.
Okay, so for the record, I
One
like
back
this. I
bottom.
like this. So we've got permanent food area, which is what I talked about earlier. But then up here, snack bar.
Oh, wow.
There's a specific snack bar.
Really right at the door.
Is this a euphemism for the meat guy? This is a euphemism for the meat guy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just say it.
Yeah.
Just say it. Got a question.
He's
All right,
prime-
fair enough.
He's got prime location there.
That makes me laugh. I am amused. Like I said, I'm definitely gonna have to do a little walk around, scope around and figure out what's going on with this.
That's
With
a
this
Go in the can and get jerky.
I know, right? We'll figure it out. But I'm amused. But no, I think Brad, that's a very smart configuration for you guys. I think that
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense.
And Menzie it was all Steve. He kind of put it all together and said, here's where you're going to be this year. And he's always, again, been so good to us. I mean, even before when the shows weren't crazy and when he first took over, Al kind of told him he just kind of lets us get in early, lets us park our cube van that we have against the door, because I always go up and buy and fill the cube van up and drive it back. And yeah, they've been
Al
very,
was
very
just a
helpful.
curmudgeon, anyways.
Yeah,
You ever dealt with Al Sinclair, who was the previous owner?
yeah.
You know, nothing. You could get barely anything out of him.
Yep. All right, let me read a couple.
I have a serious question for Brad.
All right, hold on. Before you ask a serious question,
all right.
let me read a couple of these comments. I'll get fully caught up, and then
Okay,
you can ask your
all
serious
right.
question.
I got a light going on. I got to change. I'll be right back.
No problem. So, any guess to the total market value of everything in ComC's vault? I have no idea.
That's
so-
huge.
It would be a lot of stuff because even with the lower price stuff, they've got so much. They've got so many cards, individual cards, and they've got cards of decent value as well. Not like super crazy, but decent value. If you add it up in aggregate, it'd be a lot of stuff.
Probably about the same value of what Brad has in the back shelving there.
Oh, minimum at least, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta cut your losses at some point. That's right. Banana collections have doubled since last Expo. These are facts.
Yeah, now there's two.
I know.
I know.
Listen, I had enough trouble when there was one. I was struggling. It was a struggle. Send it to BBVVVGGGGG. Yep, that's right. Was one of the Hall of Famers. You got Harold Baines. There you go. Yep. Boston is in the lead.
Yeah, game's on. The game's on right now.
Yeah, that's basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah, Celtics.
Yep, gotcha. All right, so Robert here. 53 Bowman color, highest value cards in order. Now, what metric are we using? Because I have an old guide. I haven't looked it up in a long time. So Mantle, of course. Pee Wee Reese, here he says. Mantle, Berra, and Bauer.
Yeah.
So the three players. Yogi Berra, Stan Musial, Spawn, and Ford. So a couple of years ago, the Ford got tied with the Berra. I don't know if that's changed since then, but Ford and Berra were pretty close to each other. They were pretty neck and neck.
Yeah, Whitey Ford is pretty much known. Bear's a little bit more known, but
yeah. But out of the ones on this list, so right now I have Mantle, I have Reese, I don't have the three-player one. Yogi Berra I'm looking for. Musial, Spawn, and Ford I've got.
so you're there.
I'm making good progress. I'm making solid progress. That's why I said I wanted to get to the. I'm actually very optimistic that I can make a serious dent in it before the end of the year, and by next year's goal could be finish the 53.
Yeah, the commons. That's semantics.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be too crazy. Yeah, it's not gonna be too bad, and that'll be fun because then I'll have 53, and I got my last 54 in today's mail, so I'll have 53 Bowman color done, 54 Bowman, and 55 Bowman will all be done.
Nice.
Move on to the next. So here, this one's for you, Brett. Do you need to pay up front when grading through PSA Canada? So what's the policy now? I think it was $70 Canadian for like the base rate. What's the policy if somebody comes in and wants to get something graded? What's the deal?
Yeah, you don't pay it. You don't pay for it until we have the cards back in our possession. Then you pay and we ship overnight back to you. So you don't pay. You don't pay up front.
I know.
Cards.
I know. They've only been doing it for 20 years, so I think it'll be all right. Yep, no problem. PSA 5 current prices. Okay, gotcha.
What's our price, Brad?
Yeah, for the most part, I've stayed out of a lot of that because you saw like the Ford was a 2.5. I picked up an Eddie Matthews. That was a 4. That was a nice one. And the Pee Wee Reese, I'll actually show you. Pee Wee Reese is an SGC, so there you go. I broke from the BVG this time. When SGC 1.5 on this one. It does look decent with the black border on that one. So there you go. Peter from SGC can feel happy.
Action.
Yeah, it's the old action shot. We got the Pee Wee Reese one.
So paper loss on the back or something?
This one here, I'll double check the back on this one.
Pinhole?
Oh, there's no pinhole that I could see. Let me take a look at the back on this one.
So 1.5 looks pretty good.
Well, that's usually what I'm looking for, Bobby. I would like it to be like Y, and
Yes.
that's ideal.
The Y's are the buys. Yes.
Yes. So looking at the back, I do see some. I'll show it to you here in a second, but you'll want to look up where the name is, and you can definitely see some kind of smudging thing going on there. Not too distracting for me, but it's definitely there. So right up where the Pee Wee is up here.
Yep.
Yeah, you got a little kind of smudgy deal going on here.
Was it a gum stain, oil stain?
That's pencil. That's pencil. Someone tried to erase it.
Could be. Yeah. I'll have a closer look at it when I get it in, but for the most part, clean card. I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, we can get that up for you. No problem.
There you go.
I was like, hard dog.
Pop it out.
But anyway, so no, as far as the set, been making great progress on the key cards. Been hitting up on those and pretty happy. Most of them aesthetically they look good, so no complaints from me.
Yeah,
That's you know, I know it's verboten, but that's collecting. That's that's how you approach that kind of thing. So we answered that one. We touched on that. I heard Tommy Pham select Jock Peterson tonight before the game. Cool, good for you. I heard somewhere Carlos is thinking about attending Chicago. That is my intention. I'm thinking the Chicago one should be doable. I think we've got enough time.
Yep.
Probably figure that out. I think Bobby, were you kicking around the idea for the Chicago one?
We'll see.
Yeah.
With the website just coming out, yeah, maybe. We'll see what's going on at that time.
Yeah. Yannick, you want to go to Chicago?
Yep.
Eric,
Motorcycles.
I do.
Eric, we're dragging your broken hip to Chicago.
I'll be done with school. So
Now we're talking next year, right? Not this year.
That's 2023. Yeah.
All right.
2023.
Yeah.
I'll put it
This
on
year,
the
this year's Atlantic
Wait,
City. They're on their own.
Is Brad coming? Because I don't want to go if Brad's going.
We're setting.
We
up
are
for
literally
food.
dragging you because you and Brad must literally fight to the death, and by that I mean we'll help Brad.
I was just going to say, you can share a room with me. I was going to let you share a room.
Only
All
one
right,
can
I'm
survive.
the big
One
spoon.
bed,
I'm
no
the
thanks.
big spoon.
There you go. It goes back to kind of what Paul was saying earlier. I'm weirded out by another Paul. Unlike Highlander, I suppose there can be more. No, there should be only one. Y'all should fight for it. I got your back, Paul C. The other one's a person of questionable repute. Ill repute indeed. But we accept both Pauls for now, until Thunderdome. Yep. All right. Fair enough.
I still gotta
I
watch
do
that
have-
again.
like I said, I do have a serious question for Brad when the
Yes.
time
Now
is
is the time. You may ask your
Okay.
serious question.
So again, I am being serious. So time out on the silliness for a second. So I was looking at Sport Card Expo Instagram account, and it says on-site grading and authentication, and I see it's PSA Canada's there. What is happening at your?
They don't know how to write. They don't know how to write.
You're not grading at your
You're
Not
table,
on site.
right?
No, not on site.
It was
I mean that's what this says very clearly.
Yeah, I know. I'll find the posting. I know what you're talking
Okay,
about. I'll find
so
the
it's
posting.
on-site grading and authentication, PSA Canada. And I was wondering, are you having PSA come up and actually do stuff at your table? What's going on?
Oh, by the way, this was for you, Eric.
Oh, look at that.
A paper wax collector hooked you up.
That's fantastic.
There you go.
Very nice.
Authentic Auto. So that was just for
Yeah.
you.
Very, very
Let
nice.
it not be said that the viewers do not think of you, Eric.
No, that's
Yes.
who said that?
That was Ink Paper Wax Collector said that.
Thank you. That was awesome. That was great.
Get it? Ink, paper, sign. Anyways.
There you go.
That was great.
Yeah, so I'll find it. It was. I think it was in the Sports Card Expo account, right?
I saw the same thing, and I actually paused for a sec too because I'm like,
Yeah, it is
Not
one. It is
on-site
100% confusing. I didn't
Yeah,
like the way
it
they
is.
phrased it. It's misleading.
Yes, it says that there's going to be on-site
Here you go.
grading at PSA Canada.
you don't know any better. You think you're grading there.
Yeah,
That's
because you
why
see,
I'm asking.
yeah, because KSA is doing on site. Mint
Yes,
or MNT is doing on site for sure. CSG is taking submissions. SGC is taking submissions. PSA is taking submissions.
Beckett, we don't know yet. Still.
Yes,
Lord
it's
knows.
authenticated.
We're not even sure Beckett's going to be there. It might just be an inflatable Beckett guy.
And KSA is just autograph authentication. So, yeah, those are pretty high prices for KSA and Mint to be charging for on-site grading,
Oh no, very high.
considering.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, the thing is, PSA Canada has their offering, and people who know that have, and Brad and the team is going to be there to work with them. Even SGC did like a special for the show. I think for intaking submissions, I think they're doing like $35. I assume it's US. I don't know, but whatever they're doing, but it's intake. They're taking in cards to do it. So it is competitive. It's very good, but at the same time, like I said, KSA and MNT are the only ones doing on site, as far as I'm aware. They're the only
Right,
ones
so-
who are actually doing it.
So I'm sure you're 100% correct, Carlos. Brad, can you clear this up? I want to hear from the horse's mouth. What is going on at the PSA Canada table?
And in your response, use the word Thunderdome.
So we will be doing what we've always done and what Len did before as PSA Canada and what I have done the last two shows is we will be accepting submissions for people. We will be flying those cards down to PSA for grading, getting them shipped back to us, and then returning them to the customer. So we are taking submissions
Flying
for
down.
sports cards. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing I did with the Edmonton Vancouver
Personal.
shows. So I'm taking them right with me. I anticipate receiving about 5,000 cards. That's kind of that's
Average.
our goal is to receive 5,000 cards at economy and above. So when that Eric, to answer your question too, obviously that was kind of, I guess I didn't even talk to anyone at the expo about it, but that's a mistake how they put that out there. It had obviously nothing to do with us, but that created. So this week has been my busiest week of my entire life.
Oh,
I'm not like exaggerating when I say it.
right.
Today there was a point that I said to Sherry's away this weekend, and I said, I'm not even sure what to do because I have your counter on your emails on your phone, and I'm the guy that can't have numbers. Like when it says 20 or 1 or 5, I have to open those to clean up the numbers. Like it drives me insane.
Me too. Me too. I got it. Yeah.
So today there was a point where I looked at it and I took a screenshot of it and I said I had 550 emails came in a 4-hour span.
Oh my God.
I was like, there's a point where, again, it's a job. I love it. You shouldn't complain about it. And I'm not really complaining
Love
about
it
the workload,
today.
but you can't. And all of a sudden you get a person that sends me, because my cell number's on PSAcard.com, Brad Hartland.
Mm-hmm.
Here's his email and cell phone number. So people send an email, and if you don't respond, we try to respond to everybody the same day. But obviously today, physically, I can't. You can only respond to so many emails. So people would call. So you'd get a missed phone call, then you'd get an email, or then you'd get a text message. And I'm going through it. I'm like, it was like this overload moment where I was like, what am I doing? And I've had many of these close to this, but nothing to this. And then, you're grading cards, you're grading cards, you're grading cards, you're grading cards. It's like, so then you explain the process.
Read
So,
the message on your phone.
Yeah, right.
And on
Exactly.
an email, you can email back all those people with a stock email with a copy and paste.
Right. So there's so many things that I wanted to do right up until this point. So as I know, I talked to you guys about it. I talked on the show. There is things happening with PSA Canada and PSA that I thought were going to happen back in January. So there's a lot of things that would make my life 1,000 times easier that I just haven't been able to pull the plug on because we're still waiting to get everything done. Everything's moving great.
Good.
People in Canada are going to be ecstatic when they see everything that's going to happen.
I've been waiting
And
a long time.
but it's beyond my control, and that's kind of one of the things when every time I feel like we're getting closer and closer, there's been another thing, just another pop up in PSA's world, and it's kind of been these interruptions. But the best thing you can do in business is we talk weekly is. No, I'm fine. We'll just keep doing what we're doing up here. Don't worry about us. Business as usual. And when you guys are ready, then we'll close the deal and we'll make things happen. So,
Ready for what?
I don't know.
So Brad, why then haven't you, since you've been inundated because of bad information?
Yeah.
Why do I still go to their Instagram account and still see this? Why haven't they fixed it?
There's
Have
no
you
justice
not
in the world.
made them aware that they're causing you a headache?
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, there's a point too. I just kind of deal with it right now, and there's a lot of other things that they have that I know going on that there's a lot of headaches as well. And I'm not going to add fuel to the fire today and yesterday. When I talk tomorrow, I'm going to mention it, but most of the dramatic things happen initially right out of the gate. Then they kind of just go away. So again, I know you can only imagine what Steve Menzies is going through right now, organizing this show. And yes, he's organized lots of shows, but you deal with a cast of characters, and everyone has a different. There's guys. There's guys that don't email. There's guys that don't expect. Everybody wants to be by the front door, by the entrance, and new people want to be here, and old people want to be in their same spots. And there's
no same spot.
No, and back to
place.
It is, and if you're selling at a show, and I truly believe this from my standpoint as well, is if have your cards priced right and people are going to find you no matter where you're at in the room. In saying that, last year when you're in a complete separate building,
That's a different story.
different story. But in this room, with how it is, if you're in the back corner, if you're in the front corner, if you're fine, right? People are going to come to you and they're going to buy your cards or your memorabilia or whatever it is. So, because it's going to be absolutely packed, right, Bobby?
I don't know.
I want you guys have your window. Today is the day to establish some of the parameters of the wager.
Sure. Yeah,
The parameters of the wager can be done.
Well,
let me read it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just read a couple of these comments here.
We'll
and
get
then you
into the
guys can
parameters
establish
after
it.
that. Go ahead.
Yep. So, Brad, will you be accepting cards on Thursday? I think you're right from the get go. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
There
Will you
go.
grade them on site?
Nice.
Jeez.
Brad will personally grade them.
Twisted a knife there. Sorry.
Yep. Zaggy S, one of Ziggy's affiliates. Hello, gentlemen. Yep. You're going to see the new Top Gun? Not right away. Yeah, it's not a movie that I felt needed a sequel. Like, I'll probably check it out eventually. I'll be honest. I've been subscribed to the in Canada. We've got that Crave. I've been watching a couple of shows and a couple of movies and stuff, and it's been fine. If they put it on there in a little while I'm watching some other stuff, I'll watch it. But I'm not going to go out of my way.
I have the need for speed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I really that's a sequel that I didn't think needed to be made. I think we were good the first time.
I don't think I have an interest in the storyline and seeing, the characters or anything. But I think the aviation scenes are going to be amazing. I think it's going to be worth the price of a ticket to go to a one of those 4K theaters. And
It's all fake. Come on. It's like
no, that's the
horror
thing.
movies. It's all catch up like your parents.
No, actually,
Right,
I've already seen something on YouTube of how they shot it, and they're actually up there in the jets. It's all real, and it's going to be amazing, I think, to see on the big screen, especially in one of the really good movie theaters. I think it's going to be pretty cool to see the aviation parts. The storyline, I really have no interest in.
I'm interested more in the storyline than seeing.
No, I want to see that the aviation scenes. I think they're going to be
difference
incredible.
between Canadians and Americans. There we go.
There you go. That's the difference.
Done.
IMAX. All right. Over under a number of days left for Josh Luber's CVO of Fanatics, 35. That puts us July 1st. Well played on the July 1st. Okay, so let's touch on this one briefly here. I sat back and I waited. I was listening to the rumors, like a lot of folks were, that the rumor was out there that Josh Luber was out on Fanatics, and it was funny because I sat back and I waited, and I think I was in a discussion with some folks that are like, "Are you going to do a video?" I was like, "Nah, I need a more credible source. I actually need a source. Like right now, there isn't a source."
I've been telling you for a while.
Well, I need a more credible source.
The Burrell?
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah. I'm not going to the Burrell for my
Don't let
Fanatics.
me reach for it.
Yeah, you reach for whatever you want. I'm not going to the Burrell for my Fanatics news.
You heard it first.
Exactly. The reality is there's no reason to. You could he's a figurehead. My contention has been the whole time. It's like he doesn't really do anything. That's why I made that video about Raleigh Fingers guy. He literally doesn't need to do a damn thing. He's literally like, all right, I don't want to deal with the backyard breakers guy. Send Luber. Like that's literally his role. He's a mascot.
And why should we care?
But the point is though that a lot of people do, and they obsess over it. My point is that he's a mascot, and if I am correct, then he actually has more job security, not less. True. Because you just send them off to do whatever. The people actually making the decisions are doing that. They're busy making decisions, but you don't know who they are. Other than Raleigh Fingers guy. I already ID'd him. I'm on to you, Raleigh Fingers guy. I'm on to you. I know it was you.
He's
But
sign the check.
yeah. But in the meantime, send Luber to do this, that, and the other thing. He can go do whatever and give speeches and whatever. But like day to day, they can have. And the truth is, because the position is chief visionary officer, that doesn't mean anything. I made the joke with somebody that when I used to work in retail, I was a chief visionary officer. My vision was sitting on my ass in the chair watching streaming baseball while I was ignoring the customers. That was my vision. And it was accomplished beautifully. Every quarter, the vision was being accomplished the whole time I was there. It was great. Chief visionary officer is beautiful because it's broad. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Chief operating officer, there's an expectation. Chief financial officer, there's an expectation. Those chief branding officer, that is a specific role with an expectation. Chief visionary officer,
CVO.
That's the guy who gets hired.
could be. Could be. But that's the thing, but in that sense though, so why would you get rid of him for what? If something really goes wrong and you need a scapegoat, then sure. But at the moment, like literally nothing is. People get really dramatic about this stuff, but for Fanatics, really nothing is going on. They bought Tops. Tops is releasing product. Oh, you don't like the Zero Cool V Friends? Who cares? They sold it out. What's the problem? It's doing what it's supposed to do. Like there's nothing there.
Josh Luber is Fanatics' version of Disney's Mickey Mouse. Okay.
At the moment, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't mean that like that he's a clown or a cartoon character. What I mean is he's known. He's a known entity. He has some credibility.
He's the front face,
and he's a face.
Yeah.
And they got somebody to put out front and go. Look at what we have here. Obviously, we're going in the right direction.
Of course, right.
The kid that's in the Mickey Mouse costume at Disney World in the 100 and something degree heat isn't really in charge, but all the kids in the park want to come see him. You understand? It's the same thing. He's the Mickey Mouse of Fanatics, and he goes on the shows. People want to call him and ask him questions. When he goes to places, they want to get their picture taken with him and sit down and talk to him for 5 minutes. It's all it is.
And to be clear, the opinions expressed by Eric are those of Eric only. I will still sell out and take the bag.
Yes.
I don't care as long as someone signs a check and the check clears. It makes no difference to me. Just
I don't know, man. That Mickey Mouse costume must stink.
Yeah, well, no doubt.
I'll send one of my people to get it from the Mickey Mouse guy. As long as the check clears, it'll be fine.
The parameters.
Yep. Top Gun needed a sequel since U.S. Mitz era as a pilot shortage. Fair enough, Bob. So here we go. The new Top Gun is getting very good reviews. I think it could be a surprisingly good movie. Here's the thing. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. It could be or not. I just don't care. It's one of those things like I don't need to see it. Will I see it? Sure. But it's one of those ones like it's not like I have to run and go see it. If I get around to it,
Again, I want to run to go see it and not
very slowly.
Yeah, very slowly
Walk fast,
nowadays.
Walk fast.
I can't even do that. But I want to see it on the big screen in a nice theater because I think it's going to be enjoyable that way. I can wait and rent it on Netflix in 2 years and watch it in my living room, but it's not going to be the same experience. So
On that old black and white 12-inch, I know it doesn't work, bro.
Well, at least with the Netflix, I don't have to use the antennas.
Yeah.
If
That's what you have
you did, that'd be kind of impressive.
That would be awesome.
Kids for it. Go change it. Yeah. Move it left. Yeah, stay there.
Yeah.
Yep.
No problem. Sounds good. Korean cardboard. Hello there. I keep forgetting that the time zone. I can't even imagine what it is in Korea right now. Probably afternoon, morning. Not sure.
12 hours, 14 hours.
Something like that. Yeah. I'm a chief YouTube quality review officer in my sole proprietorship. Facts. We salute you. After a film and TV series, do we need a sequel to Airwolf? No, not really.
Oh no, please.
What? Visionary officer means nothing? If it has no meaning, then what else has no meaning? Life. The kid in the mouse costume has no power? WTF. Not a standard roller title. The man wakes up at 11 a.m., a.k.a. job we'd all like to have. Friend of mine in high school worked at Chuck E. Cheese. He said the soup was vile. I don't doubt that.
Gross.
I can only imagine. I do not doubt that. For a moment. All right. So if you guys got any other questions or thoughts or comments, then feel free to throw it in the chat. Let me pose a question then. So, Mr. Brad, I know that a lot of the time will be occupied doing your PSA duties. Do you think you're going to get any time? Are you going to be looking for anything for yourself? Are you going to be doing anything for yourself as far as collecting wise? Are you going to try to make some rounds in the floor to see anything?
Absolutely. Yeah. I take, we have a mandatory little rule that every 3 hours you got to go for a walkabout. So yeah.
Mario comic book, you pitching that one, Bobby?
There you go. Yeah. No, honestly, yeah. This is my favorite time of the year. I absolutely love it. I see all the guys. I buy different things from a lot of different dealers for myself, and it's nice. I've got Steve now and Carter and Jeff. I've got a team of 4 guys that are there that are going to be doing buying at the show.
Okay.
So that's nice. They're going to take care of the booth, everyone that comes up to sell, and plus they're going to walk the room, and they're pretty excited, and they're really good at what they do, and they know, which is nice. So that takes a little bit of the pressure off me on that end, so I can go do my thing. But you need to take a break from every 3 hours or so from the questions at PSA. It's very repetitive. It's over and over again, and we take that extra time, and this is not a plug for us, why to use us or anything like that, but it's just a legitimate fact is I go the extra mile, and so Sherry's going to be there with me, and Luke Quatch now, and Kevin Douglas, our Canadian Pokemon expert.
Okay.
I'm going to have all four of us will be at the booth, so that gives us a lot of time, so you can help educate people on the whole process, because that's the service that we really want to do at PSA Canada is we want to explain to people, yes, you should grade this now. No, you shouldn't grade this now. And again, it's all our opinion, but we want long-term customers instead of that short-term gain. And it happens all the time. It's so important to educate people on what to grade. I see PC Sports Cards, Josh in the US is a big bulk submitter. And he's doing YouTube videos now. I just checked one out the other one day, like what to grade and what not to grade. And because people and it's good for the hobby as well, right? Because if you have a bad grading experience, you might just leave the hobby. You just wasted money, right? So
I agree.
Yeah, so that's it. So I'm going to be looking for my 16-17 orange O-Pee-Chee Platinum orange autos that I need 3 more cards to complete my set.
All right.
I'm going to be looking for 66, 67 Topps Hockey graded 8 or above. To finish that set, Tall Boys. Yeah, I'm pretty much
all the Leon Draisaitl you can find after pumping him down. Long con.
All the Leon Draisaitl's that. Yeah, actually, we just got back a couple PSA 10s on those. Good deals on those suckers.
Go on.
And then oddball items, as you know, I absolutely and some comics.
I'll buy,
I'll buy some comics, that's for sure. But and anything I can see that
you can buy anything. It's great.
Yeah, I was going to say the variety of your collection, I think, has been one thing. I've gotten a lot of feedback that people do enjoy when you go to the shelves in the back and nobody knows what's going to come out. So I think the people do enjoy that. I think I think it adds a little bit of fun to it. So I have 2 thoughts on this. The first one is what makes me laugh is that you're one, and there are at least 2 people at the expo who already have money committed for me for an item, or we've already agreed to terms. So it's like, all right, I'll be over there. We'll take care of that business. No problem. We'll settle up on that. So I bought.
He has a guarantee going into this.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I've already bought stuff before I ever set foot on the floor.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing, especially if you know what you're getting in advance. Now, if and when next year we go to Chicago, how much will it cost me to get you to get the Pokemon expert to basically wrangle Eric and spend basically a day explaining nothing but Pokemon to him? Just nothing else. Just literally, he's sitting there stuck. No, you don't get to leave.
Yeah, so I'm going to be handcuffed to a chair then, because there's no way in holy
I was thinking of duct tape. I was thinking of duct tape. We can handcuff you as well.
Yeah, I'm not listening to that crap.
You get the knee replaced then, and then you can sit down for.
No, what's gonna happen is you got to think if you want to prepare in advance. Think basically a Clockwork Orange. We're gonna fasten the eyes, and it'll just be you will be you will know so much about Pokemon. You will know so much.
I don't want to know.
And then maybe day 2 we'll do Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man, this would be great.
Can we do Magic?
We could do Digimon. We could do Digimon in day 3. Digimon. Come on.
Oh, this is already giving me a headache.
I love everything about this. This is already the greatest national ever, and I haven't even attended one yet.
And we'll finish up with Star Wars cards.
There you go. Love it. The pump lives. All right. Only mouse with power is Mickey who runs the world. Merle War Cards Canada, alias of Merle World, like allegedly. He disagrees with their Mickey Mouse take. You are wrong. Other famous mice, Mighty Mouse and Speedy Gonzales. Facts.
Oh gosh. The next, yeah.
Day 3. I already know everything there needs to know about F1. It has an F, it has a 1, and it sucks. I have acquired all the knowledge of F1 there is.
I think it's F everyone.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, the one is not an accident. Can you do a 20G sale and pay each other 10% off? Yes, sir. Only we'll do it for the gram and for the YouTube.
I agree with you, Carlos, on F1. I've been to F1 in Montreal twice. Yeah, 2 races. The event itself, absolutely incredible. I actually have been there twice, and I never watched the race. Not one bit of it. We just were in the Heineken. I went up with Heineken each time.
Oh, Jesus.
In the Heineken tent, and I heard the noise, and it's like
what you don't know is there was actually just a guy going.
That's Eric out there.
It's just a guy with sound effects. Like that's no
Yep.
race.
I have no use for it whatsoever.
Part of my fun with Paul is that I laugh is that I make fun of all motorsports for the same reason. Like, it's not a sport. It's like what's like? It's not a sport. It's like but it's a race. Yes. Sport? No. No. You want it to be a sport? Okay. And I've explained my conditions. I will allow it to be a sport if you stop 1 mile from the conclusion. You grab that tire and you run it across that finish line. I need you to physically take that tire across the line.
That's right.
Yeah. At least then you've done something physical. You have participated in this in some way.
Just like Talladega Nights. That's how that ended.
There you go. That
It's
Talladega
about-
Nights, a fictional movie about a motorsport, is closer to being a sport than the actual motorsport.
And they ran the last 100 yards.
Deservedly
Ricky Bobby.
already more of a sport.
So our perimeters, Brad.
All right.
So we obviously can't go by volume of dollar sales, so we have to leave it to gate.
Well, I don't think. Are you going to be able to figure out gate? Will Menzie give that to you?
Yeah, I'll ask him. Yeah,
Okay.
he'll give it to me.
So is that gate or head
I'll
count?
tell Brad.
You're talking like head count, right?
I think that's what we were talking about. Isn't it right?
Yeah. So head count, yeah,
Most
because
attended, right?
yeah.
I don't-
Yeah. I'm
What were you
good with
saying?
both. I'm good with both. A head count is still the thing, but I also say my other thing is there's going to be
Who does
more.
the head count?
The one problem, Brad. So just to interject here, the one problem with dollars is that dollars is too complicated. If Yannick changes his mind and comes in and spends 157 million dollars, the whole thing is done. Everybody else can go home and you still win. A couple of whales can basically skew the thing. A couple of big deals and we're done. And also, it would be impossible to measure that.
I know.
We could measure it by big deals, but it would be hard otherwise.
But I think you
Brad-
can get the general. Yeah. Again, it's
Ticket
very
sales.
hard.
Are you going to say the best ever?
Yep.
As you kind of stated, better than last show. Or which do you want to go?
Okay.
Because
I
one's
will.
a
I will.
risk, the other one's not.
As we go here, Eric, mediate fairly. Call it down the middle, or we're sending Yannick and he's bringing expired poutine.
Oh, come on. That's gross.
That's the point. It's not supposed to be a reward, Eric. I'll be right back.
Shredded cheese.
Oh,
Curd. Gosh, damn. Yeah, go ahead, man.
So I do think those are the early 90s shows. Like I was there in I think 90
That's some
or
big numbers.
90 or 91. And again, I don't really remember much of it at all. I was 15 years old, but it will definitely be by far be the best show in the last 10, 15 years. Again, I shouldn't compare it to the early 90s.
You can't. No,
So,
you
'cause-
can't.
Yeah, it's totally different.
Because it went down from 2007, 8. It's always been going down. It's actually only recently went up.
Yeah.
So you can't use the 6,000 people that were coming compared to the 10, 12,000 that used to come, compared to the 15,000 used to at the beginning. I think those are the right numbers across the board.
Quick question: what was the numbers from last fall? Like per count, how many people came across the door?
What was the gate? I forget.
I don't have a clue. I don't know if that number
I
was
don't know either. That's why I'm just trying to where do we start here?
I
know,
heard that it was close to, somewhat close to the largest show that went on prior to in the 90s, which was the heyday, super heyday.
I mean, you guys both know Steve. Just ask him how many tickets he sold last year. Boom, done.
It's not. Yeah, it's kind
But
of.
that's kind of a private thing too. I don't think that's I don't want to ask that question.
I can ask.
How's that a private?
I can ask.
Okay,
don't
I don't
worry.
see how that's a private thing.
No,
but-
Steve's
all right.
good. I just you can ask him if it's
His
more or
social
less.
security number is a private thing.
Yeah, but
I got that too.
Eric, if you're at a booth, I'm not going to come up and ask you what you did in dollars and sales. It's not my business.
Because you know it was nothing.
Well,
Not-
no, I mean,
No, but I can say, yeah, was the show good? Was it better than? Was there more people through the door than last show? Yes, that's a proper question, but
you Canadians are too polite. Me asking what was the attendance numbers last year, I don't think is a bad question.
It doesn't disclose really monetary values too much because there's
What
so
was
many
the
other
attendance
things rolling.
numbers? He should brag about it if it was that good.
no, but if it does do monetary numbers though, if he gives out attendance numbers, how many tickets were paid for and through the door, then I can go through the whole room and figure out exactly what his income was, exactly what it's rented. I could see in business you have to keep some things to your chest,
Well,
and I
no,
think
But on a
Carlos might know
side
this
note, there was
answer.
different packages that you could buy.
What
no,
was
but you
the
can still
numbers
figure it
on
out
those?
within. You could figure it out within 10%.
Yeah, but then there's autographs and kickbacks and all this other stuff that's involved. So yeah, you
I
don't
know,
know what
we
he's
can
paying for
still
the
do
thing.
it.
Well, we can still do it just randomly. We know, what he's making approximately, anyways. Carlos, did you not know the numbers from the '90s? Which was what was the record numbers? Was it
Oh,
15,000?
I think I looked up a couple of articles that had the general number, but I don't remember the figure. I remember that the last one we did pretty well, all things considered, and actually had very strong foot traffic, all things considered, for a couple of the days.
Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can find it because I don't even know if Menzie actually
Well,
has
there's
the numbers from the
nobody real
90s.
way to measure it.
Well, I remember the numbers because I used to ask Al, and I think it was around going back quite a few years now when Al still had it. I think it went down to about 5 to 6,000.
That sounds about right.
Mhm.
If I remember the shows,
Because it
at
was
the time.
going down. It was going down. And I
Yeah.
remember in the 2000s, early 2000s, 2000 to 8, about that, it was up around 10, 11, 12.
Mhm.
And I remember back in the 90s, I think it was 15, 14, somewhere around there.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was one that hit 20.
There might have.
Like we're talking Apex. Like if we're talking Apex,
Apex,
somewhere in that
yeah.
early 90s, I wouldn't be
15,
shocked if one hit 20.
20,000, but now we're over 4 days now. So
Yeah.
the numbers are a little skewed.
Yeah.
So-
There's going to be some days that are definitely going to be stronger than others.
It can just be a friendly bet. I believe that, the volume of money will probably be there, but in different variables,
Yep.
I don't think as many people will be in the room, and it's a different room, so you really can't gauge it too well. So it's going to be a very hard thing other than knowing exactly the gate, right?
Yeah.
And it is a little private to ask. I mean, I know that Steve would be nice enough to tell me, is it, but did you guys, 7 to 10,000, or you can ask him kind of that, or what happened last
It'll
show,
be
was
like
it-
a range.
Yeah.
Maybe a simpler one. Like maybe what I propose. Brad is going with the best of all time. Well, we don't even have to work that hard. What about just by virtue of that, automatically you'd be saying better than last time. We're doing from fall to summer. Part of the metric that Bobby's using is that the summer would be slower for the variety of reasons we talked, plus the economics and all that. So in theory, Bobby, if you want to keep it binary and keep it simple, then in theory, for your end, it would just be less than the fall one we just did.
Yeah.
And for Brad, it would be more. Then it's simple, higher or lower.
Yeah.
And those are the opposite sides just there, and there's your wager.
Yeah.
I'm going with low.
It's a simpler metric. It's a very simple metric.
It was a very busy show, but we hadn't been to a show for a few years there. So
I understand.
And it was a different room, so it's hard to gear the traffic. I think it was a very busy show.
Mhm.
Was it the busiest I've been to? No, but
But Menzie would be able to give you the ballpark on the head count. Is the point?
Oh,
you would
okay.
you would have access to, so you'd be able to say, oh, it was like
Did we have more this year than
Exactly.
last?
That's really simple.
Without asking numbers.
That's
Okay.
really simple.
Good enough. Steak dinner, okay?
Perfect deal.
That work for you? That makes it easy, Brad. Like you don't even have to get the exact number, and you'll get the answer of what you're looking for.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
One steak dinner.
Now I can tell you this too.
Eric, I left you in charge. You couldn't come up with that. That was easy, man.
I know. So our
This is why I'm the guy whose face is on the mug.
That's why I don't know how to speak to these crazy Canadians. I mean, all you had to do is go ask somebody that you know. What was the attendance last year?
Ask the guy about a thing. No names.
I don't get it, but somehow that's like asking some private information. I don't know. You Canadians are weird, man. I don't know.
No, it is though.
All right,
stand by it.
I respect that. That's your opinion. It doesn't
Now,
make any sense to me.
in change of things, we have our show tomorrow our monthly show,
Oh, yeah.
and we will have 70 tables, and we will have
Wow.
175 people through the door at $2 a person. I can tell you exactly all the numbers for our little show. That's what we do.
So will your show be better than your last show, or this show coming tomorrow?
They're pretty much always the same now. They're pretty consistent across the board. So 70 tables, 40 dealers. 45 dealers. 45 dealers, 70
That's nice.
tables.
It
And
seems about right. Because Steve Menzie was on the show and he was saying last night that they have 450, 425 tables, and 200 and something dealers.
yeah,
So a 50-50 ratio is almost the same as what you're saying.
Yeah.
So it seems like it's a 2-to-1 kind of thing.
We'll have to see. Let me quickly read this
Like
one. I know
tables
that
versus dealers. Like So there's a lot of people who have more than one table.
Yeah, for sure. Let me read this one. I know the chat covered it very well, so thank you, chat, for doing that. Just anybody about KSA slabs. And Robert's answer, I think, is a really good one. I'll add one thing to it. Can get a great deal if a card lives up to grade, yes, but be careful, they often don't. I would add that I have bought KSA no problem, but I've always done it in person.
Yeah,
me-
if you can measure it against another card, you should.
It has always been better for me to do it in person because then I can better assess what I actually have there. I'm more comfortable making the assessment myself versus looking at a scan off of a KSA slab.
Like
Yeah.
Lathan's not that bad, but there's been occasions.
There's been some that have been a little borderline. Yeah.
My
for sure.
answer is how many I own. I own one.
That's all you need to own.
Yep. So we'll touch on this one. I figured hockey would be one, so I'll touch on this one in a second. Let me read this one. Brad, how much hockey versus other sports at your local show? So what's the mix that you've been finding?
Probably 75% hockey with the mix that we have there. I should, you know what? It might even be 50.
Non-sports is high.
Yeah, but there's a ton of basketball now. We've got a lot of young guys that are into the buying, flipping that setup and do their tables and stuff. So,
No, for Paul, how much F1 you got?
yeah, there'll be a couple of guys with F1.
Non-sport.
Yep.
Make sure to put it in the non-sport category.
Well, your Pokemon's pretty high too, right?
Yeah, you got the Pokemon, you got the Star Wars, F1.
Yeah, there's a little bit of everything. It's a really good mixed variety show, and there's always stuff to buy, and people have fun. And
Oh, tickets. How's that working out?
tickets for
Grading. Sorry.
oh, there's tons of those. That's a pain in my. I'm not enjoying taking tickets. I almost feel like I'm gonna. If there was a way I could say we don't take tickets, just because people send them and you got to try to figure out what they are and input them.
I was going to say that would be, you actually have to research it. That's actually very difficult.
And
Well, I think
just
they should research it and give
Absolutely,
you that
they
information.
should.
They do. They do, but if you want to send it in, you want to make sure guys want certain things, and they might not have it. So, just because we think it's a big deal that Mark Napier got 4 goals in that game, and it's a career high that this guy went to the game and he was named after Mark Napier. They're not going to put that on the label, so you got to write it in there to say, here's all the stuff to do. Yeah. It's almost as bad as Pokemon cards. Like I know 1999 Pokemon cards, but I had a 100 card order from a guy that just sent his cards in a box to me. And I told him, I'll fill it out for you, no problem. I didn't know it was all Pokemon cards. It took me, I don't know, 3 hours probably to go through it. And I was lost.
I can imagine.
It's extremely difficult.
Well, that's why you have Pokemon Pro working for you.
Well, I do. We need a staff of 10, 15 people to run our operation. And right now, myself and Sherry, we literally need a staff of 15. But I can't go out and hire and do everything until the next things all happen. So,
Gotcha.
yeah. And when I say, I do have Kevin helping us, and I have Luke Quach now that did Vancouver, Edmonton. He was one of our largest submitters, who's just a fabulous guy. That I forget the name of his group. I should know it on Facebook, but this guy, he's salt of the earth, works like we do. You know, he doesn't sleep, and he just an awesome guy. So I'm super happy to have him involved as well. So.
Good stuff. Paul here says also KSA's thing with the earlier slabs that they lost the data. So if you enter a slab number, it will show us different card. Yes. Yeah, that was a thing for the early days, especially. Next episode, Yannick replaces drapes so the background looks more like a bordello. Red light district. It's all about the ambiance. Okay, so
your setup. Sorry to interrupt, but Yannick, I love your setup. It's like you got this. I think it's great.
I'm in a different part of the house. You got to remember too. My house is 150 years old, right? So
I think it looks awesome.
Thank you. You don't have to put on the.
It's either this or basically you got the street lights there. So
yeah,
there you go. And I think you're running off the tablet this time, right?
Yeah, actually, I got.
Yeah, so he was trying a new setup this time around with the tablet so that he could move around.
Isn't it Tableau?
No, it's no.
Yannick,
it's tablet.
Yannick, since you have the portable tablet, why don't you grab a cigarette and go film from the front porch?
Well,
There
I'm
you go.
kind of outside right now, so I could smoke if I was
That's true. You
smoking.
could. That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
So real quick. So Dakota here. Good evening, Dakota. So the arbiters of good hobby content is supposed to be here. I think this clubhouse, but you're close. Eric's been there, so at least he knows what you're talking about.
We do
Okay,
have
let me
a
touch on this one
member.
quickly. So I'll make you guys a deal. If you want to refrain, do so. I'll do a really short version on this one because I'll stay high level on this one. We talked about it briefly beforehand, but I figured somebody would bring it up, and it's Hockey 99. So with the stock market going down, Chris Hoge is peddling how much better sports cars are faring. That is not a good look. So I agree. And my thesis has always been he works at a company in the space. He is an employee of collectors. He has a vested interest in a data tool, which is fine. You should be promoting your tool. That's part of your job. It's disingenuous when you spend an inordinate amount of time posting an infinite number of Instagram stories, and it was a ridiculous number. I just sat back and watched. I was like, why? I thought you were busy. Do you work for a living? Are you sure? Because you seem to have a lot of time to make these stories up.
That is the pump without the dump.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, so just high level, I reject his entire premise on a simple idea that he was trying to compare apples to motor oil. They're two very different things. They don't work. They don't mix. And at the basic level, he used this card ladder 50 index to try to compare the S&P 500. And he basically said the card ladder index went up more. My retort is, cool, so what? That's my answer. Because that list of 50 cards they have there, there's a lot of issues I have with it, but just staying high level, nobody has that list of 50 cards. Because they're very specific set of 50 cards in 50 specific conditions. So the fact it went up X amount, that's cool. Nobody has that set of cards.
How do you
So
compare
what?
that?
So what? Congratulations. If I had bought Bitcoin in 2010, I'd be up 15 trillion%.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So it's like we can pick random metrics if we wish, but it's not going to change anything. And I still didn't understand what the point was. And it went around in different circles what the point was. I felt like it was like a trolling thing. And then he kind of kept changing the narrative and shifting it around. And then finally, by the end, he goes, well, if somebody compares the S&P 500 to the consumer price index, nobody complains. And I go, you can't invest in the consumer price index, so why would anyone care? That's like comparing the S&P 500 to barometric pressure. So what? Okay, you can if you want to. So what? It's really hot on days when the S&P 500 is up, and it's really cold when it's down. Good to know. Thanks for sharing. That's really high level. Just staying high level. There's more specific things that are wrong with it, but I'm like, I don't care enough. Don't feel like it. Not interested. Does anyone else want to add anything, or is that sufficient? Are we satisfied? Thank you. So I'll move on from that. All right.
I would have to.
Don't
I would
want
have,
another Hoge.
I would have to actually see the specific
You would.
video to make a comment. I just know
It's not a video. That's the
Oh.
problem. It's the beauty of Instagram posts is that you can post something,
Yeah.
annoy people, banner back and forth, and in 24 hours it disappears.
Well, I haven't seen it, read it, watched it, listened to it. I don't. I just
If you
know
get
that-
if you get bored, I will send you the screenshots. I grabbed a bunch of them.
All right. Well, I feel more comfortable commenting on something I read or watched or looked at myself. All I know is, he's a great guy. He's highly intelligent. He's immersed himself in this hobby and numbers and statistics, and he jumped in the lake fully. It isn't like he just dipped a toe in. He is jumped in that lake, and he has immersed himself in this, and he sees things differently than the rest of us. He's doing this 24 hours a day. It's all about numbers and statistics, and he has a way of looking at things that the rest of us don't. And I'm not sure if he's right or wrong. It is definitely, I would say, from what I have been told,
He's wrong.
it is quite a leap to make the connection. But again, I can't really comment on something I didn't read or see or watch myself. But he just spends so much time analyzing this stuff that he comes up with these ideas, and he's entitled to his opinions and ideas that he's had over the last month or two.
Yeah. I think the key, maybe to put this a different way, he basically tried to compare. We'll use an analogy. He tried to compare two players. And he compared one player that is batting 1,000 with another player that's batting 700. 1,000 is better. Player A has taken 10 at bats. Player B has 1,000 at bats. Player B is actually more impressive because they've done it over a bigger sample size. How do we compare that back to this? Is what Dakota's saying. Volume is so different. The S&P 500, the average stock on that list, in that index, trades millions of shares per day. So we're constantly retesting the market over and over again. So if something happens, we're getting responses in real time. I use the analogy of one of the cards on there, Bobby Orr rookie, PSA 6. I think it's a pop 120 or what thereabouts. I told you guys before we started the show, just for context so you'd have it. It's traded 40 times since 2004. It's sold 40 times. You're comparing something that has sold 40 times in 18 years. So yeah, it sells, but not often enough. And if the market suddenly collapsed on that card, you think somebody's going to go run to sell it? With somebody, honestly, like there's 120 of them, that great. If the price suddenly plummeted 80% on that specific card for whatever reason, would somebody go run to set it and take an 80% bath on a Bobby Orr card? Honestly. Probably not, right? Unless they
Right.
desperately need the money for some reason.
Right.
And what happens if they don't? If they don't sell it, the last comp was 18, 19,000. So that means it's stabilized. It stayed the same, right? Technically, yes, but it doesn't sell. Now they try to put in a little mechanism. Well, if it doesn't sell often enough and enough time goes by, then it technically would get dropped off. But it sells just enough to stay on. And it's vintage. And again, I talked about the problem with vintage. A PSA 6 is not the same as another PSA 6. We can have huge discrepancies in that price point. We did that tonight. We were looking at some of those cards. That card actually looks pretty good for a 2.5. That card actually looks pretty good for a 1.5. That card actually looks pretty good for a 4. What does that mean? Eye appeal. That's what it means. So, in theory, if it has great eye appeal, it could sell for more than an equivalent card of the same grade that is of lower quality, that's borderline, that's barely hanging on to that grade. Huge difference. It's not even the same market. It's not fair. It's impossible to compare. To the point, it is an impossible comp. So it's a bizarre hill to take. And again, I'm not even sure he's sincere about it half the time. I think he just likes provoking a reaction. So this is my analogy here. I think he's basically trying to delve into my trolley waters. And as a GOAT level troll, I should point out to you, you need to understand when you're doing it and where you're doing it. In this format, I'll have a lot of fun trolling a lot of things. When I make my regular videos on the channel, if you pay attention, you're going to notice I'm a lot less trolly on those videos. Most of the time I'm playing it straight because I'm actually trying to make a point. So if I'm trying to make a point, I need you to listen to what I'm saying. I can't throw in 150 in-jokes. On the live stream, we'll have some fun. It's live. I'm talking with you guys. I'm talking with the chat. We'll screw around a lot more. But in my video, I'm actually trying to make a point. I actually want you to understand what I'm saying. So I'll interject a little humor in there, but I'm going to be a lot more straight-laced with my point. I'm not going to go into nonsense for no reason. There usually has to be, it can be a light moment, but then it comes back to the direction that I'm actually trying to take you. It seems that he likes, between that and the crossover, it seems to be where they like to just talk very loosely and talk nonsense into the air and see if anybody reacts.
They're gods.
And it's not a good thing when you're a full-time employee at a company who operates this business. It's like you forget that I know you don't think you're on the clock, but you are. You're still on the clock. So, okay, fine. Do what you're going to do.
One hit wonder. You got it, brother.
Pretty much.
All
What are we talking about?
Come on.
Hooge. The Hooge. If I were collecting Zebras, I'd advise them to stay off the card versus stock comparison. Most of the cards aren't liquid. I don't get stocks in the mail. Yeah, and the other piece that I did for the comparison of it, you can actually buy into an index of the S&P 500 index. You can buy that. I can buy into an index of the TSX here in Canada. How do I do that? I go to an index fund. How do I do that? I go to my brokerage account. I find the code. I punch it in. I get charged $9.95. But if you've got a different brokerage firm, it can be cheaper. Go buy as many shares as you can afford within, and you get an approximation of it. So the ups or downs, you get it. You want to buy that CL50? Like, being serious. You want to buy on CL50? Let's say you believe that thesis. Cool. That's 50 individual cards and 50 specific grades. Eric, how long would it take you, even with unlimited funds, to find those specific 50 cards? How many places do you have to go? How many directions do you have to go? How many people do you have to talk to get the full basket together? How long does this take?
Probably just Brad.
Sure.
But yeah,
I would start with Brad.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, you can know enough people, you can probably put it together. but it's going to take some work. But here's the problem. What if some of them are a little bit lower pop and the person decides, I'll sell it to you, but I'll sell it to you for a little higher. So your cost basis is actually going up. Did that raise the value? Technically. But then if you were going to go sell it, nobody else wants it at that price. If you actually go to sell it, and if I want to divest myself of that index fund, I go into my brokerage account, I push a button, and if it's within trading time, it happens in about a minute. It's done. Gain or loss or whatever, I've taken care of it. It's already done. It's already in my account within hours. Oh, you want to sell the 50 cards. How are you going to sell it? So now you've gotten the basket of 50 cards. Oh my God, it's gone up 5,000%. Cool. How are you going to get the money back? You're going to put this one on eBay, maybe try this one on Instagram, maybe send this one to Golden. How much is the fees? How much am I getting charged for this? It's not very convenient, is it? It could take you weeks to divest yourself of those 50 cards, couldn't it? Or months?
Absolutely.
That's not very liquid, is it? That doesn't sound liquid to me.
No.
That's why I say it's a horrific comparison. It's literally a garbage comparison.
Commemorate last show.
57 World Series. Nicely done.
Milwaukee.
Yep. Yankees and Milwaukee Braves. There you go. Love it.
I think you could buy those cards though. The cards that are listed there.
You could.
You could go through eBay and buy them all in a day.
Oh, Brad.
Some of them, yes, but some of them aren't there all the time. That's the thing. Like some of them are available and some of them are not.
I didn't even know what the list was. I'm a subscriber to Card Ladder, but
Yeah.
I just went through and looked at the list, and I don't know. It'd be interesting to see, but I think you could buy every one of those cards on eBay today if you wanted to.
Sure. Can you give me what's the Bobby Orr PSA 6 going for right now? There is one on eBay, by the way. There's one on eBay.
Good question.
Only has the pop of 40.
No, that one has sold 40 times in that time period. I think the pop is like 120.
Okay.
So it is available. Like it's not like it's impossible to find.
Yeah,
I was in the green room.
Yeah. It's uncommon. It's not like super rare, but it's also not uncommon.
that one seems a little low. 18,000 for a 6. Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Yeah. So right now if you hit the buy it now, it's 23. So you get to pay $5,000 more, or you
Right.
try to talk them down to the previous comp.
Yeah.
So you can start off already paying $5,000 extra just to get the first one off the list.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a 6 in stock, Brad?
No, negative.
Seemed a little low, you said, so I was wondering.
Brad only deals with tens. Come on.
Try to pump them, right? Try to. Pump my
That's all we do here.
That's all
Yeah,
we
no
do.
worries, Albert. Are you driving to the expo or are you flying down?
Did you drove or did you flew?
Yeah, the boys are driving on Tuesday. They're all leaving with the truck, and
Okay.
I'm flying. I drove up once with the truck, and that was it for
No
me.
more.
Now you have people for that, Brad.
Yeah,
You gotta have people.
Gotta have people.
we have a great team. So
There you go. I'm going to invest in LJN figures. Yes. Oh, you know what? Actually, I was going to, like I said, originally I was going to take the bait and make fun of it, like while it was happening. But I said, nah, I'm leaving it. That's why I said I mentioned it to Eric at the time. I was like, nah, whatever. Y'all can do it amongst yourself. But I sat there and laughed because I was sitting there like, so your entire argument is that it went up by more. Okay, if I go to a garage sale, I buy a lamp, an antique lamp for $1, and I sell it for 150. I just made 150x in about 2 minutes. Invest in lamp. Hashtag invest. My lamp index crushed your piddling little CL50. Pathetic. I laugh. It's called arbitrage, man. those stocks in the S&P 500, you can get dividends. You can make money simply having it. You can't do that with the cards. The cards only have appreciation. What you bought it, what you sold it for. Those examples we talked about earlier tonight. Bought it at this price, maybe had it graded, took advantage of whatever. Yannick disappeared. Took advantage of whatever, and then sold it at the higher price. That's arbitrage. It can be very profitable. You bought it in one table here at the expo. Walked down to the end of the room. Somebody else wanted it more. You sold it for more. You made money on the spot. Congratulations. That's arbitrage, though. That's not appreciation of the market. You actually bought it below market and maybe sold it at market.
We're planning on lots of arbitrage at the show.
Absolutely, and that's the reality of it. Exactly.
I'll
Yeah,
be
so,
looking.
yeah,
That'll
Jeremy
be
Lee
looking.
might have a list of 50 cars very different. Yes, and be more successful or less successful. That is correct. That's why I say like it's very specific. Yannick, what'd you do to yourself?
Touched.
Disappearing.
You just disappeared.
Disappeared.
Yep. if you bought every single Or rookie at the Expo, how many would that be?
That's
Or is a
right.
little tougher. The Gretzky is like available everywhere.
Jesus
It's like it's a doorstop. It's a
I,
doorstop.
I honestly didn't. I knew it wasn't short printed, okay,
Yeah.
and I knew it was easy to get. I had no idea until I went to Toronto the millions of copies that are out there.
Every
There's a lot.
Canadian owns one,
There-
Eric.
there's a
Everyone
lot.
in Canada has a Gretzky.
I
That comes
had-
with your passport.
I had no idea. I
Yeah.
just, again, I knew this was not short printed. I knew there was plenty out there. You could get one any day of the week that you want, but I just had no idea that it was just that many. I still think they're printing them. There's like the Ken Griffey years ago rumor. I mean, it's remarkable how every
Honestly,
table has 10.
Eric, prior to the boom, there was more. On the
Yeah, there
table.
were.
There's so
100%.
many more. There's just less now because
There you go,
Maybe-
Albert.
What do you think the number is? 100?
So specific.
At
So in
the
this
show?
case, we're talking about the Or, not the Gretzky, the Or.
Bobby
Oh,
Orr, I
sorry.
think.
Yeah, the Gretzky was just kind of us having some fun with how common it is relatively. The Or certainly is tougher,
Yeah.
much tougher. But you're still going to find them at the Expo, no doubt.
I
You'll still find copies.
I was
think
thinking Gretzky. Sorry.
Yeah.
So
So-
the show 100.
100 Bobby Orr.
Yeah, be pretty close. Yeah.
I feel like
Maybe
that's a
not
good
that much.
number. That feels right because
A lot
Or
of
is a
people
much tougher
holding.
card.
A lot of people holding that card.
Yes.
You know, that's
Yes.
Yeah, I guess willing to sell and the dealers that own them, I guess, are two different conversations.
some people put them on their table just for bringing people in. Conversation piece.
Well, that's
Sure.
exactly it. There are people who set up at the show who will put some cards on there that exist for no other purpose than just to be like, "Hey, check this out." That's all
Yeah.
it's for.
I saw
It's just
a lot
saying,
of
"Come and take a look
not
at
for
this."
sale signs when I was
100%.
up there.
100%.
Yep.
But 100 is a good guess. Gretzky's, I would say. Well,
That would be huge.
I can't count that high.
Yeah, even today there would still be a ton of them. I have no doubt.
500.
And it just goes to show you how popular he is and how great he was, because how are these things so expensive when I think Carlos said it, they're like doorstops in Canada.
And the thing is, for a while there were like
It's
Albert here
freaking
talks about having
amazing.
3. I had 2 at one point. I had one that was more beat up that I actually gave to my brother. He didn't care about it. He didn't want it. So eventually I took it back from him. He goes, I'll just take it back.
I've had
And
3 total in my life that I kept trading up for.
Probably had 40 or 50 over the
But
years.
mine are all been tops. I've never owned an
Oh,
Opeachy one.
that doesn't count.
I know.
Yeah. And the thing is,
Slumming.
I had 2 and I went out of my way to avoid them because I just don't care for Gretzky that much. Like I went out of my way and they still found their way into my house.
Yeah.
We
That's
used to
how
do-
common the Gretzky is.
We used to do pack wars in 2005, 6, and 7 with the Gretzky rookie packs. They were 100 and quarter, and then they went to 150 and then 175. So we were doing 4 of us pack boards. So and Grant pulled the Gretzky. I think he graded it a 7. Anything you pull a Gretzky out of a pack, you're pretty much guaranteed about a 7, possibly 6 with bad centering, and possibly an 8. A 9 and 10 is it's 1 in a. I can't even permutate that. It's so hard. And everyone thinks you're going to pull a 9. It's like,
I've
Oh.
never got higher than a 7. And I've submitted at least, for myself, I've submitted at least 200.
Brad just sent this one over. So this is a setup from that. What's the name of it? Show Your Slabs?
Show Your
Yeah,
Slabs.
Corey.
Oh,
Corey,
yeah.
Corey.
Yeah.
I was carrying that when I was up there, actually.
Yeah, but it's a cool display. But it also
Yeah.
is like testament to our point.
Yeah.
So I
No.
bought that from Corey. He's bringing it back up because he didn't sell it. So I'm
Okay.
going to try to help out Corey. We're going to put a couple displays on, but I bought that one for myself.
Nice.
So I'm bringing up 26 Gretzky's to put them all in PSA to put it on display. I think it's awesome. I love that.
No, isn't that thing? I have a picture of it on my phone that I took. So if when you get that, my fingerprints are on that.
I don't want it.
No.
Burn it. Ritual, Brad. Ritual
You're
burning
finally
at the
a
expo.
member, Brad.
Yeah.
You're finally a member.
Brad, don't worry. We got this. We got this. Ritual burning. I will bring the fuel. I got a stack of 2011 Topside Day Trouts. Got this. I got all the fuel we need. Bring the kerosene. Bring the kerosene.
My DNA is on that, buddy. Enjoy.
Brad, did you
Oh,
say that
man.
We can cleanse it with purifying fire. We can cleanse it with purifying fire.
Brad, did you say that you sent in how many Gretzky's and never got more than the 7?
Yeah,
Personally,
I don't know. I'm going to say, I mean, it's definitely 100 for myself. I've sent in
Wow.
hundreds of Gretzky's, and the highest I have ever gotten is a PSA 7. I've got back 4 people 8s, and 8.5. I've never got a 9 back for anybody yet.
Well, I thought you said a couple had potential last submission.
Yeah, 7s, 6s. I'm telling you.
Oh
Yeah,
no! Really?
Yeah.
They got killed?
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. I think there was a maybe 1 or 2 8s on the last batch, maybe, but there was like I've never seen the. I mean, a 9's a quarter
9 is
card now too, right?
Yeah, they've gotten really they gotten really expensive.
$250,000 card. Yeah.
Actually, you know what, Brad? I want to bring you into a conversation we had before you came on that I think you might be able to give us 2 cents on. And actually, we didn't get back to it, but now that it reminds me, this would be kind of a fun one. Let me read a couple of these comments real quick, and we'll do it here. Inside Corner Sports Cards. Good evening. Are you finding low end is selling better than high end cards lately? Some of the high end is sold okay. Low end has its market because people are willing to reach out. Yeah, there's always an opportunity with a lot of it if it's priced correctly. Maybe the better answer is whatever is priced correctly.
In volume of dollars, but I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
Volume of sales, low end always,
Yeah. But like, listen, the dollar store, the dollar bins will do great at the expo. People have $1 and $5 bins. People will go and pick it through. They're looking for bargains. They're looking for, hey, the $5 card in the $1 bin or the $10 card in there.
Yes.
There's plenty of those. There's opportunities.
That's
Yes.
the scores of a lifetime for a lot of
Absolutely.
people,
There's
right?
always a chance. There's always a chance. So does the hobby downturn affect your card related businesses, or is this BS? Seem to be just flippers
What
complaining.
downturn?
Allegedly. So have you seen any? Have you felt anything in particular on your side of it? Because you got the shop, and then you got, of course, the PSA Canada. How you feeling about that?
I said it, Chris.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Have prices gone down? Absolutely. But if sales are consistent, it's like you said, as long as you price stuff accordingly, there's buyers.
Yeah.
You know?
What tends to happen is that as prices go down, your buy price also goes down.
Yeah.
you adapt, you adjust. Yeah, it adjusts on both sides of the equation.
But you make moves and you buy stuff, and I went kind of heavy. We decided we were going to go a little heavier than we usually would on Austin Matthews and take the gamble that they were going to put a little push on. We didn't anticipate it, but in Austin Matthews, PSA 10 was hitting $3,500 when the Leafs were still in the playoffs. Now the last one just closed at $1,500 US. So it went from $3,500 in a month down to like $1,800. Now that card should be, in my opinion, around $1,500 right now. So that's kind of where I look at it, where it should be.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we bought, I don't know, a few at $2,500. We're going to lose a little bit on that, but that was a pure gamble. We knew, hey, let's buy them at $2,500 right now. If they're playing coming into Toronto, we can put those out and they'll be $3,500, $4,000 all day long.
And yeah, if they had been there, yes, that is 100% a fact.
But that's the fun part about the hobby now. It's like it's finally got to the point after all this time I've been waiting where it's based upon a player's performance, not in all cases because some guys aren't collectible, but it's finally getting to that, which I love. You know what? Like, whose cards should be hot right now? McDavid, McKinnon, Leon Draisaitl for Eric.
I like how you took your time saying the name. I appreciated that.
Other than just enjoying busting my balls, what in all seriousness, what don't you like about that take? Did you misunderstand what I was trying to say?
Hold on. Before you mock Eric, because I'm always up for mocking Eric. Hold on.
Yes, we can mock Eric, but I also want a straight answer of why he doesn't like that take, because I think
it's a good roll, dude, man.
We'll get to it. How long before a 79 with Gretzky or 86 MJ comes down to realistic value? First, it depends on what you consider realistic. Second, a bunch of the folks at the high end are now well vested to sit. There is no incentive, because I remember watching the 86 Jordan as it approached 6 figures and then crossed 6 figures and then kind of came back down and then past 6 figures and then went up. A bunch of those folks are going to be sitting there that bought past 6 figures. The people that bought super cheap sold out as it headed up to 6 figures. Now there's some folks that are sitting on the 6 figures who also don't need the money. We're going to be like, I'm not selling it below 140,000. I'm in it at 125. I'll sell it at 140. Or I'll sit on it for 5 years or 10 years or 30 years. Mm-hmm. They can afford to wait, because if you're buying a $100,000 card, you're probably not hard for cash.
And they can afford to lose too.
Correct. but realistic value is all relative. I think a lot of folks were waiting for pre-pandemic price. A lot of the stuff you're not
No,
getting it.
no, it's
You're
never
not getting
coming back to that.
Yeah, you're not getting it back. We already passed that one. How many Gretzky's do you actually have, Brad, at this stage, or do you have any left over?
58. 58 right now. Yeah,
There you
we sold a bunch. We sold a lot in February, March, April of 2021. Just because
Was that Garage and Classic?
When it was time.
yeah, like some of the PSA 6s we had, like I think I know the highest one we sold a PSA 6 for was $9,999
Wow.
US. And
Nice.
it sold on PWCC, and if you look at the index, that's the highest recorded sale of a PSA 6 Wayne Gretzky. It had a superior rating. It was a gorgeous card, but $10,000 US. I was like,
Wow.
like, sorry, I wish I'd like to still have it, but now I'm quite happy. We're buying 6s right now for $4,000. So $4,000 Canadian. So
Yeah. So now the best part
That's
is
like $20.
so what that means. So what that means is, Brad is single-handedly propping up the index. The fix is in, y'all. Now we know.
Good.
Ritual burning of the Gretz, but do a quick cutaway and burn a replica.
Mhm.
Who
The
would do
Trouts will
something
burn.
like that?
All the newbies have bailed like rats doing a ship. Good evening, John. Now reality has finally set in. All my price on eBay sir have been adjusted to realistic prices. Yeah, and that's how you will sell, by adjusting your pricing accordingly. And going forward, your net new purchases now will also be adjusted. People buying now at the expo are going to buy at the new price. It's just, and then going forward, they'll probably be better set going forward. So let me touch on this one. What I was going to say, and you actually gave me a beautiful segue a minute ago. We talked earlier today about kind of what the ceiling McDavid is. McDavid actually scoring the game-winning overtime goal. Good. The Oilers advancing another round to the Western Conference Finals. Excellent. And he's shown out. He's shown highlight reel moves, highlight reel goals, excellent play. So he's done all those things you want to see. And on top of it, he is helping his team. He's being a part of that. Everybody, like whether you want to pick Drysdale or McDavid, the point is he is playing exceptionally. He is holding his own and carrying himself as a superstar. Very good. The question is this: now heading into the expo, what kind of activity do you think we see on the McDavid? Let's use the young guns because that's highly traded, commonly available. Like there's lots of them. There's going to be tons on the floor, no doubt. How do you think the prices are going to start getting tweaked and adjusted now, especially if they have any good performances leading into? Because I think, are they going to start playing the games by the time the expo starts? I think they'll already be in the games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say they're tracking to actually make the final. Let's say they win a couple of games or they're tracking to do so. How do you think the prices are going to adjust while the show is happening?
Well, it can't be through card letter. It'll have to be. Well, Brad, I guess you're the person to ask this question. Like, what would you do at this point?
Yeah.
So let's just say it's selling for.
Yeah, we won't have comps. We
1,500.
won't have comps per se.
We won't have comps.
But you're going to have adjustments on the fly. You're definitely going to see people adjust. You know,
what's
they're
your
like,
fly adjustment? Is it 20 points? 10?
Yeah.
50?
Good question. Like they're $3,000 US right now, so they're like almost $4,000 Canadian.
Yeah.
So we're trying to make a price list up for our buy guys, what we're paying. And it's kind of one of those cards too, where it's like, I don't know unless we get a good deal on it, what we're going to pay on that. So we kind of came up like 2,800, 3,000 in that range is probably what we would pay Canadian right now. Yeah, some things we'll pay up to 85, 90% on, but a lot of things now you got to pay a lot lower because look, like I said, Austin Matthews, we bought 6 or 7 at 2,500 a piece.
Yeah.
After the Edmonton show, right? So, and we still have them. So now it's like, well, now we get about 2,000. So we're going to lose 4 or 5 grand.
Or you sit on until next year because
we're good. Yeah, we're 100%. And then I can start dollar cost averaging like my Kawhi Leonard prisms that I keep on acquiring.
right.
You kind of plug Leonard into so many things there just to help you out.
That's all part. I think it's important to talk about. It's just like anything. You talk about your wins, you talk about your losses, and you tell people. But yeah,
I'm just gonna, go ahead.
I think, but the high end McDavid market, like that's something you can't dabble in now unless you got an absolute ton of money. But it's going to be interesting to see what some of those high end McDavid cards are going to be trading for in the room. But it's not something I want to touch with a 10-foot pole. I would just stay clear.
Those are big margin swings.
Yeah, that's the reason I wanted to pose this question is that it is one of our few opportunities of a player at that caliber doing something while the show is on. in a relevant time of the season. We're not, early in the season, so be it, whatever, not a big deal. But we're in the playoffs. This is an opportunity. They have as good a chance as anybody. They're right there in the Final Four. But the question becomes, normally hockey doesn't do violent swings. We don't do the bull came out of nowhere and suddenly jumps from nothing to like way more than it ever should. This guy's is already established. He's already got a strong market. What kind of swings can we see inside of it? Like, imagine if he gets off, okay, he gets a hat trick in game 1 and he's like killing it in game 2. And like, not only is he looking like they're going to advance, it looks like he's going to be the MVP of the Western Conference Finals on your way to the Stanley Cup. Who knows from there down to the last two 50-50 shot. It's a crapshoot.
So would that increase your price like 20 points, Brad, on the selling end, not the buying?
Yeah, I think, but again, there is quite a few of them in the marketplace.
Yep.
And I mean, I actually, when I say that, my uncle would kill me for saying that. I think he has 40 or 50 PSA 10 McDavids right now. And again, he's a collector and he's happy and he doesn't care and he loves the cards he buys and sells, but he's always priced 25% higher than what the market is, and he just keeps adjusting it because he doesn't care if he ever sells them, but he loves them. But it will be. I think that I always say, a card's worth what someone's going to pay you that day.
Yeah.
So I think if I had 10 McDavids and I wanted to go around, I think I could at the show. I'm quite confident I'd get 30 grand in my hand. Could you get 35? Could you get 28,000? Put that in the ratio and see what you could get in your hand. That's what I said about PSA 6 Gretzky rookies.
Yeah.
What are they worth right now? Some guys, $5 grand, $6 grand, 4,800. I know they're worth $4 grand because we'll buy them at $4 grand a piece. So,
was there a production run number on the McDavids, or was it not 999?
Well, there's about 20. I'm going to guess right now 2,400 PSA 10s, maybe 2,500. Wow.
This is for the McDavid Young Guns? Is that what we're talking about?
I think it's around 2,500. Him and Matthews have pretty much stayed around the same, really close to it. And then you get down to OV and Crosby are just around 1,000. And then you get down to guys like, for Eric, Patrice Bergeron, which still, we talked about it, blows my mind away. I think PSA is only graded 125 Young Gun Bergerons, not 10s, just graded in general.
Well, we already talked about this, Brad. So after the show, there's going to be 47,950 Bergerons. Like we're gonna blow your number out of the water, bro. More like 40,000. It's like, why are there so many Bergerons? Don't worry, reasons. You'll see. Don't worry.
So there's going to be so many more McDavids out there than even Gretzky's.
Yeah, so right now, so the McDavid Young Guns PSA 10, 2,308 is the current pop I've got.
308, yeah. So when you look at that, though, honestly, I'm not going to get into it saying 20,000 or 25,000 is not a big number or whatever, but I look at that card now and it's hit that point at $3,000 or $4,000, but there was 2,000 of them when it was $650.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then at that point, is there enough collectors out there of hockey cards that want a PSA 10 McDavid? Absolutely. To say that's a low number when you look at it. When you get into the tens of thousands, that's a different scenario. But for the best player in the world right now, his key rookie card, a PSA 10 Young Gun, that's not that many. There really isn't.
Now here's a question for you. Let me give you a hypothetical using the same card, just so we can think about this. The last one I've got here sold for, I think, just shy of 3,200. That's what it shows for the PSA 10.
Yeah.
Let me give you a different number. This is the PSA 9. The last one sold for 1,125. Does a 3-to-1 ratio, the 9 to 10, seem right? It's about 3-to-1.
No, that's a little low.
That's what I mean. So here's the question: is the 9 high or is the 10 low? That's always the magical question, right? Is the 9 high or is the 10 low? Does the 9 being at that price point mean, well, the 10 isn't that much more, relatively speaking?
How many 9s graded at
1,205.
And 10s?
It was 2,300 change.
Wow. There we go.
Yeah.
In my head, the ratio on Young Guns, I always said when it gets to 4-to-1, it's you take the 9s. Like anytime you could trade, and I used it with the lower end guys. There was many times you were buying Matthew Barzal PSA 10s were selling for like $100. This is back 3 years ago before the big one. But $100, and you could pick up 9s. People didn't want them for $20. I'd be like, I'll take 5 PSA 9 Barzals for 1 PSA 10 all day long. because when they get to the point of Ovechkin and Crosby back then, Crosby, Ovechkin, PSA 10s were 1,500 and 9s were 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So in my head, it's 1.5 times. So I always looked at that ratio. I said, that's how it's going to be when it stabilizes and when you really look at it. So
there's more people buying at 1,100 than at 3,500.
Yeah. And for I have my young guns that I have now. I started to work on them. I have PSA 9 mint young guns. I'm not personally, as a collector, buying PSA 10s. I'd sooner have PSA 9 of that card, and I am quite happy owning a PSA 9 mint card of my favorite young guns.
Well, that was the point I made earlier tonight, where if you remember those Sotos that I graded with you guys and you brought back, some of the 10s that came back were pleasant surprise 10s. It was really good. I have 9 copies of the same card. So I have a 9 and a 10. So it's a situation for me, for my collection purposes, the 9 is more than suitable for me. But now I have a 10 sitting in my hand that is like, okay, well, look, if you want to pay a premium for that, by all means, feel free, have fun. But that's kind of the
fun part.
Yeah, so it's like, because aesthetically, the 9 and the 10 is very minute. Oftentimes, it's very marginal.
Oftentimes, it's reversed.
Yeah, but that's one of those things where, as a collector, then, if you can have the 9 price, that's wonderful, because you're getting to buy a perfectly good quality card. If it's just for your collection, keep it, enjoy it. It's good.
Yeah, when the 10s are high, a 9 is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're mint. Like it's a mint card. Like I think from a collector standpoint, which we all are on here, is you look at it and say, what's a 9 or a 10 if you just want to own the card? What's the difference?
That's exactly it. Yeah, that's why I was wondering about that ratio. I just thought it was interesting that the ratio right now is about 3-ish. Well, 2 and change into 3.
Yeah.
I'd just be curious if that means that if somebody's sitting there at the show and they're looking at a 9 and they're looking at a 10, they're going like, again, assuming you have the money anyway, you're like, okay, $3,000, 1,100.
Yeah.
That seems pretty close. That seems kind of tight, especially as I said, the guy's actively playing in the playoffs. If something's going to go up, that 10 is going to get an accelerator real quick. Does the 9 they get dragged with it, based on where we are right now? That's usually the way.
Yeah, it's a tough call.
Yeah, it just depends on how much it moves, right? So real quick, I'll read this one. Inside Corner Sports Cars, would you sell one of the Gretzky's? Probably.
Oh, I'd sell pretty much it.
They're doorstops. We have a lot of them. Yeah. Mike Grayle should have been born in Canada, not Buffalo. We'll annex you. Buffalo's close enough.
Yeah.
MJ hit 840K, yeah. And that one had one of those stickers on it, but yes, it did indeed. Will Stamkos ever get proper respect from card collectors? What do you think? He's a great player. He's had a real good career. He won 2 cups, 1 cup.
Popularity kind of, and then problems.
Yeah, but, so you had the back-to-back cups. Was he around for the other one? I don't remember. Was Stamkos 2 cups or 3?
I think 2
Two.
cups.
2 cups.
I'll bet 2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious. I couldn't remember because I know that Lightning won another one earlier. I just don't remember if Stamkos was anywhere around. Probably not.
He wasn't around then, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So it's a 2. 2 then. Okay.
2000s.
When he came out as a rookie, he was supposed to be the big thing, and then he kind of did, but kind of didn't. He didn't.
Well, he did score 60 goals one year. He's the last guy to score 60. Like that's pretty good.
Yeah, I know, but his name isn't like as big as it should be.
That's fair. That's fair.
As big as McDavid or as big as Matthews. Really.
Yeah.
Take a look at it. Maybe because I'm in Toronto, I hear more about it, but Matthews is pretty much known everywhere now. So
So right, I feel like Matthews though right now is a good comp for him because the 2 last 60 goal guys, big time goal scorers. We'll have to see what the future holds. Right now, Matthews is still young. We'll see what happens. But Stamkos was able to have, if nothing else, he's had a great career. He's had moments. He's had seasons. He's had 2 cups. So it's not like he's got nothing to show for it. He's got some stuff to show for it.
yeah, just doesn't come across as that person when you talk about him that he's that upper high tier.
Sure. I guess fair. Let me take a look here. I'll read this one real quick. What's the Team Canada? I don't watch the news. So what's the Team Canada thing?
There was I shouldn't comment. I don't know. Something about an assault. I believe it was I'm going to say maybe sexual assault accusations against the team.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, here's the thing. I'll be blunt. Unless it resolves in something criminal, I don't think anyone's going to care. Most people weren't going to know. Like unless somebody gets charged and put in prison for something, like I don't think anybody's going to pay attention. It's always people always worry about that. That's why I say like the hockey market is weird. We don't pay attention to certain players who probably should get the attention, and then other players can do random things. Like I'll give you an example. Let's use an extreme example.
Backyard breaks.
No. I'm talking Danny Heatley. Danny Heatley, great player, great scorer, did a lot of things. He had that car ride with Dan Snyder. Dan Snyder died. In my opinion, Danny Heatley got off real light, but he still had some good seasons after that. So here's my question. I don't remember at the time. I wasn't paying too close attention. Brad, maybe this one rings a bell for you.
Yeah.
What happened in the short time aftermath? He got off, and then he moved over, and I think they traded him.
Yeah.
And then
That's why he came to Ottawa.
yeah, he came to Ottawa. Did his price like take a big drop, or did it move a little bit, or did it shift around?
Yeah, and you know what the problem with him is? People didn't like him.
Sure.
Besides just from that, so that it's kind of one of those things. He's never been popular in the hobby. Right? I mean, he was an elite gold scorer, but
I'm curious if the incident hurt him. Like, did it move the card down a lot, or did it pretty much stay around where it was?
Yeah, I think it would. I can't remember, to tell you the truth. I don't know.
Yeah. I from my recollection, I don't think it did too much. I honestly don't think it would have moved much. I think it was right around where it was for a while, and then as his play started to decline, and then it naturally went down the normal way.
Little amount of attention the hockey cards get anyway to start with the hobby.
Yeah. But think about that. Someone literally died.
Yeah.
Barely had an impact. He went back to playing hockey.
But it had some impact. I mean, it still has an impact on him today. It's terrible.
Personally, I agree 100%. But I'm just saying, from the market standpoint, the market wasn't too concerned about it one way. The market was only like, "Are you going to jail? No? Okay, cool."
It would have probably been a bigger deal if this would happen today, then because
Sure.
that's all over a decade old.
I agree.
Huh?
I agree with that.
Eric, not that I'm counting. That's your third Pepsi.
That's okay. I have a designated driver to the bedroom.
Are they gonna feed you turkey breast?
Tomorrow.
Once you get the turkey breast instead of turkey legs?
No, it's turkey legs that.
No, turkey legs I know is what I know, but I'm curious if he got in the end after the apologies, you did get the turkey breast, right?
I got what I was sent there to get after the apologies.
So-
How was the turkey breast? By the way?
Well, I'll tell you after tomorrow.
Well, we don't know if you're a breast or you're a leg guy, Eric.
Yes.
Well, obviously,
Well, he went for the legs. He was desperate for it.
I guess
He
I'm
caused
a
an
leg
incident.
Yeah,
he's a thigh guy.
Yeah, obviously I caused a literal international incident because of the racist.
And you did that inside of your own borders, which is exceptional.
because of the racist deli worker that said some really horrible things. So yeah, it was
The best part about that is the story started off innocuous enough, and then it got better and better and better. It's like so much material. My goodness.
Have they banned you, Eric, yet there or not yet?
Is there a restraining order from the supermarket?
Will they not take your order without a note?
I think Bobby nailed it. I think next time I'm gonna have to bring a note.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice. So Brad, for this one, Raptors cards, are they popular at AMG?
Yep. No, yeah, absolutely.
All the players or certain specific ones that it tiers towards?
Kawhi.
Kawhi.
Kawhi is Brad's personal project.
just me. I'm really, no, they are. But you know what? Honestly, it's such an international game now. When you look at it, I don't think. I mean, no, Steph Curry, like all the big stars are the most popular guys. It's not like there's home. It doesn't really make a difference. Guys want Steph Curry. They want Luka. They want Kobe autos. They want Jordan stuff. So
Raptors don't do well up here. So
Yeah. You know what's funny? It's actually funny that you mentioned that because obviously different context because Steph Curry has championships. We know that. And he has a lot of other things going for him. But with Golden State going to the next round, I think they're going to the finals. They're in the finals. Yeah.
They're waiting for either Boston or Miami.
Gotcha. So yeah, with them going to the finals, we have a guy who hasn't been in the finals in a bit. Obviously, excellent shooter, great, probably the greatest shooter of all time. But here's the thing: he's got some hardware. He's got some hardware with Kevin Durant. But obviously, this being them back in without Kevin Durant or any of that stuff, them doing it, the potential of them being able to win another championship, who gets the bigger bump? We've got the Connor McDavid Canadian thing going on with hockey. He obviously him playing well, that's good. But we've also got Steph Curry going back to an NBA Finals with the possibility of winning another championship. Another championship, and if he plays well, that he's already got a great legacy, but then we're adding an exclamation point to it, and it helps solidify his position and maybe slides him up another tier for some folks. Who gets the bigger bump if they're starting off hot leading into the show? Steph Curry cards or the McDavid cards?
Basketball all day.
But is it? But I'm not talking about in pure dollars. I'm talking like on a percentage basis because
Bigger.
Steph Curry's already higher, so we know that. Any thoughts?
I don't know. The biggest jump we've seen was in basketball, so I'm still guessing basketball.
Yeah, but when you look at it, try to see how many Steph Curry rookies are in the room at the Toronto Show. And we know there's a lot of other things. It's not a hockey show by any means anymore.
Yeah.
But you guys go to all shows. There's not a lot of Steph Curry rookie cards. Yeah, there's a shit ton of 2018, 19, 20, 21, like all the stuff, inserts, low numbered, low pop, all that stuff. But actual Steph Curry rookie cards, it'd be interesting to see how many is in the room. I might send Carter or one of the guys around and say, do me a favor.
Doesn't he have one of those logo man 101 thing too?
Probably.
He probably has one of those cards. I know Hit 'em High Sports Cards, one of the guys I follow on Instagram, he sets up at the show. He's got the gold top set from that, including the Curry. So he's got a PSA 8 Curry in there. So that'll be in the room. I don't know what he's going to price it at, but it's in the room.
Yeah.
I guarantee that one. I know that one for sure.
But what do you think? 20? I'd be surprised. 10 to 20 Steph Curry tops rookies in the room. Maybe?
Are we talking about just the base?
Just the base, just to see.
I feel like we've done better getting in more international. I feel like there's some basketball exclusive guys.
Yeah.
If a couple of them have multiples, I'd say maybe 40, 50. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of guys brought some multiples because I'm assuming some guys bring multiples. Like if some of them have multiples, that would bring it up.
Yeah.
That's kind of where my head would be at. Stupid things called attention to. Yep. Killed a dude and blew over. Yeah. Look at Ray Lewis. Yes.
I'd rather not.
OJ. Yep.
Rather not.
OJ is actually a good example because he literally went there. Everybody knows he did it. He wrote a book saying, if I did it, got sued for it, went to jail for stealing stuff. I don't think his rookie card has really been impacted. I don't think anybody cared at all.
I think, I think his popularity and notoriety, infamy, has maybe even increased it at times.
So Eric says more murder.
Yeah,
it's better than war.
I mean, there's no doubt this is one of the most talented athletes in NFL history. He was absolutely incredible. That can't be taken away.
And I think he was the first 2,000-yard guy, first 2,000-yard rusher, I believe.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
And then you have all this other stuff that's followed. I mean, there's just so much to him. And his history, his legacy, I can understand why his card would still be worth something nowadays. People still want it.
I saw that comment, Brad. We're getting to it. I saw that comment. Is the Kawhi collection as good as the Manoa collection? Yeah. Curry wins the MVP and gets a big bump. Yeah, if he gets MVP, if he wins the finals and wins an MVP, that will definitely bolster him. No question. I think Curry's already at legend level. He's got a lot of it already going. I think he may get more than the slight bump. I think key for him, the reason why I'm making this distinction is that, yes, he's got the championships. Yes, he's a great shooter. Yes, he's got regular season MVPs. I don't believe he's ever done the finals MVP. It's one of those situations where he's been on teams that won. He's been obviously a key part of that, but he's never been the guy in the NBA finals. Because I think one of the NBA finals was Iguodala, and then two of them were Kevin Durant. And those are the three championships, I believe. So he's never been the finals MVP. He's never been the guy named at the end of it. One more championship, and he's the MVP. That'd be huge for him, I would think. I believe Curry's only 5 or 6 guys ever in the NBA who have made 6 finals over an 8-year stretch. Yep. No, it's very notable. It's very good. Tons of Celtics guys in the... Yeah, I think in the modern era is the key differentiator there. It's Top's Finest, the redheaded stepchild of Topps Chrome. Topps Chrome's definitely become more popular. Topps Finest was the original. So it kind of makes the whole thing funny.
So I just saw ESPN just had that stat up, and the people that have done it are Curry.
Mhm.
The last one was Jordan.
Yep.
Then you had Magic. Then you had Jerry West, and then you had Bill Russell. Those are the only players that have done the appearances in 8 years. That many appearances in 8 years.
Impressive. Very impressive. Nate Pearson collection. So are we bringing the Nate Pearson exhibit? Is that what coming over to the show?
They're secure in the vault,
In the facility?
in the facility. They're secure, solid.
Well, yeah, well, I don't know. If you keep buying more pictures, the facility is going to be a ramshackle shack in the back.
So I just wanted to come up with the chirp. I was like, all right, I'm going to say about Manoah because he's on fire.
Yeah.
Anyways, Jays are down 4-2. Manoah just gave up 2 home runs. I'm like, I can't win. Right? Or it was 4-2.
I told you, man, pitchers. I'm like, I feel like it should be a commandment. Thou shalt not prospect pitchers. Do not prospect pitchers.
I know. It's something, yeah. We'll see. I will win this Alex Manoah thing.
All right. If you insist. Not many Curry cards at the Toronto show. Last November, only saw one rookie out of show. I'll have to take a look. I'm genuinely curious. I feel like there's a couple different things I kind of want to take a head count on and just walk around and look. Now that we've got in a more grid pattern, I can actually go up and down the aisles and maybe take a look, and we'll see what happens. OJ stays higher than it should because card companies don't want to make post 94. No card company would be interested in making an OJ card at this moment to honor him. It would probably be a good idea. But his rookie is his rookie. If anybody's doing that set, they need the rookie. If they want it just for the infamy, they need the rookie.
Or just his football greatness.
You want Hall of Fame rookies in general as a theme. That's one of them.
He's a legend and a complete scumbag.
There you go. Solid choice, Brad, from Paul. There you go. Love it. All right. It's pretty good. So let's do this. We'll wind down on this. I'm actually pretty pleased with the way it's gone. If there's any comments in the chat, you can do that. We are 1 week away from the expo. We talked a little bit about it. What is one thing that that you would like to see at this expo? So it's not necessarily what you will see. Well, something that you would like to see. Either something we've already seen before, more of, less of, just in general. What would you like to see? We're going to get less Eric, so already it's like 80% better. We've already fixed that. We invited Yannick, but he's indisposed at the moment. He has curtains to tend to, so he'll do what he can. Bobby, what do you want to see? Good, bad, or indifferent? More of, less of, whatever.
I think I'd like to see more wax boxes, I guess, display boxes for myself. I really like seeing the different varieties that are out there. I'd like to see a nice old one I haven't seen. Whether I could afford it or not, or would pay the money that they'd want for it. I'd still like to see something from the 50s from Parker's, because out of all the Parker's boxes, I think from 51 to 63, we've seen 3. All the Topps boxes, we've seen them all.
All right.
Amazing. So Parker's box, I'd like to see. Or some display box that I haven't seen before of another product from the 60s, 70s. That would be great. That's my thinking.
I like it. Brad, other than more pitchers that you're going to dump money into, or Kawhi, what would you like to see?
Drysdale?
Drysdale.
I'm excited to see the people that are there to see Jagger.
All right.
I think that's going to be exciting. I love seeing true passionate fans, and I think there's going to be some doozies. I think there's going to be some mullets. I think there's going to be some fun things around. I mean, this is, as far as I can remember, this is Jagger's first public signing. And I always enjoy that. I love watching the guys come in with their stuff, and that's it. So, yeah, that's it. That's what I would like to say. There's nothing that I'm really, and find some more orange platinum 16, 17 OPG cards. So that's
Nice. Brad, how many pictures of Brad and I posing with Bergeron cards would you like to see? Starting at the low number can be 1 million.
And we should say this too, though, Carlos, is anyone that's anyone that's in the chat, the guys. I mean, I'd love to meet guys that are in person.
Sure.
So we're there the whole time. We have a setup. We have a little back area. Please do drop by and say hello. And
sure.
Yeah. Normally, I'd say come to our booth, have a beer, because we've been known for the last 20 years to always have ice cold beer in our booth, and things have changed since it's not just JMG Collectibles. Now it's PSA, so we'll have lots of ice cold water and everything else. But drop by and say hi.
So you don't have the ice cold beer in the AMG one? You didn't sneak it over there?
I can't comment on that.
We'll talk offline. I like that. All right. Please tell me there's a Ricky Romero wing to the collection. That'd be a good one. I like that. Look, if we need some failed Blue Jays prospect pitchers, how about a Luke Prokopek? Let's see a Luke Prokopek super collection. That's a deep cut, buddy. That's a deep cut. I got the old ones. How about Josh Towers? Let's get a Josh Towers super collection going. I used to love heckling Josh Towers. It was one of my great joys in life. All right, PSA Halifax. Do you know what that is? That
yeah, it's right. I'm overlooking it right now.
You should brand it. Why not? Work together. What is just a brand being in trade via wear that CI at the Expo? We should rig that. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, zero chance.
What if we get like a token F1 card? That'll make other Paul happy. We'll find a F1 card and like sports card investor will be like, "This is amazing." You don't even know what it is, do you? You don't have the first clue. It's literally only printed on one side. We printed that shit up before. we just taped it to a card. It's not even a real thing, man. 4-leaf cards. Good evening. Absolutely. Mark Pryor wing. Yep. The legendary Todd Van Poppel wing. The good choices, but come on. We're actually picking Blue Jay pitchers. The Luke Prokopek deep cut is sweet because it is a Jays pitcher, as is Josh Towers. They made some very poor decisions in fighting those pitchers. Very poor.
So has another guest on the panel this evening.
But he makes a lot of poor decisions in life. Floating head, yes. There'll be plenty of that, I'm sure. There'll be more than enough, quite frankly. Less would be good. Less. But it is what it is. I think that's good. All right. So any last thoughts or comments, guys, in the chat or anybody here? You're welcome to. What do you got there, Brad?
I want to show these. So when I
All
was
right,
in,
you got to show these? Show them.
when we were in for what was this show in Vegas? The Beckett Industry Summit? I think it was the Industry Summit.
Oh, I was going to say Mint Collective. Okay, so you're talking about the industry side.
We made 3 bets.
Okay.
And so I put the first one is $100 bet on the Tampa Bay Lightning to win the cup that pays $900.
Wow.
Still good.
Still good.
Okay. All right.
The next one was a $50 bet for the Miami Heat to win the NBA Finals.
Technically still alive. Is the game over, Eric? How's it going?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, the Miami won.
Okay, so they're still alive. So that ticket is still in play.
Still in play. And the last was a $100 bet for the Jays to win the World Series, which is still in play. So my 3 bets are still in play.
Technically, it is still in play. Yes.
What's the payout on that $100?
100 at the time was
No, the payout.
17.
Oh, not bad.
So
17 to 1. All right.
Yeah.
Not too bad. So what do you got here?
You can
John
catch one of those on your next flight.
You never know. John Cerruti collection. Nice. Here we go. Rock Latex. I had a 1999 Bowman Chrome Luke Prokopek SGC 100 pristine. Fire. Yep. Floating head balloon. That would be nightmare fuel and a half. Let's see here. Eric. Yeah. Sam Jones, Casey Jones, Tom Sanders. Yeah, but it's got to be 6 out of 8. It's not just getting the 6. It's the 6 in 8 because the Celtics had that run over like 11-year, 12-year span thereabouts.
Yeah.
Maybe 13 years. Maybe 13 years.
Yeah, I mean, listen, these guys very well could have been there. I just was, kind of regurgitating what ESPN had up on the screen this morning on that number, and they just said Bill Russell. There very well could be other members of the Celtics that could be added to that.
Whenever there is a record in basketball for number of finals appearances or championships or whatever, it's pretty much the 60s Celtics. Because any of the players that were involved in that franchise at the time, they got to rack up a lot of appearances and probably a lot of finals wins.
I mean, if you look at what I was regurgitating, and he said, all right, Jordan did it. Well, doesn't that mean Scottie Pippen did it? If it's, oh, look, Magic did it. Doesn't that mean James Worthy did it? So, I mean, I think, they were really just trying
They probably focus on feature players.
Yeah, I think that was the thing that they were really doing. The stars of the team, the all time greats. I mean, look at oh crap,
Come on.
no, I can't remember his name, but I mean,
He's
I
about
think
to
he
be
played.
excommunicated from Boston.
Yeah, no, not a Boston player, but Robert Ory.
Yeah,
How many titles did that guy win?
7.
I mean, Jesus Christ! I mean, why? Like, how many years did he do that? So I mean, there's people out there who probably have accomplished this, but they were not the um, superstar Hall of Fame or all time great that that ESPN wanted to put up. So
Yeah. He was a legendary. He was very much a legendary role player. Like his
yeah,
thing is he's a role player, but he
Big
did his
Shot
job.
Bob,
Yeah, he
Big
did his
Shot
job.
Bob. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, I saw somebody on YouTube does compilations of a lot of these NBA guys and their different championships and whatever, and they actually give you little highlights from each season so that you understand the context of when they won that championship or the finals or whatever it was. And there was one for Robert Ory, and you get a bit of a sense of how he did in different series. Some of them, obviously, he was a bigger contributor. Some of them, he was more of a role player, but he had at least a couple of shots or a couple of plays in every series. He was involved, and he did his part. He did his job.
Yeah, that was awesome watching him play. He was great.
Good stuff. All right, Brad, we got anything in the wall of mystery there before we call it a night?
No, I picked up some more caps for my cap gun.
Did you?
Oh.
Okay.
Not sports.
You gotta fire that off at the expo. Is that the part of the plan?
It's a new old stock, the red ones.
Oh yeah, look, I don't own a gun. I never shot a like this isn't my thing, but this is just a cool old cap gun, right?
Right.
You load it up with the sides.
So it's got the red run of
Yeah.
caps. Yeah.
Is this what's going to happen every time a Jays prospect, Jays pitching prospect comes in for grading?
Remember those little bad boys?
Oh,
Yeah.
Right? You
Yep.
put those inside this panel, and away you go. And what came along with it, little memory. This is not sports card related, but what's better than a roll of caps?
I
Yeah,
love that. Yeah.
Remember?
Smash him with
that's all.
smash him
That's
with
all
a
we're gonna
rock.
talk about.
Yeah.
We used to get the smart asses that you run their fingernail down them, and then every once in a while,
Oh yeah, we did. I did it with my daughter. I had them years ago, and I ran out. Then so last week, anyways, we picked up some more. I said, "You got to try this," and I put it down. She's like, "What?" It's like, "Just try this." It absolutely. She was petrified.
freaked them out. Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, that was it. I don't get too many. Oh, I did get a couple cards back that were cool. I showed you guys raw.
Sure, go for it.
Oh yeah. Let's give us the reveal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do it. Go for it. Why not?
They're cool because I actually nailed the grades dead on,
Oh, did you? Nice.
which doesn't happen very often.
In the interim, I picked up a little mini hockey player. Oh,
Yep, you got to lift it up. There you go. Now you got it.
and who is it?
Can't see.
Can't
Yeah,
see
the,
the
the
number.
lighting messes with it. I see like 85.
85.
Ballard.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah, it was for his birthday. These were handed out as well. I've never really seen one until now.
are you going to smash it with a hammer?
No.
R.I.P. Ray Liotta. That is true. That is a good one. Ah, the 53 mantle. Okay, so let's see what we got.
What did
Is that
Ryan
a?
did on that?
4. If I turn it that way, can you see it?
Yeah, I can sort of see it a little bit. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, it's a 4. Okay,
Very
very nice. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Solid.
I knew it was going to be a 4 because it had a little hairline in the in the very bottom that you can't see until you magnify it. So that's a gorgeous card.
Yep.
That one, and this came back. I think I showed these all raw to the group. 52
yeah.
Mays, and that got a 2.5,
Why
which
was
I
That's wrong.
yeah, it's a 2.5.
Brad, why do you give yourself such low grades since you're just doing that in your office? And why don't you give yourselves 10s?
If you put the wrong number in the printer, people get suspicious.
Yeah, and you can't be greedy. You got to
Wow,
you have to
alright.
mix it up.
I already talked to Brad. It's like I'm getting 11s, man. It's
Oh,
gonna be
no.
amazing.
Now,
And the all came back a 4. So
All right,
Oh,
nice.
nice.
that was from the 90-year-old guy's collection that had the millions of cards.
Yep.
And it was nice because like he thought, I said, why don't you grade them? He didn't want to grade them. So I talked to him about it and I said, he thought the mantle was a 6 or 7. I said honestly, it's going to be.
It's tough to get that. It's tough to get that for that card.
So yeah, but yeah, and you try to explain to them, but it was awesome. I sent him a picture. Like he didn't care at the end of the day. We did a deal. He was super happy.
Yeah.
But it was very reassuring when I showed him. I said, I called the Hall of 4. I said the maze is going to be a 2 or 2.5, or sorry, and the mantle was going to be a 4. So when I had them done, I sent him the pictures. It's very reassuring and it's nice when he was like, "Huh, you were right on that." I said, "Yeah, I nailed that one. That was good." So
when you can grade them yourself in your basement, it's easy to nail the numbers.
100%.
Listen, the fix is in, man. You got to do it.
So go see Brad at the Toronto Expo at the PSA Canada booth.
Yeah.
Utilize his powers. He is a wizard.
Yeah, at the PSA Canada booth, Brad will be
Right
grading
across
cards.
from AMG Sports Cards.
Yeah.
And we're not grading on site.
Yes, Brad will be grading on
not.
site.
No, what you should do, Brad, is if somebody's really gullible and thinks that you're actually grading on site, you should just get semi-rigids. Get like a Avery
Upside
label on
down.
it and go, okay, it's like, but you guys said you do on-site grading. We did not say that. It's like, I demand you do on-site grading. Very well, $10. Okay? It's like you just literally scribble it on top and hand them back and hand them back a semi-rigid with an Avery label on top that you just wrote on.
Yeah.
And you
$10.
put PSSSSSA.
Yeah, it's like, but it's like that'll be $10. Every time I fill in one of these Avery labels, $10. Yep, let's go Celtics. Anyone but the Warriors. There you go. More Bobby Burrell keychains. Nice. Now Brad's gonna crack them and resubmit. Probably not.
To himself.
Yep. I pay extra to crash with no one. I understand that people want to do that. It's like, no, I like space. I like having my room and just being able to be there and just relaxing. But if you're going to like the Atlantic City or whatever, you're not gonna have a choice. You're probably gonna have to camp out with folks anyway. You're not gonna have a choice in that one.
No, in Atlantic City, you can just sleep on the streets. So it's like
Well, that's what I
everyone
meant,
else.
camp
But
out
you're going to
on
be
the
sleeping
street.
on the streets with other people. Like
Yeah,
there's other
that's
people
true.
on the street, so
Yeah,
you're not
there's a
alone.
lot of-
You don't
there's
even
a
get
lot of
room
people.
on the street.
A lot of people sleeping on the streets in Atlantic City.
Bring
Yep,
a tent, sleeping bag. You get it.
yeah, exactly.
Camping.
That's
There
even
you
in
go.
the hotels.
Brad card review, yes. Lisa PSA one, yes. Is the 52 maze in a collection or for sale? Is that a PC one or is that going in the?
That's for my PC. I have a 4. I have a 4.5. So yeah, this is going to be for sale.
Nice, nice. That's a good card. Solid.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay.
Kickbacks and Venmo to Carlos. Anyways,
Yeah.
Do we even have Venmo here? Is that even a thing for us?
No.
I know they talk about it stateside, but I don't think we have Venmo here.
let's hear it.
Like
Well,
Apple
you got to remember,
Pay.
if somebody's local, we have Interact Direct Payment. You can literally send it from one account to another in seconds.
Free.
Like my buddy Steve, when I buy
Right.
stuff from him, when I buy stuff from him, I literally say, "Okay, how much you want? Okay, do you want me to transfer it to you? Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, you got it? Yep, we're good.
PayPal too. PayPal's free too.
PayPal as well, yes. But yeah,
Honest
you can
pay.
literally do it if you want to go that route. But in my app, I literally already have his information saved. I can just put
Direct
the dollar
banking
amount in it.
is
Really
free
easy.
and everything.
And it deposits directly into his bank account instantaneously. He already has it preset, so he literally gets it in the account, and the money's there, spendable immediately.
Auto deposit, yeah.
Yep, auto deposit. So
And you get a Gretzky card too.
that's true. That's true. You do
A
get one.
bonus.
On a receipt, yeah.
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 Pay good money to see the gritty. I heard of that. I don't know what that actually is. Step 1, what is the gritty? Step 2, no. Venmo's
I
not in
can think
Canada.
of a couple dealers who might be the gritty.
Yeah, probably not the same what you're thinking of. Pressing, trimming, recoloring, $10. No, you charge extra for that. That's only for the Brad Raw card review. Only for the Brad Raw card review is $10.
But
I
allow
did
me
get
to talk.
stumped. You know what? This week I had a Bob. I would have bet any amount of money that I can tell a fake Bobby Orr. And I had one this week that I think is fake. And I talked to the guy. He asked me my opinion, and I was like, I
No
think
way.
it is. And then I was like, no, I'm sure it is. And then all of a sudden I started to doubt myself. And then I showed it to 3 other people that are longtime hobby guys. And they're all like, well, I think it is, but I don't know for sure. So I don't know if there's a few more that, yeah. So I told the guy, I said I wouldn't send it in. We sent it in on this shipment as at the economy level though.
Okay.
So he still, I called the guy twice. He still thinks I have the card here, but I had to try it. But it's amazing. I just think what PSA, SGC, Beckett, what they're all dealing with some of the counterfeits that are out there now. Like when you're starting talking about counterfeit older cards that are like on proper paper and thick cardstock and all that stuff.
I was about to ask you if the cardboard, usually that's a telltale. Like you
100%.
can usually get a sense, and the ore would definitely qualify as one where the cardboard is it has a certain feel.
Yeah, that's it. I tell people, let me feel the card and I can tell you instantly. And all of a sudden I was like,
What was your first thought, so Brad?
what's that?
What was your very first thought when you touched it?
That it was fake. And that's why
it dinged
It's
up.
probably fake.
Or was it in mint condition?
No, not at all. But the guy has the entire set too, Bobby. This is what threw when I told him. Then he sent me a picture of the whole set, and
In the same condition?
yeah,
Was it off center?
no, not really. Like it's going to be a 2 or a 3 if it was legit, but I mean, it wasn't centered perfectly by any means. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. When it comes back, I'll be, yeah.
It'll be interesting. I think that'll be a good follow-up. I'd be interested to see the result of that because I know the counterfeits are getting better, and obviously, the cost of that card at this stage is worth it trying. Like I can't blame them for trying because if you succeed, I think maybe we'll kind of leave on this thought. Nobody is arguing that the third-party graders are infallible. They're not. In my recent reading, I was doing some reading about one of the guys, Scott Travers, who does a lot of writing for coins. That's his thing. But he does like a survival guide in coins. And I like reading stuff like that, the more introductory stuff, because it's kind of fun to see how they put it together. And in coins, he actually goes through the whole history of third-party grading in coins, third-party authentication grading, which is great. It's a nice little primer on the history of it and the timing and everything. Well, it turns out the guy who founded PCGS also founded NGC, which is one of the big competitors, and also does CAC, which grades the grader. So the same guy, and then he's also been a dealer off and on over years. But he's been known for a long time to be quite good at his job, so that's why he's been able to do that over years. He left one company, founded a new one. But both of those, the two ones that he founded, are the two standard bearers in the space, and they're still operating without him, and he's off doing his own thing. So he's been very successful over decades. He started the first one in 1986, so it predates card grading. The point is, they know that stuff gets through. In coins, they have different problems. They have alterations. They've got all kinds of people messing around with stuff. They got all kinds of things to look out for. They know it's not infallible. So they say, well, the best we can do is, well, if we have a guarantee and we stand by it, we get it wrong, we'll take care of it. That's it. That's the best we can do. If they get really good, they're going to get some buy over the course of volume. Typically, by law of averages, they're going to get some buy. I think people spend a lot of time worrying about it because we only hear about the ones that didn't work. People cry to the high heaven that, oh man, this is a fake. Okay, how many other cards were sent in that order? 10,000? 50,000?
Brad, did you compare it with another Bobby Orr that you had on in stock? Or
I didn't have a raw Bobby Orr.
you don't need an Orr. You just need a.
You didn't have a PSA 4 Bobby Orr? The index lies!
I knew it.
No, we had other cards. I was comparing it with the Johnny Bauer. I'm telling you, it was the most unique situation, and I had a lot of people look. Yeah, it's very, very weird. But back to that too, Carlos. I know we're going to stop, but I just think we critique things. So I'm getting so many cards back for people that are min size. Mm-hmm. They didn't meet the minimum size requirement.
Yep.
That are altered. That are, and it's kind of like everyone's trying to get things by the graders. So we all want when there's a grader makes a mistake, or PSA makes a mistake, SGC, whatever they do. They're criticized till there's no tomorrow over that one mistake, but they forget about the thousands of others that they get. Then as a collector or a submitter, you submit a card and they send it back because they're not sure because they don't want to make a mistake. So it's almost like you cry foul so much, but then you don't want it on the other end. The balance is just really off for people. And hopefully as we keep on going with this, we'll figure out how to make sure that we don't criticize quite as much as we are now to all the companies when they do make mistakes, because mistakes are going to happen, right?
Oh well, no, the criticizing is never going away.
Never.
We know the criticizing isn't going away.
All right, I'll stop criticizing Beckett. You're right.
Yeah.
Yes, Eric.
Yeah, like Eric, as a show of peace. Look, we're gonna go over and we're gonna go over and visit the Beckett booth, and we're gonna go visit the Beckett Bear, and we're gonna send him down to Massachusetts, and he's gonna give you a hug.
Okay.
I bet you didn't know they had a Beckett Bear, but apparently they do because probably he's the one tending the booth. I don't think any humans are there. I'm pretty sure the Beckett Bear's it.
And you know, Brad, I think that what's going on out there is a lot of people are trimming cards, selling them for a discount to somebody on the side. You know, there's lots of transactions done, and then they send it in, and the guy gets far enough away between that transaction that they're gone, and you never hear from them again. So, and then they're submitting them, not like they're being the ones, the trimmers. I think they're getting it, you know, second, third hand from there, and then they're getting it back going, it's trimmed. I knew it. Yeah, figure it was too good of a deal.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And there's so much more, even like the trimming.
So your ore coming back. What's the odds it's real or fake?
I was 99.9% initially that it was. Now I'm like 75%. I don't know. I'm completely all over. I'm telling you, for the first time in my life, I was absolutely stumped on this one.
Yeah, but 75% from someone who has been in the hobby as long as you and has handled these things so much, that's good enough for me.
Yeah. So, but it's worth it for the 70. Like at first, he wanted to submit it at Super Express, I think, and I was like, no, don't do that. Just wait. But for the $100 it costs for shipping and everything to get down, I even told the guy, I said, I'm going to pay for it now myself because I told him not. We're just
Did
going
he
to
buy it? Did he tell you the story behind it? Or
he did. Yeah, super nice guy. He told me the whole story, and then at first I explained to him, well, guys, like he bought a house, and I don't think, he didn't inherit it. I hear so many stories. I think he bought a house and there was cards there and it was in a binder. And I said, well, guys usually pull out the high-end cards out of it and they could put in a filler as a reprint so they can look through the set, which happens a lot, right?
Yeah, of course.
So I said that could be a possibility.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
They either buy the thing and then they buy the set or vice versa. So I'm going to say it's fake.
Okay, I like it.
Just my opinion because of what you said. That's just whatever. I haven't even seen it, but I'm just thinking. The first thought is always everything.
You should put a dessert bet on the side with the steak dinner.
Yes, creme brulee.
Absolutely.
I think for the last time.
One of the things I was thinking too, we talk about the national in Chicago for everyone. So what we do, like the World Juniors, Team Canada, whenever those are in a city in Canada, we do hockey houses for all the countries. So I was going to rent a house this year for the crew in Atlantic City, but I'm definitely going to do that next year in Chicago if that's a possibility and available, because that's the way to go. So you can get like just a big 16 room house or whatever it is, and everyone can come stay in the same spot, and it will be like the Canadian hockey house plus Eric.
Well, we're gonna put Eric in the outhouse, right? We're gonna put him in the shack. You gotta make sure you get him like a little shack. How's the shack going there, bud?
I'll bring a 10. I'll stay outside in the yard.
All right. I mentioned it last week. I went over to go get it. I remembered it last week. So I'm going to show you two 54 Bowman Mickey Mantles, two of them. So I've got two of them in my collection. First one is the one that I've got in my set. So that's a PSA 1. Decent card. Not too bad at all.
Looks like a 1.5. Yeah.
We always try to do decent eye appeal. That's all we try to do. All right. Second one. Technically a PSA 1. I don't think they would grade it, though. This is the one that I bought in Massachusetts. So there's a little ode to you, Eric. Massachusetts back in the mid-90s for the whopping princely sum of $35.
Oh, well, you're welcome.
Oh,
that's awesome.
There it is. You got tape.
Much love.
I think it's a borderline 2, guys. I think it might, if we can just push it, I think we can get it to a 2. I think it's like a BVG 4. Like I think we can get there.
Beckett will give you a 10. That's a 10 all day, BBG.
There you
Which
go.
one do you want?
There's the back.
I'll take the other one.
Yeah, we got the, that's like a KSA 7.
Yes.
An MNT 6.5. Pretty strong. Feeling it.
What do you think, if you put that on eBay, how much do you think you get for it?
Oh, I get more than 35. Yeah.
$7,500.
Yeah, probably. somebody would just like the novelty of it. Like the thing is, it's real, this was beat to hell. It was like this is a mid 1950s card that some kid played with, and like I said, I got it for $35. It was the only one in my collection. It was the first mantle I ever bought, first one I ever had in my collection, and I have had it for pushing 27 years. And this one sticks around, but this is the one. This is the one that we use when we're presenting a little bit
more better.
Yeah, just smart. It's marginal. But to be fair, I use this as a gag. I go, so this is a 1. Technically, this is a 1. It's a spectrum. It's a spectrum, y'all. Poor condition, Bobby. There is technically no basement on poor condition.
Well, it's authentic.
No, but here's the thing. I know the grading companies do it, but technically they're wrong. Like poor is poor. Poor is like I could tear it and I could literally still have it in 2 pieces. It's poor.
Poor is that.
Yeah, this is poor.
Yes.
No, they have to come up. They have to come up with a 0 with instead of poor. 1 is poor. This would be 0. Hell no.
Hell no, poor. Yeah.
They're like, nope, we ain't doing it.
There's my
poor boy.
There's my Magic Johnson Larry Bird rookies.
All right, you got it in the 3 pieces. Nicely done.
Oh,
very nice.
Well, if you get some tape, Brad.
Yeah.
If you get some tape, it'll hold it together, man.
Brad,
Just gotta get some tape.
If you solicit PSA enough, you can get hand cut on those.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, honestly, I'm still every day I learn something with PSA, and I'm trying to like today because there's been cards that I've submitted for people, and I said, if they are not assigned a numerical grade, please just encapsulate them as an authentic or authentic altered, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And cards come back that aren't done. So today I sent the question over and I asked the question. I sent a picture of it. A guy came in with he had a sheet of 9. There was a 53 tops mantle, a 52 maze. There was 9 big cards in a 1 9-pocket sheet. And they were all the borders were completely cut off the cards. So like obviously they were more than just trimmed. They were like cut down to, 3/4 of the size of the cards.
There's only 1 full card on this sheet then.
Yeah. So I sent the request over and the answer was I'm going to have to get back. They're going to have to get back to me on Tuesday. Monday's a holiday. I said, no problem. The guy's waiting. He just wants to know if he can submit them. He wants them in the PSA case. And that is what I was told is, and I'll confirm it for next time we talk about it, but is that it's up to the individual grader.
What?
So the grader makes the decision.
Your request doesn't.
The grader makes the decision if he wants to put them into a case. So that's what I was told, but that's not officially because he said he would back it up on Tuesday. But
yeah,
it's an important thing for me to know because I sent in a 52 tops mantle for a guy, and that's what I wanted it, and it was mangled. Not as bad as Carlos's, but
hey, listen, it was the best part is that when the guy that had it, he was the one who had done that tops run, and he had a bunch of extras. For me, it was just fun because at that point I was 13, and just the fact that I could buy a 50s mantle for $35 was excellent. Yeah. For me, I was like, that's why I've always kept it. For me, it's like I don't care. It's fine. That's why I said I got the other one years ago to go in the set. That's the one that is part of the set. The other one is just standalone on its own. If they would grade it authentic, I would put it I would encapsulate it because this would stay with me. This was part of the collection. It's been here for almost 30 years. It's going to stick around. Why not?
It's historical.
Yeah, it's got its moment. It's the first mantle I ever had. Other ones will come and go, but that one sticks around.
Mm-hmm.
I have 52 Belleville that looks worse than that 54 mantle. I don't doubt it. It is possible. Even the tape, like it says A for authentic. Yep. Clean it, press it. Live the dream. Last question for Brad. Does he have a Frank Thomas no name on front? Classic.
Never.
Classic.
I've never had one.
Oh, wow.
It's always an interesting card. Perfect.
Carlos,
So
before you shut down for the night, are you going to show?
Are you trying to milk about 2.5 minutes to get us to 4 hours?
Yeah, I want yet again to prove to the world that Beckett is a horseshit company, and I sent you a picture.
Yeah, but how long ago was this picture? If I have to go searching for it, then that's not happening.
I took it. What, yesterday? He sent it to you, or today?
Is this more recent? Okay, hold on. I'll take a look.
I just sent it to you.
Eric's jacked up.
Okay, is this a text message or is this I
I sent it in a text message to you.
Get a text message. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look.
He's jacked up on Pepsi sugar.
Oh, okay, yeah. The Bobby Dorr. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, the
hold on.
Bob-
I got it. I got it.
Okay.
I got
All right.
it. All right, hang on. I got
There
it.
we go.
I just want to prove yet again that Beckett is an absolute garbage company and nobody should ever do business with them.
All right, lucky you. You actually said it. It's near the top, so I got it. Okay, here we go. Bobby Dior.
Oh,
It's close. Look, Probstein taught us nothing else. You can tap it. Tap it, Eric.
No,
slam it, actually.
yeah, absolute ridiculous garbage. This company just will not get its head out of its ass. And if anyone does business with these people, I just think you're
Have a good
wasting
night,
your
Jeff.
money. I can't say enough negative things about this company.
Well, that's why we have a recurring segment. You always have to have an opportunity to say more negative things. That's part of the fun.
Yeah. Mhm.
In the spirit of positivity, of course.
At least once a show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and again, that I didn't pull that off the internet. I was holding that and took that picture.
That's why I said you should have started tapping. By the way, I didn't do it at all tonight. Those of you who are still here, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate the comments. We'll wind her down, and I'll read the last comment or two here. But question for me is what I'd like to know. Well, actually, not question. Sorry, I haven't done it at all tonight. If you're here, could you hit the like button? It's free. If you
And
could do that,
subscribe.
I always appreciate it. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Since you're listening, now we're gonna finish with a wonderful thing. First, always appreciate a shot. Cheapest 54 mana sold in the last 90 days. Put that in your fucking index. Asshole. How far back does Eric's hatred of but I don't care, by the way. Index, whatever, man. You made it up. I made it up too. Don't worry. It's like war. It's fake. Anyway, how far back does Eric's hatred of Beckett go? Ever since Jim sold in 2005 or before that? Eric, what is the backstory of your hatred of Beckett? And that is what we'll go out on. Go.
It's really been probably. I grew up loving this. Listen, I grew up loving the company. It was important to me. You know, it was all we had. We didn't have the internet. We had the magazines, and to see it just head downhill, maybe after he left, I'm not sure exactly, but it was very clear that they stopped caring. And it started with, the website was garbage, their products became garbage, and it's constant. It's just.
I'm sorry, what was it? It was what?
Constant.
Garbage.
I'm sorry.
Garbage.
Garbage?
It's you want to? We'll go full Boston. It's total.
Look, if you're gonna give the backstory, do it. Do the whole thing.
It's complete garbage.
Thank you. The
The
least
only way they'd be good in your books if they were from Boston.
Yeah, it's just I don't understand how this company ruled the hobby for so long, in its infancy of expansion in the 80s 90s, and is turned into a complete joke. Where a coin company can come out of nowhere and start challenging its place on the top three.
KSA and Minto challenging that.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
At this stage, probably, yeah. That's probably a fair statement.
yeah. So it's just sad. It really is. It's more anger and sadness because Beckett was so important to me as a kid, and to see it in its current state and is just ridiculous.
Well, they
Good
let
old
it go.
anger fueled by bitterness.
Yeah,
They lived long enough to become the villain.
yeah.
Yes, it happens.
It's just horrible.
Yeah.
Yep.
Daddy
Run
Gear.
by it was sold and then I think one more. At least two. There were two because this is the third or fourth owner. Because there's actually been a couple now. So the irony is that Beckett's still out there roaming the earth where it's like, I have nothing to do with this. This isn't me. I sold it years ago.
I've heard him say that many times. That I have nothing to do with the company.
At this point, it'd probably be wise. I go, literally, guys, I have nothing to. I know it's my name on there.
Yeah.
I have no control over this.
Yeah,
love
I
the
almost
name,
feel
how they
bad
hate
for him. I mean, there's a part of me that feels bad for him that he's
The
still
millions that he
connected to it.
made, and
But
he got a doctor. Anyways,
listen, I'm not.
let's call him
I don't-
Jim.
I don't put him on.
He could have made more millions a couple of years ago.
I don't.
It would have been a lot more money in it a couple of years
ago. But it's too bad that something he worked hard at is just a complete joke now.
Okay, here we go. Rock Latex gets the last comment of the night. I was at Beckett in the 2000s. Wanted to see if I contributed to Eric's hatred. I've decided that is now canon. Rock Latex is personally responsible. He is the one that led to this.
Oh, you shouldn't have told us that.
That is now canon. So it is said, so it is done. And on that note, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate the comments and thoughts. Good stuff as always. Good stuff as always. We actually had quite a good variety of things. Expo is coming up next. I will chat with some of these gentlemen, some configuration. We'll figure something out. My intention is to do a live stream of some sort. We'll figure out what that's going to configure, when and where and how. I'll work on it. I've at least got some time, but we'll schedule something. And I'll let everybody know. I'll do something on the channel ahead of time because I'll have access to my laptop and everything. I'll be able to put up a video either way so you'll know what's going on. Yep, part of the ruining the forums and collector pages, you are. Have a good night, blessing breaks. Perfect. And remember, everybody, Rock Latex is now the Judas that destroyed Eric's love of Beckett forever.
Damn.
That's canon. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. Have a good night.